Sean McCann.
Greetings. Welcome to Wake the Dead. Today,
Hello, sir.
we are very happy to have a first-time guest, Mr. David Charles Plate. Welcome.
Hello, sir.
Well, this has been a long time coming. I've been waiting for to talk to you for a long time. I never really reached out until now. I didn't think that well, anyway, we don't need to get into that, but I'd say maybe over 10 years ago,
Oh,
we
wow.
we were friends on Facebook, and this is long before I got kicked off Facebook during the COVID era. Everything got erased, like all that's all gone. But I remember you and your work, and I was very inspired by your movie syncs that you produce. They're fantastic artwork, and the inspiration that you have inspired me, like your work inspired me to look at Kubrick's films in a new way. And
Hmm.
that's where we got along so well on Facebook is you're as well a Kubrick fan. And I remember this one, the moment that it dawned on me about the paintings in the billiard room of Eyes Wide Shut and how that relates to the painting of Lolita, where
Mm.
Quilty hides behind the painting, and then all of that was like a bolt of lightning in my head, and I was on Facebook like blathering it out to everybody. And I remember you noticed it and you were commenting, and like I admitted that I was high, and you gave me this kind of, you were like, oh, and I look at, oh, he's receiving another, like, a download, and it
Well,
was
I've wondered who those people are. If you're talking about Sidney Pollack's billiard room, I've wondered
right,
who those people are. I wonder through even beyond that. Like I just look at like the architecture of the building in Eyes Wide Shut too. Like that's a Rothschild's
right,
mansion, and that even he was allowed to film this movie in a space that actually has these real life connections just makes it so much more meta, and also makes me question like why was he like allowed to do that? Like why was Kubrick allowed to burn so much film, like literally burn the film, like set it on fire, like his outtakes? He's just like, I mean, film's expensive,
right.
and I don't know of another director that they gave that much freedom to. There's a lot of questions like that that it's just like, what's the
He,
deal there? I don't know.
well, I mean, of all of his career, he was able to get his works done on budget.
Hmm.
It might have been a long time, but he was very frugal with the budget, and I'm sure like the film itself is the most important thing, so that's where he's going to spend most of his money. And
That makes
it,
sense.
you
I mean,
know,
I really I have a hard time with like what this is called the official narrative of what happened with
right,
his Napoleon film. Napoleon is a weird one because you have that film Waterloo, that's it production started for Waterloo like at the same time within like a few months or something of when Kubrick dropped his Napoleon film, and then the guy Hal Craig who wrote Waterloo, he is credited of as having written Barry Lyndon, the screenplay for Barry Lyndon, in his obituary from the New York Times. And yet, if you look at the credits, if you look at IMDb, you won't see any mention of that. And so, isn't it a little weird? Like, and also for me, it's the syntax of that, because like I came to that because of my interest in Hal Craig with that he did this film and digging into it and then finding out that wait, he wrote Barry Lyndon. So there's
uh,
also that issue with like, with Trumbo. Trumbo had been blacklisted from Hollywood for so many years before Spartacus. Spartacus was the first film in like a long time to put his actual name next to it. Even like he accepted two Oscars under aliases. Like he had an actor come and pretend to be him, or they said he couldn't make it or whatever. And it's like, he got an Oscar for Roman Holiday. Like it, but the point is, tying it back, is that Trumbo shared scripts with people. Like it's like one of those, you know, people were writing scripts together. And so just knowing that and how he worked, like if you watch the film about Trumbo, that's just called Trumbo, like they show how they were able to do that, how people were all working on things together. And so my argument with Waterloo is that Kubrick had a hand in it. You can see the same kind of subtext that you can see in Dr. Strangelove, which Kubrick admitted to in a letter in responding to somebody who was basically seen as kind of subliminal sexual symbolism throughout the film that had to do with repression and sublimation and all the psychoanalytical stuff. And Kubrick like affirmed it. He's like from the beginning to the end, which means from the to the final spasm, I think is what he referred to it as, because it's like a symbolic orgasm, like at the end of the film, because it's Kabbalistic, because the Klipot mirror tetragrammaton. So everything that would be something that we would be looking at in terms of generation or formation ends up being destructive because they're a literal mirror. So in
Right.
Doctor Strangelove, you have this very like this obviously like the whole thing ends catastrophically for humanity. It's giving you like the opposite of what creation is. It's showing you destruction. So I don't know.
Right.
It's yeah.
And he's even riding the bomb down like, woo, like it's a big phallic thing, you know.
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's slim pickings. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
And so you mentioned really what the topic of our discussion is about. Like I know that you are very well versed in Kubrick history, Kubrick, all of it. And I would very much enjoy to have you on again to speak about that at a future date.
Mhm.
But today I want to introduce my listeners to your knowledge of Kabbalah. I know that you have been studying for many years, and we would like to learn. We had a friend of mine, Headless Giant, on recently, and he was given the principles of the occult and Western occultism, and how it's based on math, and
Mhm.
math is the language of God. And to understand the mathematics is to understand the nature of this reality and how we've been created. And that is the practice of Kabbalah, right?
Uh, yeah, it's complicated. So,
Yeah, right. That's why
but
you're here. Please. Thank you.
well, actually, I mean, we can still talk about Kubrick. I've seen two talks from
Awesome. Yes.
Kabbalist rabbis at the Kubrick exhibit in San Francisco. At the Jewish Museum, who like showed up, and both talks gave a really solid explanation of how Kubrick incorporated Kabbalah into all of his films from the beginning to the end, you know.
Is
And
that recorded? Can I find that audio? Can we hear that
there's
somewhere?
there's like little excerpts. I'm actually in one that's online
Oh,
somewhere. I can
nice.
see if I can try and find it for you.
That
But yeah,
would be
I
fantastic.
went off about relating Hal to Gavora in a talk. So, and that is somewhere on the internet. Is me just
Awesome.
there and like like in a like leather trench coat, just like saying this is years ago, and I'm like, oh, raise my hand, and everyone's just kind of looking at me like, what the hell are you talking about? But the rabbi, he understood, and he was
Right.
already there. He was like ahead of me, you know. So, you know,
Right.
there's that argument. And even 2010, the year we make contact, has extreme Kabbalistic meaning with the deal like that you have Sal, the Sal 9000 with with which is a blue eye rather than the red eye, and how that relates to Chesed and Gevurah, and like the whole end of the movie where
Is it
Hal sacrifices himself to Jupiter, and Jupiter is the corresponding planet to Chesed. So it's like it's bizarre,
Oh, okay. Okay.
which relates to the Zohar prophecy of
And
what the interplay between those Sephirot.
is it also the difference between 1 and 10 from 2001 to 2010?
Sure. Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
yeah.
the difference between the Malkuth
Keter and
and
Malkut.
Keter,
Yeah,
right? It's
sure.
very interesting. Okay, so we have had like we're not novices here, the listeners, so you can use the big words, and we don't have to get bogged down in the minutia.
Okay.
But we would like to get the principles, and maybe by the end of it we could maybe highlight some of the specific important numbers, because
Sure.
I believe that I my own work of sync looking at and investigating the syncs of Kubrick's work, I've found that Kubrick has used certain numbers on the timeline of his films, and he'll use the same timeline with all of them. You know,
Mm.
like it's 7 minutes, like pretty much exactly the code comes in on the CRM 114, and that's the
Hmm.
same time that the Hungarian drinks Alice's glass, and that's the same
Mm.
time that Alex and the dude stop fighting with like a whistle, like a real loud whistle, and like, oh, the
Right. It
cops,
was
and they
it
run.
was the Serum 114
Yeah,
was in Clockwork Orange also. He
right,
has that 114 show up again
right,
just to in case you thought it was random. Yeah, yeah.
right. 114, and then if you look at the timeline of when he's getting the eye drops is
Hmm.
like at 1 hour and like 10 or 11 minutes,
Mm.
and then it really gets going by like 114.
So the
you
actual
know
technique is applied at that time, yeah.
yeah, the
Mhm.
and this also corresponds with eyes
Ludovico
wide.
technique, is that what it is? Yeah.
Ludovico, right,
Ludovico, yeah, excuse
right.
me.
And the eyes wide shut scene of the ritual happens exactly in sync with
Mm.
him looking with the eyes, and he's talking about
Mm.
the
If you start,
red.
you mean if you start the films at the same time, that's
Exactly the
how they'll
same
end? Okay.
time. Yes,
Hmm.
I did this thing called uh Kubrick's time code on 10 screen, no, Fidelio time code,
Mm.
and I eventually put it on 10 screens. I had three eyes wide shut syncing with themselves at 1 hour intervals, and then
Mm.
I had 2001, um uh all like The Shining, Barry Lyndon, and they all line up in different points that make sense. Like Barry
Mhm.
Lyndon, his child dies at the same moment that Helena gets stolen from the toy store.
Mhm.
So like the loss of a child and the loss of a child,
Sure.
like the 42 minutes is when Danny first touches the doorknob of room 237, and that's when Gomer Pyle goes crazy in Full Metal Jacket. He's yelling about 7.62 millimeter, which more
Mhm.
numbers. And I wonder, are those Kabbalistic too?
Right. Well, if we're talking about number, I'm thinking of the quote from Pi where he's like,
Oh,
once you
great.
discard scientific rigor, you're no longer a mathematician, you're a numerologist. And I think that there's a
Mm.
balance, especially when you're talking about like ancient people and the way that they related to math. We can only infer so much, but one of the things I think is reasonable to infer is that, to say the least, they had a radically different relationship to math as we do today. I would go so far to say it was as much, if not more, right-brained than it is left brain, which is almost exact, like we treat it like math is left brain, but what is math? And so
Yeah,
like math is a representation of something that we can point to or infer in nature, and we see these patterns. But they have that, there's like that saying, I think they say it in Prometheus, where it's like nature doesn't have straight lines, because math and geometry, they go together, and you can kind of see how we're only going to get so close when it comes to understanding math to what the math itself is actually pointing to. And
right.
so there's two orders to the Sephiroth, and this is like kind of essential Kabbalah. Like if you want to begin to understand Kabbalah, you have to at least recognize that the two orders of the Sephiroth are kind of like they can feel oftentimes like lines in the sand, because we're talking about one order is what we could call the organic order, which is the order of the Shefa, or the what we call the emanated flow. So it's saying Kabbalah is communicating, and Sefer Yetzirah is communicating that there is this pattern which we see in endless variety, yet there's the same underlying template, so to speak. And so these patterns that we recognize in nature, like the Fibonacci sequence, is like essentially what the tree of life really is on one level, if we're looking at that order of the Sephiroth, because it's communicated as lightning, trees, so it's a tree of life, and it's the human body. And what do all these things have in common? They're all natural expressions from that intelligence that, for lack of a better word, we could just call nature or God. Who knows? Like, just the
Right.
description is not the described. So there is an intelligence that we see evidenced in the way that things come into form. And then at the same time, there's what we could call the sustaining order of the empire, which is secondary to that. So that is communicated as the two pillars of the tree, because really there's only one pillar. You know what I mean? Like but we're relating to things through this duplicity. And so the tree of life, in terms of the organic order, is actually communicating a polarity that exists in nature. When you're looking at the secondary order, or what I would call the sustaining order of the empire, you're actually looking at us replicating that with our minds and our hands with what we build. And so all of our systems, whether you're talking about governments or how to build a car or whatever it is basically applying that secondary order. And so the warning, or at least, something to pay attention to, is just the degree to which we conflate those two orders and treat one as though it's the other. So we're projecting duality on top of a polarity, I think is the best way to say it. And we relate to that duality that we're projecting as though it was the polarity itself, and we react to it as though it were that thing. And this translates to the nature of ego too, because it's like, they say, like, if you get attacked by a saber-toothed tiger, like, we have a fear mechanism that's in place to respond to that threat, but people will contract and relate to threats to a projected sense of self as though it's their own physical natural self. And so that's one of the things that Kabbalah communicates, is that this order is actually, in a way, can feel like it's coming close to the other underlying order. And because of that, it works as kind of an idolatrous, a normalized idolatry. So we're literally like, we're relating to something else as though it were the source, and the source, and then the nature of emanation, that things go from etheric to gross. We're even then we can be relating to what we're perceiving as a natural phenomenon, yet there's deeper layers to what that's stemming from. It's kind of hard to communicate that point, but that's not exclusive to Kabbalah. That's actually like a basic in various mystery schools. So you can see that with the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, something that I studied under Baba Hari Das for about 7 years before he died, where you have this idea that things are coming into form from etheric to gross. And so that in and of itself is like that's the basis for Vedanta too, is this idea that what we're relating to is an illusion. Yet Kabbalah takes it kind of further, because it's saying that not only is the dense physical not itself reflective ultimately of the source from which it's extending on a certain level, but also we have like basically a mind-made matrix projection that we're putting on top of that. So we're even, in a sense, further removed. Yet in the midst of all of this, we are connected to our source, and nothing can change that. No belief, no anything.
This is fantastic. Yeah. So, okay. So it's it's kind of the same ideas of the Hermetic principle, where all is mind, and we doing the creating is like the creator created this realm, and it's like we are imitating that, and then
Mhm.
but then we get lost in the creation, and then that's like the I'm sure the Gnostics take that and run with it.
Mhm.
So these kind of they all kind of similar to the other traditions of esoteric thoughts, and it
I don't even think it's like Kabbalah itself. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are specific to Judaism, and at the same time, much of it is universally applicable, and I don't think
right,
requires like the cultural aspect. The cultural aspect shouldn't take dominance. Even just like
right,
if you're looking at like the hexagram itself, people have cultural associations for that depending where you are in the world or what it is that you're into. But like I was in India, I saw it everywhere.
right,
Swastika as well. These are ancient symbols.
right,
No one really owns a geometry culturally. Like
right,
that notion is weird to me. Also, there's a lot of things in Kabbalah that just feel like they're as applicable to anything. Like it's as far as like relating to this is a specific cultural school of thought that is there, but it certainly doesn't stop there. And I don't think it should be treated in such a compartmentalized way as people often do.
right. It's often, I mean, it's kind of like a map of us as well as the creation. And if people can understand that, then they can use it to manipulate and
Mm.
be a dark sorcery. And then wouldn't that be the reflection of the life tree in the Kabbalah, in the Qlipoth, the mirrored, but they're the same. but it's a mirror. uh,
Right. I mean, I think the distinction is that whether you're like if you're talking about magic and you're like magic with a K, it's
yeah,
the problem is that you have sleight of hand magic, you have magic that's just trickery, and that's superficial, but it can appear to people as profound depending on their orientation or their critical analysis. But like, Kabbalah, it's like itself um, speaks to something that it's kind of like just an ancient kind of science where you can recognize all the evidence for this in the particulars of the dynamics of nature that we can see and we can document. And even then, they're it's a Krishnamurti line, the description's not the described, like we're talking about something, but at the same time, like we're only able to point, even though something can be so central, it's hard exactly to put everything in its rightful place,
yeah,
in terms of articulation. Yeah.
right. Well, that's for sure. A friend of mine, Hans Utter, and I have been. He's been talking about the Qliphoth and the dark sorcery that is being applied to the whole Earth, basically, and it it's kind of hard to wrap our heads around it. And really, that's why I'm delighted to have you on as well, and you can teach us from your perspective on, and then we can get better understanding of the whole thing. Because really,
Yeah.
it's hard to not only is it hard to articulate, it's hard to understand, for a lot of us who are laymen. And I mean, I've studied the occult, and I understand the Hermetic principles. I know that, the Freemasonry, according to Albert Pike, is the core of it is Kabbalah, right? And
Mm-hmm.
he's not taking the Jewish, all of that, that the Jewish culture as it entails. He's just using it as a magical tool. And then you look at the like the Rider Waite deck, and the magician, he's got the four things on his table, and those
Hmm.
represent the four sciences of the occult. One of them is Kabbalah, right? Numerology, Kabbalah,
Right.
astrology, and tarot, right? Yeah.
Right. It's been argued that those four tools, that those correspond to suits
Yes.
the suits of the tarot, but um, they've been taken to represent the four worlds of emanation in Kabbalah. So that's like speaking to the etheric to gross thing. So like if you
Right.
if you're looking at the discs or the pentacles, those are obviously the most dense, and then fire, the wands, would be the most etheric. And so there's
Right.
like treatment at this level, this level, this level. If you watch that film, A Serious Man, from the Coen brothers, that movie's about Kabbalah. But the end of the film is like you have this rabbi he literally he just names the members of Jefferson Airplane, and he says these are the members of the airplane. And when I hear that, I can't help but feel like it's four members, right? So I can't help but feel like he's literally saying exactly what it sounds like. Like he's looking at the pop culture and he's recognizing the airplane. What is the airplane? It's the swords. It's intellect. So
Yeah.
he's like that's what he sees. And he's communicating it to the boy who has no idea why he's just saying this, like just naming the members, but it's like that he sees Kabbalah in this pop culture thing. And so like that's my trip. That's a lot of our trip of people who get really deep into Kabbalah, and you'll see these references, and there's conspiracy and there's synchronicity. And like was saying earlier about like the line in the sand thing, it's like you can't always tell where one ends and the other begins. I mean, if you look at the work of Scott Onstott, who did that video series Secrets in Plain Sight, like he's great because like he won't actually give you an ultimate position on this is it's aliens. No, it's like it's because that's like
He just
that
shows
way of
you what
thinking.
is there. This is there. Like,
Yeah,
look.
he's like your right brain will accept it, your right hemisphere will accept it, and your
Right.
left hemisphere will be like, wait, 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 wait. And that's just the way it is. So he's like, I don't even know like
Right.
where one ends and the other begins. Because we know that things were built with intention when you're looking at ancient
Right.
structures, even distances between structures and all this kind of stuff. But it'll get to such a point where you're like, dude, no human being or group of human beings could have orchestrated this. It's just too much. And then you're like, well, where does it end? And so my feeling with synchronicity synchronicity is that, and magic in general, is that we have an interplay going on where we can actually influence things on a certain like manipulative level, but then we can also just like, like I think Crowley would say that magic is really just moving nature in accordance with the will. And so, but then it's like, well, what is the will? Like, you have no right to do, but to do thy will. Like, you can't actually do anything other than God's will. Wait, what? I thought we had free
Yeah,
will. And it's like,
don't.
oh,
Yeah,
wait, it's
right.
it's relative. It's like,
It's some
yeah,
Yuval Noah Harari type talk. You know what I mean? Like,
right,
oh,
right,
okay, we're
right,
all automatons, right? Yeah,
right. But I mean, there's like the logic puzzle. And I feel like that's what the two orders of the Sephiroth speak to, is it's like the ultimate logic puzzle, because logic itself isn't maybe enough to work it out. It plays
right,
a massive factor, but it seems like, just like when people talk about faith, it's not like faith. In my view, faith is not the absence of reason. Faith is when reason has recognized its limits and one actually has the humility to be open to something else beyond that. But that there's no shortcut to that. You know what I mean? Like, there's
right.
no like way to just put your reason aside, accept something on faith, and call it a day, as
Well,
a
cognitive
as if
dissonance
that won't
happens all the
have.
time. I mean, there's a
eh,
lot of dumb people, but but yes, you're
Sure.
right. We have to get the left brain in order first before we can move past to that right brain of like maybe faith, right? And then we can imagine
Right. I don't
what.
think that there's any individual on the planet who has all-seeing perspective. And
Right.
I also
Yeah.
feel that humanity itself has a needed evolution. There's something clearly lacking, and that's one of the things that Zohar speaks to, because you have a prophecy that's within the Zohar that's very difficult to explain to people. Like, I spent 2.5 years of the 10 years transcribing Zohar to take those two sections and to write them out in longhand. And since then, I have typed it out. It exists. I have it on a Google Doc. And I'm almost like kind of afraid to share it with people, because it took me 2.5 years to transcribe it. It took me over 10 years to get a relative perspective on what I'm really looking at, because it's layered, and it's not just the Zohar, it's the commentary from the 16th century from Ramak. So and how to like try and articulate that to people. Like, I used to go on podcasts and talk about it a lot, and now the way that things are so polarized and people are so quick to pull out the jump to conclusions, Matt, I don't have enough faith in like most people to have to do any degree of what I did, because I don't completely understand it still. Like, but I understand it better than I did, even when I was studying it at the time. I'm like, I see what's being communicated, because there's the big distinction between a prophecy and a prediction. And the Zohar gives us both. So it gives us a prophecy that relates to human evolution, and that basically the idea is that we learn through troubleshooting, and that actually all of our mistakes play into this larger development. So of what European occultists might call the great work, where there's something bigger. There's a larger intelligence that has its own directive, and then we have our directive, and then we're coming into conflict with our perception of that other directive. It's, yeah, like I say, it's hard to articulate, but
Right. But I
uh,
mean,
like
Crowley was saying
yeah.
give up your own will and then go with the other directive, right? I mean, that's
Right,
and
but Crowley would also argue that you actually aren't able to do another will. So
oh,
even
right,
when you think you are, it's still there's something still greater at play. And I actually
right.
agree with that, but it's hard to communicate
Especially
why I
when
agree
you're a
with it.
heroin junkie, though. I mean, like the heroin
He
has the
would he
will.
he would have claimed that he was never a junkie, that he was never addicted.
Right, sure.
And it's
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 just his
it's
will to keep doing it. You must follow.
it's possible. I mean, I
Right,
read
right.
Diary of a Drug Fiend, and I can at least entertain theoretically how that principle could apply,
Sure.
a certain way of being when it comes to substances. But he also had this idea that these are for it's not like people relate to drugs nowadays, or they have for a while, I guess, is like, you take this and this is what it does, and that's what drugs are. And Crowley's thing is like this: if you're using the drug for a higher aim, that has some value, then this is a type of sacrifice for yourself that if you're actually doing that, then it's not for naught. Like it could have some benefit. If you're not doing anything with it, then then that becomes more problematic. I think that there's an argument to be made there, but at the same time, it's Crowley's thing isn't really so much my focus.
No,
I mean,
obviously, I didn't mean to derail us. I just
no, it's fine. It's
okay,
not a derailment because on a certain level, I consider Crowley like the Bruce Lee of modern occultism
right.
because he's just like taking from all these different places and kind of he feels very integrated on a certain level, but then it's also weird because you have his timeline with different times in his life and what he was communicating at that time, and sometimes it'll be like vastly different. Like Crowley in his 20s is much different than Crowley in his 40s.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. We had on episode, I think it was episode 93, we had Jose Perez, who's a good friend of mine, who's a Thelemite, and he was explaining that Crowley didn't actually understand the Book of the Law until Magic Without Tears, like his end of his life.
Well,
And
Magic
like,
Without Tears was a lot of letters between him and his female correspondences,
well,
correct?
he's saying that he
But he's just
didn't
saying it, yeah.
like Crowley didn't really fully understand and integrate it into his being and do the like
Mm,
until then. And when he was 20, he was like this, chasing the clout type thing, you know what I mean?
right.
And
Well, he
and he's
admitted
grown
that.
up into yeah, right, right.
I
So
mean,
like
when it
we
comes to his own understanding of the Book of the Law, like he claims that he didn't write this, that it was channeled through what is it, Rose something, the woman
yeah,
who was with him in Cairo,
yeah.
and then it's like, and then he did the Laws for All, which is his own commentary on the Book of the Law at a certain point, and that to me, like a lot of that book, to be honest with you, at least what I experienced at the time, is like it felt fascistic. It
Yeah,
felt like wait, and it also
right.
felt like total like megalomania or something. It's just like just over the top, you know.
Right.
But I enjoyed it and I found it kind of funny. I think Crowley had a great sense of humor too, so
Right.
it's hard to tell sometimes, you know. But at the same time, Crowley actually draws upon more traditional Kabbalah than a lot of those other contemporary occultists. And you'll find references from him where if you know what he's referencing, like you can see his knowledge even though he doesn't spell it out, which also becomes kind of curious. It's like, so for example, in like the Book of Thoth, he'll reference the 216 letter name of that relates to Gevurah, and it's the three verses where Moses is standing at the Red Sea, and before the waters are parted. There's like a type of poem that's each verse is 72 letters. So he'll reference it in the Book of Thoth, but then he doesn't go deeply into it, but he lets the reader know if they happen to be familiar that he's hip to it. So it's like, okay, that's actually a very traditional Kabbalistic thing that is still relatively obscure to most of his contemporary fellow occultists. So, you know, I don't know.
He definitely thought about it for real. And he definitely lived I mean, he believed. I mean, he was authentic. I would say,
There's an issue of one school not knowing the other. And so
Mhm.
if one studies traditional Kabbalah in a serious way and one studies Thelema, you can extrapolate more from putting the two together, in my view, than you can from studying either individually.
That's
Because
very
you'll get
interesting.
you'll get the meanings of what it is that they're kind of, working with. It's
Right.
like yeah.
And kind of, and also, Crowley changed the numbers of the deck of the Toth deck so that they apply to the Tree of Life in a different way. Correct?
Well,
Because
there's a
the
Saudi star
paths.
issue.
Okay,
Yeah.
please talk about that.
Well, few things. One
Okay.
is relating to those attributions, those numerical attributions, and how the trump cards correspond to those 22 pathways in the Kabbalistic tree. The shift was actually made by Eliphas Levi, who Crowley believed he was
Okay.
the reincarnation of.
Right. Yeah. That's
And
silly.
so
Right.
like making the full zero, making the full Aleph, so making zero Aleph, that was from Eliphas Levi.
Okay.
Um, Crowley himself, he did a certain two switches really, um, but I feel my personal feeling from what Crowley did isn't so much in this specific case. I don't see this as much like black magic per se, as much as an articulation of what the defect actually is that we're experiencing. So like, the idea that there is this perfection that exists where like you have like we exist in like a tube torus where it's like there is this ultimate compensation of forces like there like how you'd hear like it's kind of silly but like Nassim Haramein when he talks about the significance of a vector metric, which is like if he's looking at a star tetrahedron, he's like all the lines within this figure are all the exact same length, meaning that if you were to apply distortion to any point it would have equal compensation from all other points. And so like nature expresses itself that way ultimately, but if there's no distortion, nothing stands out in space. In order to have cell division, you have to have this distortion introduced into this perfection. And so what I feel like I'm looking at when I'm looking at the like Crowley's Saudi Star issue is actually an honest articulation of what that defect is for us. Like what is askew in our perceptual lens, at least in the like manifold projection that we're collectively relating to. So it's like there's like a collective illusion, and Crowley was like communicating the nature of that illusion. Some would say, don't study war. Well, Crowley did study war, and this is what he came up with. And as if you're making an argument about like what it is that we're doing on this planet, I mean, I feel like the fall is necessary for development, and that this is a Kabbalistic idea communicated in the Zohar is that all of our sacrifice in all of these lifetimes from all these people is not for nothing, that it's actually contributing to some developmental thing that needs to take place, that in order for us to recognize on a fundamental primordial level like how it is that we're not evolved, not like a judgment, not like our judgment, but a deeper judgment of assessment of like what it is that we're lacking. Like it requires these failures so that it registers on such a deep level that we can develop that needed sense. So it's like, do we develop ears out of a primordial desire to hear? We develop eyes out of a primordial desire to see. Whatever that lacking sense is that hasn't been developed, that might be the purpose of all of our missing of the mark. The most
Wow.
common word for used for sin throughout the Tanakh is literally translates as missing the mark. I think sometimes that
Like a
gets,
failure. Right.
yeah, like you had an aim and
Right.
you aimed at it and you pulled back your bow
Right.
and you didn't quite make it. And
Yeah.
so even like the traditional views of hell is actually that it's the same word that's used in relationship to what a soul experiences in hell is the same word that would be used in sharpening a blade or straightening a blade through heat. So like even that association of hell is this hot place. It's like to me it almost sounds like the flu, where I'm like, if you've made certain life choices and you're not healthy, or even if it's just circumstance, whatever the case, that there's this natural intelligence that puts you right. That's like, and it compensates
Yeah.
in a certain kind of way to make that adjustment. And so I see hell as that kind of idea of like
Right.
that when we've gone askew, something that will ultimately straighten us out,
Right.
whether, at
Good.
whatever point in our life that happens to be, to whatever degree is needed for how far off we've gone.
So that's like the Buddhist hell realms too. I mean, you don't stay there. You eventually, get better and
It's
move
actually
out.
Apocrypha. I forget what book it is, but of Apocrypha. But there's a passage where I believe it's John, that Jesus is standing with John and they're looking at all the souls in hell. And John asks Jesus, what's going to happen to all these souls? And Jesus says something along the lines of, not one of these won't be returned to my Father's kingdom or something. I'm sorry. If I'm going to
Wow.
quote scripture, I want to be accurate. If I'm quoting Apocrypha, I also want to be accurate. But as I recall how I retained it, it was something along those lines. And so like just that idea of like that seems to be to me more of a rational religious view, is that every like as far as God's supremacy, if that indeed is the way things are, if it's like God is all supreme, then it would make sense that God would write everything that's gone askew within his creation. You know what I mean? Like it's just like that doesn't seem like
It's logical
a
sense.
blasphemous thing to suggest.
Right. And you mentioned how we need to make the failure in order to figure out what's wrong. Maybe the missing sense is morality,
Mm,
and maybe Sabotage Zevi was trying to fix us all by inverting everything and making immorality moral, and like the accelerationist idea of like we gotta, everybody's running to the apocalypse trying to make it happen, and like, oh,
right,
let's make Jesus come back and all that. I mean,
right.
it's kind of like, and then that was the intentional sinning, and then the Frankists went and ran with that, and then look at the elite psychopaths we have today.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean,
Many.
there's what, 34 million Christian Zionists in America?
Oh yeah.
And and of them, like how many of them believe that there needs to be this sacrifice to in order to bring about this kind of like projected Armageddon. It reminds me of like when I was a kid and I asked my mom when my birthday was as a little kid, and she's like, when all the leaves are off the trees, it'll be your birthday. And so I like went outside with like a little ladder and I was trying to pull the leaves off the trees. And she's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm trying
That's
to make my
awesome.
birthday come faster." It's like that's how that feels to me of like this idea that we need to speed it up so Jesus will return. It's like even that, just so you know, I transcribed Zohar with an elderly rabbi for over 10 years, but I also went through ministerial training. I was raised in like a very scholarly Christian school, which I ended up getting expelled from in middle school when a kid went to kick me, and I just instinctually, like I took Taekwondo, and he went to kick me, and I lifted his leg up, and he fell on the back of his head on concrete and suffered a concussion, and I was like immediately expelled, basically.
He deserved
And
that though. I mean, come
it
on,
was
guys.
just cause and effect. And even the principal
Right,
was like,
right.
"Oh, I don't want to do this," but his parents are mad. They're talking just suing and all this stuff. So it was just like how it went. I was just like, okay.
Yeah.
But like I just the reason I'm bringing it up is because, for me, it's like I don't actually see any ultimate conflict between Christianity and traditional Judaism. So like having gone through ministerial training, having studied so much Torah in Hebrew, like I mean, the only difference seems to be about one regarding atonement and sacrifice, animal sacrifice, human sacrifice. And with the destruction of the temple, that's what happened anyway. So I don't actually see, to me, that whole thing where Jesus is like, "I've not come to destroy the law, but to fulfill." Like, I'm with the Ramban on his take on Christianity, where he has certain criticisms for the organized church, but at the same time, when it comes to Jesus himself, he's like, "Oh, he's one of our best." It's like, well, it was a gray rabbi, what's the problem?
I wish the radical Christians could hear that guy's voice instead of
mm,
looking at look at the those like the Talmud, and like look at this quote where you can rape little girls and it's okay.
mm.
I mean, like that, nobody looks at the good stuff. It's always a divide and
The
conquer.
Talmud is totally ancient Twitter. Like
Yes,
it
dude.
is, dude. Like the Talmud, like is long-winded debates, and those debates can go on. You could be looking at one that's 3 pages. You could be looking at one that's 100 pages, and then you'll have a rebuttal, and you'll have multiple rebuttals, and you'll have multiple arguments, and they just go on and on and on like that. I don't
Not
think that they're
truth per se. It's people
right.
arguing. Right. I'm
Right.
sorry I
And so and
interrupted.
it's also a collection of various books from different ages. There's the Babylonian Talmud and if you're approaching that text, like there's so much context to be aware of. And also like talk about like if you go online and you see somebody's quoted somebody and you're like, "That's out of context. Show the full 5 minutes." This can be literally be like, show the full 200 pages. Like it's just crazy.
Yeah, no,
So
thank you. I don't want to
you're
read
right.
that. But but some people dedicate like so many 7 years or whatever to read every page. And, it's a
Mm.
big deal for a lot of people. And it's like we need to learn about it. We need to understand how they're thinking and why. But it's not really how they think, like
It's like it's
who's
the equivalent, yeah, some
right.
asshole on Twitter, and you're like,
Right.
dude, this is like you're gonna represent a whole people by this guy that's not even like the other
Exactly.
guys don't agree with him, and he's just
Right.
there like I think, well, and you're like, okay, bro,
And then you
if
get that, but I mean, then you get the Christians hitting each other too. Like you
there's
don't
infighting
worship this and that.
everywhere, and
Yeah,
then you have
dude.
politics conflicting with
Right.
religion and all of that. And I used to be very quick since I'd say 2006 or 7 to just emphasize the point that Zionism isn't Judaism, that these are two radically different things, and that
Yeah.
Zionism is a political ideology that people relate to it as though it's a religious ideology, but it isn't really. But then at the same time, I'm at a place now where if I'm looking at people, saying, well, I don't hate Jews, I just hate Zionists. I'm like, well, technically, every Jew in Israel is a Zionist if they live there. It depends on how you want to define Zionism. If you believe that Zionism is the right to self-determination for the Jewish people living in Israel, then it's like, yeah, it gets
They
pretty
could
heavy,
be
but
self-determined.
yeah.
They could have their own self-determination living in Palestine, you know, in a, in the
Mhm.
Jerusalem where, you know what I mean? Like they could be in the area, like they've always been there. Like, yeah. But anyway, we know that
Right.
Zionism,
I would like to see criticisms of the Israeli government where it's also treated in perspective where, because I don't believe it's a special kind of evil. Like I see
right.
like governments all over the world participating in very similar stuff. If
Thank you.
we're throwing around terms like ethno-state, then you have to bring in Pakistan and Japan. I mean,
Right.
Japan has a stronger argument for being an ethno-state. Does that mean that I think Japan needs to completely change? No, no.
No,
Who am I to
it's
argue,
right.
yeah.
It's a morality thing, and really, yeah. So, but like I mean, we know that like the Israel project was created by Rockefeller in like the 1870s. Like he started buying the land. His name
Oh
was
yeah, I
on the
mean the
money.
Nazis wanted the
Or not
Jews to go to
Rockefeller,
Israel too. Funny, yeah.
Rothschild. Sorry, wrong R name. But yeah, so like
Right,
in this
right.
whole thing, the Nazis wanted the Jews to go. So it is a like I mean I see the Israelis, the Jews in Israel as duped. Like they didn't know what they were doing.
Mm.
They didn't understand, and so I forgive. Like everybody's just trying to live in this world full of fucking lies, like from everywhere. You know what I mean? Like I don't
Yeah,
blame anybody for moving there. I mean, I do get mad when they go to their neighbor's house with a gun and say, "I own your house now." Like that's obviously
right,
wrong. Doesn't matter what their religion is. You know what I mean? Like so, but we don't need to
right.
get bogged down with that shit. So like,
No, I mean, I just no
yeah,
nobody
I
in this
yeah,
conflict is saints in my view, and
right, yeah,
I like to see real criticisms and not just like
right,
charged terminology being thrown around and just people getting so
right.
polarized like that. But
It
yeah.
would be nice if people focused on where the good, if we had good rabbi quotes and if we had quotes from Jesus and people
Oh
would
yeah, well the
resonate
people who
with
are
that stuff.
running who to stand to run to the podium like Shmuley Mateach or people from
Oh,
Chabad aren't representative of Judaism as a whole, let alone
thank God.
different
Yeah.
whether you're talking about like when the thing happened with Kanye when he's like I'm going to go DEF CON 3 on the Jews, I was like, oh my God, this man needs to talk to a Sephardic rabbi immediately, like somebody, anybody other than like just not just Ashkenazis, but like non-practicing record executive Jews, like they're the worst representation for
Yeah, dude,
this minority,
their God is money. And
pretty much.
like, yeah.
Yeah,
So they
yeah,
could, I mean, learn about that from Mark Passio and all them. Like, it's fucking learn about satanic ideologies and shit. Like, that's what it
sure,
really is.
yeah.
But so okay, so this so the tree is a dual tree. We have the two pillars, and we ourselves are dual. This world is duality. That's like another hermetic principle expressed in the tree.
Right. This world is polarity
Right,
ultimately,
right.
and we're projecting that duality, which is what we're actually relating to when we look at any depiction of the Kabbalistic tree. Because to depict the tree is basically is a type of is a type of idolatry. Why is that?
Right.
Just because representing anything that's supernal is idolatrous. And I don't mean that just in a judgment sense. This isn't like a law like a stop sign. This is a law like gravity. So you're literally like, it's not because you shouldn't, it's because you can't. And you can believe that you can, but that doesn't change the fact that you can't. So uh, there is no depiction of the Kabbalistic tree in the Zohar. It doesn't exist. It didn't exist until the Middle Ages when people started
Right.
depicting it. And so when you do depict it, it's actually it's so weird to say, but it's invariably influenced by Aristotle because the Ari was influenced by Aristotle. And the main tenets of Kabbalah were influenced by Aristotle through the Ari to this day. And that's why if you
Wow.
listen to talks from a lot of Kabbalists, they've incorporated Aristotle's ideas around time and space into their communication. And so if you know that and you know the difference, if you study traditional Kabbalah and then you see that the difference in that shift, you'll catch it whenever you're hearing some talk from a Kabbalist trying to explain things. There's also different schools of Kabbalah. There's two primary schools. There's the Bereshit school, the Genesis school, and there's the Ezekiel school. And they're related, but they are distinct. And so and the Ezekiel school is later. And so there are allegories and ways of communicating things. They might be drawing from the same sources, like the Sefer Yetzirah, but they are very different. So they're a different conversation, a different
That's
framework.
so they're a different conversation, a different framework, but they're using the same numbers. And
They're
it
using the same basic symbol sets, but their
right.
interpretation of them is different. So, for
I see.
example, like if you've ever read the book or seen the film Life of Pi about the ship sinking and the kids on the boat with the animals, with the tiger and stuff, do you know what I'm talking about?
I saw the cover. I never actually watched it,
Sure,
but
sure.
yeah.
Well, in that movie, if you look at, or in the book, if you look at the name of the boat that sinks, it's Simsum. And Simsum is a Ezekiel School of Kabbalah term for the shattering of the vessels, basically. And
Wow.
so the whole story is an allegory, a Kabbalistic allegory, and that's the giveaway. You'll have these places where it's like all they need to do is put in one word, and if you know the material, you know what you're looking at.
Wow.
And that's why at the end of the thing, he's like, well, which story would you want? Would you prefer the happy made up story or the real one that's super horrific? And so that is a statement on religion too. Like, because people tend to prefer the like grandiose mythological communication rather than the like, oh my God, that's what happened?
They want the poetry and they don't want
They would
the
prefer the poetry.
yeah.
And all like the Torah, the Tanakh, it's all musical. It's not just mathematical, it's also musical. These were meant to be sung. You'll see the same thing in with Sanskrit scripture that these are meant to be sung. You'll see the same thing with the Odyssey. The Odyssey is a song. It's like
Right.
this epic song, and it's
Right.
it's taking real event. The Odyssey is taking real events that happen and it's mythologizing it. It's literally like making these stories into this thing. But why? Because you're telling the next generation this really interesting story that they're supposed to learn from. And it's a sincere effort to get people to learn from our past and what our ancestors experienced. Like they're trying to put this forward. And what's crazy to me is that like when I look at the Tanakh, I see tremendous value in parts of it that a lot of people I think just write off. Like they're more interested in an English translation or whatever, and trying to just meditate on that. And it's understandable because that's what people have most access to. But for the longest time, so many people were illiterate. So it's like, and we're dealing with the residue of that today. It's like, because I have to wonder sometimes, having, done what I've done with Bible study, both Old and New Testament, I'm just like, wow, the way a lot of these ideas are getting propagated just sounds like what preachers of old have been saying about it when I don't see a basis for it, at least in the gospel. So like if I'm talking New Testament, it's like I'm more like if I'm a Christian, I'm a gospel Christian because those words make sense to me. Those ideas make sense to me. I have a real difficult time, like if, for example, if I'm talking to a Catholic or something and I say a statement based on the gospel directly, and they're like, well, actually, and they'll be like talking about the papacy at some point. They change this thing. I'm like, I don't, it's hard for me to just like, be like, okay, because also there's a big thing in occultism in general where the authoritative statement is whatever the most recent statement is. So it's like and
That's why Crowley's so big because he was the one in the 60s
for
and nobody cares
sure,
about Elvis Levi or whatever.
obviously, and then going further and further back.
Yeah.
But if an adjustment is made to ancient text by an authoritative figure. Jewish people do this too, where you'll be like, oh, well, they said that, but this goes against what the Torah says. Like, how can they do that? And it's like, well, I mean, that seems to be the point of Jesus, is saying, to restore the law. It's like, look, you guys have drifted. You're doing practices that you don't even know why you're doing them. Just about every Jewish practice, if you go back to the time and the place where it got instituted, you can at least recognize the rationale for why that was appropriate for them at that place at that time. Even if it's just like a cleanliness issue or avoiding certain diseases or something, when you turn something then into a superstition that you want people to just keep doing in a ritualistic way into the future, like I think it's important to critically ask yourself why are we doing what we're doing, like wanting to understand it. Don't put your reason aside to accept something on faith.
That's where freedom happens, is once you start asking and you start trying to understand the reality.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I can easily get pigeonholed. In fact, some listeners to this, if they hear me say anything that appears to be on another side that's not their preference, they might turn it off or just get frustrated with me. But I do my best. I make a sincere effort to have a nuanced view. And anytime if I'm having a debate with somebody and they make an argument that goes against my understanding, I do my best to put my arrogance or my hubris down, to be like, okay, well, are you introducing something to me that I'm not actually familiar with, or maybe I missed something? Because I can miss things. And, I have the view that I have at this point in my life because I've had, so many instances where I've come across information that forced me to reevaluate. So, it doesn't necessarily mean I even take the other side, position. That's I do have to say this, but this is a crazy thing with politics, like, I'm
Right.
not afraid of Donald Trump. Does that mean that I worship Donald Trump? You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm not afraid. I'm like, okay, well, this is what's happening. I have my own explanation for how we ended up here. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Trump, I mean, it, Trump, just like Marina Abramovich said, Trump is that chaos magician doing his dirty work.
I
You
agree. I
know?
agree with her on that.
Right.
I read her book, Walk Through Walls, several years back. I went to her exhibition in Stockholm,
How
and
was that? Ugh.
oh, it was kind of incredible, honestly. Like,
Oh, okay. Okay.
it was so much fun.
All right.
And but like my feeling with her, and like I don't know this, but like my feeling is that she's like a mega troll. She's like, talk about the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers of this world. Like, she's like, oh, nice painting of Lucifer. Maybe we should get a photo of us in front of it
Yeah, that
together.
was
Like,
great.
like,
That
I
was
feel
her
like that
idea.
was her idea.
Okay,
Like,
right.
this
That
is
makes
as an
sense.
example. There's like all of these things where I'm like, is she just, yeah, stick a fish in your vagina. That's the best thing for you. In fact, record about it, share it with the world, tell them what you did. Like,
Right. She
it's
gets
just.
hired by Ukraine to like have some glowing crystals or some shit. Like, what the
Totally.
fuck?
Yeah. She feels like a mix between like Yoko Ono and Hadorowski or something. You know what I mean? She's just like, she's just troll. Is she just trolling their asses and they're just totally buying into it? Like, I hope so. Like,
Oh,
in
well,
my,
I
in my, in
prefer
my,
your
yeah.
point of view than my own of like, oh, she's doing this evil stuff. Like, I mean, that might not even be, that's not even really, it's just what I've
Well,
observed,
keep in
you know.
mind what you just pointed out about what she had to say about Trump. Could that
Right,
be saying something about herself?
right, right. That's true. That's true. It takes one
Does
to
she
know
view
one.
herself as a chaos magician and
Right,
she's like, oh shit, he's an even better chaos magician than me?
right. Like, I could take this blood and stool and paint with it, and I can splash the walls. And whoa, look at what Trump's doing! Holy
Right.
shit, that guy's
Right.
well,
Better yet, I
way
can
more
convince
chaos.
these celebrities to go and paint the walls with their own blood,
Right? Yeah, convince
which
fucking
is really what she's
lady.
doing. Yeah.
Oh, it was there. It was celebrity blood. Like, because
She's
I know that.
encouraging them to do this practice.
Right. Because I know
I
that
don't
Lady
know.
Gaga went to her thing and like stood out in the naked cold like all
Oh,
night,
I'm
and it was like,
sure Will Ferrell went there. All these people go there. Why? Because it's like a sign that you're like
man,
hip too. Like it's like that thing with
yeah.
Basquiat or whatever, where Ellen
Oh,
DeGeneres
right,
wants to wear the Basquiat sweater. It's like, and Jay Z
right.
wants to, like, why would Ellen DeGeneres want to wear that sweater? Because first of all, it's interesting that Basquiat pieces have sold for more money than any other artist from America of all time in America. They've
Weird.
sold for more.
Very
And
weird.
he was the poorest that as far as I know of
Right.
any that he came
He
from the
was
bottom
homeless.
bottom before he was exploited or whatever you want to call it from Andy Warhol. He came from the gutter. He was living in a cardboard box, ended up rich and famous. But it's like there but for I'm just saying, like, for Ellen DeGeneres, like, I can consider her, like, what is that attraction for her? I mean, I imagine it's just because this is a cultural thing that puts her in touch with the nitty gritty, subterranean world or whatever. It makes sense that she would want to, like, have that connection somehow, because it's got to be, like, pathetic and lonesome to have that much money and to live in that much of a bubble of a paradigm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, you got to eat some babies every now and again too. Like, you got to be in the in crowd. I'm
What
just
is
kidding. I'm
what
kidding.
is
I'm
what
kidding.
is the no, hey, what is the
I mean, not
jerky?
really,
What
but
is
it's
the grape
true.
soda
Right,
in the
exactly.
yeah, what is
Right.
that?
I
Like,
mean,
for me,
it is a
yeah.
joke, but it's really, yeah. Like,
If
I
I
mean,
was to guess,
I've spoken to SRA victims that actually have, it is real. I mean, in their memory, it actually happens, but you know, so I mean, but yeah, so it isn't a joke, really. Yeah, but
my
still,
guess of what
hmm.
that grape soda is and what that jerky is, like, I don't know. But I do, when I consider what is these
We
people's
know what
prerogative.
pizza is. I mean, but go ahead. So yeah,
Sure, sure.
what is the prerogative?
One of their key prerogatives is youthfulness, basically maintaining, like, the Rolling Stones used to get, or they probably still do, get these blood transfusions where they get new blood. I
Right.
had a,
Peter
I had a
Thiel
fr
talked about that, right? Now, go
Sure,
ahead.
yeah,
Yeah.
totally. I had a really good friend named James Mazio who was friends with, I think it was Keith Richards. It may have been Mick Jagger, but I'm pretty sure it was Keith Richards. And this he was the original light guy for the Velvet Underground before the guy who kind of became more popular, but he's like early that scene, that world. And he told me that he asked, or it came up in conversation with Keith Richards, and he was like, dude, like, we first did that just because we were getting drug tested to tour the US. And he was like, we didn't want to stop doing drugs. And so we were just like, fuck it, let's get new blood. And so what Maz said to me, he was like, look, like, I know from him that that's why they initially did it. Whether or not they did it for other reasons into the future for health purposes or whatever, he's like, that wouldn't surprise me. So he's like, I don't know that for sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. So what I'll say about this, super speculative, admittedly, so, just be aware that I'm not asserting that this is what it is,
This
but
is fun. Yeah.
but I would guess that the grape soda's placenta. I would guess that the jerky's foreskin. I would guess that these people are really into stem cells, that they want to basically take in anything that can maintain youth and health. And if this is something that's of value in that way, then it really wouldn't surprise me that they were doing, like, kind of black market things like that.
Have you heard the video of Nygaard, I think it was, with all these models around him? He used to,
Oh yeah,
and he says, "Oh, I
totally.
want that period blood," and he
Yeah.
wants like the black woman's period blood because it's like an ancient race of human that he wants.
He's represents a demographic of mega rich people, I believe. And
Yeah,
that was a very candid moment that feels to me that at least ideologically, that's
right,
probably a really shared view. Because he's like, otherwise you're just wasting it. Why would you waste that?
right,
It's
right,
like, I
right.
mean, yeah. I mean,
And
yeah.
there was Dean Martin was
Mhm.
on with the Tonight Show with Carson, and he was acting drunk and doing his bit, and Carson's like, "Oh, you're going to a birthday party, and what are you going to get the guy?" And he says, "I don't know how to wrap a gland." Like, "Oh, I don't know how to wrap a gland." Like, that's the gift that he's bring, like, and that
Right.
was
Although it
on
could have been,
TV.
it could have been a joke about his genitals. as possible.
I mean, it's always a
I'm
dick
gonna put a
joke.
bow around my
It could
genitals
always
like
be a
it's
dick joke,
the
right?
mash in a
Oh,
book
there you
mash.
go.
That's
Right.
what happens.
There
That
you
doesn't
go.
happen in the movie mash, but he gets a ribbon wrapped around his dick when he thought he was gay,
Oh,
and then they like, yeah.
oh, just like the dudes in the tomb of 322 where they're fucking, wrapping the ribbon around and
Right,
jerking off for their buddies,
right.
just the bushes and all that.
Totally. So
Yeah.
so just to tie it back to Kabbalah,
Okay, thank you.
because when it comes to the Zohar prophecy, what you're actually looking at is where conspiracy and synchronicity meet, you know, and synchronicity just being the language of the actual language of nature beyond our interpretation or representation of that. And so, like, when we're looking at all this stuff, to me, it really does feel like we're coming up against a shell, and beyond that shell, there's an order that exists that we're all kind of like in this kind of collective projection, and we're having to like work out uh some kind of order that doesn't actually follow like the order that exists in nature, and we keep like coming up against the contradictions within that order. To me, that's what the whole culture war is. The culture war to me feels like a psychological collective breakdown that connects to, I guess you could call it, mass formation psychosis, where it goes even further than like, because what we'll do is we'll apply it to these specific areas like mass formation psychosis. Like a lot of people could recognize it with COVID, but the same mechanisms at play and the same types of contradictions where we're told A plus B equals C when in fact it doesn't, or 2 plus 2 equals 5. I'm seeing that with trans ideology. I see that with Israel from both sides of the argument, honestly, which makes it really difficult because I don't really feel like I have an ultimate camp. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, I see it like this interview
You're
that just
probably
happened.
safer there to not be in either camp. Go ahead, please.
Right, but like this is so sensational to bring up, whatever, but it's topical. And you know that Candace Owens, what's the other guy's
The
name?
debate with
Steve,
yeah, they
yeah,
got the smoking guy. What's his face?
Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, so like that debate, watching that debate is like the epitome of what I'm talking about right now, where I'm looking at two people that I disagree with both of them for their own respective reasons. They're both
Yeah.
wrong in their own ways about their own things.
Yeah.
And then they're like butting heads, but I'm like, you're
It just
you're
hurts to
you're
hear it.
both
Like,
full of shit in your
yeah,
own ways.
yeah,
And then I'm like watching the debate, like he was right, and they're like she was right. And I'm just like, oh my God, like
yeah.
to try and like parse this out,
So,
and I'm just like, can we just have the goddamn trial, so we can let the adults get down to business?
right.
Maybe
Well,
not,
then
because
it'll be like the
I
JFK
yeah.
commission or the 9/11
Right, but the
commission.
the JFK commission did not have Oswald there, is
Well,
sitting in
yeah,
jail to
that's
then
true.
have him show up, and we're all gonna like that would have the way that
That's
played
true.
out would have been
They
much different
they
had
effed it
Oswald been
up.
able to. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they really messed up this one.
And
They
that
yeah.
was that Jack Ruby. Lenny Bruce had the best bit about Jack Ruby, where he was entertaining what was going on in Jack Ruby's head. He's like, I'm going to be the most famous Jew. Like when this goes down, they're going to love me. And he's just like, I'll make my name known, and they'll like, I'll really prove myself, because he's talking about how, like, people who are in certain positions, they want to like entertain or do something for their masters, so that they'll be saved. It's basically Charlotte's Web. It's like, well, it says some pig on the web there, like maybe we should spare him. You know what I mean? It's like that was part of his bit. I'm not doing it justice, but like Lenny Bruce was
Yeah,
another one of
God
our
bless
best
Lenny
besides
Bruce.
Jesus. Yeah,
Yeah,
Jesus and
we
Lenny Bruce are some of our best. Yeah.
I still listen to Lenny Bruce. That's
Kubrick
great.
too. Yeah, I love
Yeah,
it when Lady.
right.
Say what you will about Lady Gaga, I'm totally game, but at the same, because I think her artistry is that there is actually an artistic statement with Lady Gaga where she is a robot.
Yeah.
She is the character from Metropolis as the Scarlet Woman, as a substitute for Shakina. And so she's literally like playing that out artistically. I don't know if it's her producers. I know her producer came up with her name Gaga, named after Radio Gaga from Queen. And if you watch the music video for that, it's all like this footage from Metropolis where the characters of Queen are placed into Metropolis. And so like the Fame monster syncs with the 80s version of Metropolis by, what is the guy's name? And I forget the name of the
Oh,
director.
this is
Marudo, something like that. I
okay.
forget.
Oh,
Uh,
Marauder,
I don't want
Marauder,
to say more. Yeah, that's
Marauder.
it. Yeah,
That's
you got it.
okay.
Thank
Giorgio
you.
Moroder.
Yeah, I almost went Mordor, and yeah, no,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, some of the audio that was.
Oh, but yeah,
But
she says in that album, she says the line "Find your Jesus, find your Kubrick," and I can't help it. It's like Dancer in the Dark, and I'm like, if I would not really like be into listening to that album on its own, but when I play it with Metropolis and I get the timing right, like with it's the pyramid turns black. So it starts from the top and it turns black, and the opening shots of Metropolis, that's like when you start the album, is as it looks like blood or something, like it's coming down down the pyramid, you know? It's like you get that, and then like
man,
shit'll happen that's just insane. Like the guy
it's
picks up the telephone at this time, at the exact time that the song Telephone starts, and it's like, "Hey baby, you call, I can't hear a thing. I'm tired of my phone ringing." And then like he like hangs up the phone in Metropolis, like right when like the beat drops, like, and then
wow.
she'll have a sample in the song. I think the same song, "Dancer in the Dark," where she says "kill him." It just goes "kill him." It's just like in there, and then like the subtitle will literally say "kill him" at the exact same second, and it's just like
Wow.
it's nuts. Like crazy shit happens, and there's a weird thing with like the really quality, like the syncs that I really can't explain. Some of them are just fun. Some of them are like, dude, this crossed a definite line. Like it feels like there's like these sync winks that are like a payoff the further you go into it. So if you're paying
When you let it
attention
repeat
for
again
over
and
an
again,
hour and
right?
you're like, it has your attention, you can catch things in certain examples where it's like, no, 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 that can't wait, what?
Right.
And so like, and it's a fucker because on one level you have nature is organized, dude. Like nature has these patterns, like he says in Pi when he's like caribou populations, the rise and fall of the Nile, disease epidemics, like everything around us can be represented and understood through numbers. And if you graph the numbers of any system, patterns emerge. And so there is that. And then at the same time, there's like places where you're like, dude, like this is supposed to be more chaotic because this is our goings on. But we're not separate from nature. And so yeah, once again you come back to that, like, where's the line? Like how do you know? And if
So
any
we are doing our
musician
true will, and Crowley was right, and we're just falling
totally
on the just in the right moment being with like right,
if
everything. Yeah.
any director, if any like film editor, if any musician was ever to say and acknowledge like, yeah, this is actually like we manipulated it in some way, I don't think it would be as complicated as some people might in order to do something like that because everything syncs to some degree on its own. So like just like a minor tweak here or there, or like just the way magic works, like I'm totally open to anything. It doesn't mean that they even have that film in front of them necessarily, although they very well could. My point where I'm going with this is like if any one of them like admitted to that, that would suck. It would suck for all. It's like if Led Zeppelin was like, yeah, to be honest, you know, we did. Robert Plant's like, yeah, we put in the, you know, say, Hail Satan backwards. Yeah, you know, like
Right, right,
it's
right.
like, dude, you just took out all the mystique.
Dude,
There's a whole, you know.
I think Kubrick actually like in this documentary for Making Barry Lyndon,
Mm,
Kubrick described the device that he used for the editing. And in other quotes, he talks about how editing is one third, like there's shooting, and I mean, there's, pre-production, shooting, and editing. And he says the editing is almost more important than the other two. And that's where the real art happens. Uh, and then there's this other quote where he's talking about how Napoleon was only was only a real genius when he calculated the steps of his marchers and calculated the distance of when all of his regiments of troops would arrive exactly at the correct time.
mm,
And Kubrick, like, and he says making a film is kind of like making a battle on the
mm-hmm,
battlefield. And so he's relating himself to Napoleon because of the timing is so important. And that's where the true genius is in the timing. And then he talks about the making of Barry Lyndon in this. He's got this device where it's like it uses like 12 or like 18 Betamax tape cassette, and it's got a screen, and you've got like 12 takes of one scene in the box and each one of
mm,
those things, and you got them all numbered, and then you run through each one. Oh, I like this one, and you put in a time code, and it goes to that time and it plays, and then it stops at this time. And so like you can, it's not actually writing onto the film. It's just looking at that piece of time on that cut. And then you can run them all together. You can have this cut go with, one, go with 12, and then go to 4 and go to 3, and then go to, and then have this. He can orchestrate it all, and he can count how many frames each cut. Like, so I make the case that Kubrick was syncing on purpose,
Hmm.
and Eyes Wide Shut is the cream of the crop because it syncs with itself exactly at
Mm.
1 hour. And if you haven't seen it yet, I'm going to share with you. I'm so like, when we turn off the thing, I'll send you the files, and
Mm.
so you can see on your own time, because I think that Stanley knew what he was doing, and I think that he was that was, and like the way that they each one relate, it tells like a bigger picture about
Sure.
like the how they all connect. Like Full Metal Jacket, they're gonna beat Gomer Pyle with the soap, and
Hmm.
they're acting like the apes. You know what I mean? And it's like, and all of these ideas are cross referencing each other, all like on one frame, and you can
That's
hear.
that, how the study of the Tanakh actually works. So that's the argument that I saw in lectures from rabbis looking at Kubrick films, is that they can find these examples where he's using the exact same methodologies that are used in Torah study and then applying them like he's making he's applying it here, even though traditionally you'd have it applied to writing. So he's doing the same thing that was done with these ancient writings, he's doing it to film. And you can find massive evidence for that, including like me, like I went through the Kubrick archives in London for a few days,
Very lucky, good for you.
at Elephant and Castle, and it's an interesting spot. Like they pat you down, you can't have a jacket, you know what I mean? Like they like
No cameras,
you
of
can't and
course,
no
right? Yeah,
cameras.
right.
You can't even have a pen. You can have a pencil and like a small pad of paper. Like they don't want you like it's whatever. But like going through there, like I would find like especially for AI, like he commissioned these three different writers to do, he gave them a conception of what AI was to be, and then he kind of like let them run with it, and then he went through and made notes on their ideas, and so it's basically like there are all these different screenplays that he's just like criticizing or like telling them what he wants more of, what he wants less of. There's places where he's just like on one of them he's like, "You're not even trying" or something. But in in Kubrick's own notes, he had to explain to this guy the distinction between like Spielberg kept it in his film the Orga and the Mecha part which relates totally to the two directives as a Sephiroth. So you have an organic order, you have like a natural order, and
Right.
then you
And
have
the
the
false
secondary order.
created. Yeah.
It's totally in AI. But the
Wow.
thing is Kubrick had to tell the writer that he was like, no, you're confused because the guy was equating the mecha order of technology, he was equating it with the homunculus. And so Kubrick responds to him in his notes why this is different than the homunculus, because he's arguing that the homunculus, even though it's magical, whatever, it's still belonging to the organic order because all the elements involved were organic. So he's like, literally, it's like being a co-creator versus a manufacturer. And so he's saying that this AI is belongs to this other order is essentially what he's saying. And like you're confusing the two to the guy writing his concept for AI on Kubrick's behalf.
That's
And
awesome.
so it's so awesome. Yeah, it's like and
Wow.
in that bit of writing, Kubrick said something that my friend and I, Patrick Svek, had said years ago on Always Record, where we were looking at the Golem, the way when in in the old folklore, you'd have you bring a golem into being by writing a met on his forehead, and a met means truth. And so once you were done with the golem, this is all allegorical, by the way, in my opinion, but more, but when you're done with the golem, you remove the aleph and it changes it to met, which is death, which is why, by the way, you have met life insurance. It's a joke because Hebrew for death,
Whoa.
life insurance. So it's like, get met, you'll pay. But and I don't think it's an accident they use Snoopy also, and that might relate to your thing about Full Metal Jacket. But anyway, I don't know. That's
Oh,
speculative.
right.
Because remember the first
Wow.
Snoopy book was all war. The guy was a vet, and so Snoopy
Right.
in the Red Baron, and he has to fight, to
Right.
get to the
And
to the
then
war field. Yeah.
in the when Joker is being told to go out into the bush, there's Snoopy right behind him. There's a
Yeah,
toy Snoopy, like, yeah.
totally. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a whole
that's I
thing,
mean
and it's
it's so deep.
Charlie
That's
because
what the best.
Charlie Brown, Charlie.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Charlie don't surf. Yeah, that's Fox Brown. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Charlie rides a biplane.
Right. Which I think was a Charles Manson reference to Charlie Don't Surf because he wrote songs for the Beach Boys who also didn't surf. But no,
Right.
yeah,
Dude,
whatever.
this your brain is great. This is really great. So okay. So like what do you want us to get, because we've been having a lot of fun here, and it's like I don't know how much time. We didn't specify how much time I have you, but
I'll talk for however long you want. Yeah.
all right, sweet. Okay.
Yeah.
So but I mean I'm not gonna run you dry, so I'm not gonna
Okay.
but
Well,
hey,
that wouldn't be possible to run me dry. No, unless
I'm
I
not I'm
literally just
just a
fucking fell
word.
asleep or something. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but what basically like I have gone many hours of
Mhm.
podcasts. So I know that some people can be, but I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, some
Yeah.
some people don't agree with going long. So I don't want to force
Mhm.
you, but and have you trying to be polite and me just being like,
No,
well,
I'm chill.
let's
I'm
keep going.
chill. I'll let you know if I need to
Yeah,
go. Yeah.
speak up. That's all. Yeah.
Mhm.
So okay. So uh there's the two orders, and you were saying that I had a note before. Here, we'll go back to this. Look, so the veering off of the target and doing it wrong and being corrected by this world that we live in.
Mhm.
That's pretty. You can relate that to morality and the golden rule, and karma. Basically, like
Mhm.
that's the correction that we're getting, and we're not waking up to like, hey, be moral people, like, and we keep doing wrong and we keep.
Well, we're relating to concepts of morality too, which doesn't help. So
Okay,
like what so
well,
like
like
the
do no
yeah.
harm type thing, right?
Right. Well, like the term empathy gets used a lot these days in social discourse, especially from the left, if you're going to be empathetic or whatever. But the word empathy actually has really interesting origins. It comes from the art world, and it was a term that was used specifically for like when you're looking at a piece of art and something gets transmitted, where you can literally like recognize what the artist was trying to
The
articulate, but even more
message,
than that, it is like an insight. It's like an aha.
right?
And so there's a phenomenon for us, like when we have an aha moment, when you like get something and immediately, you know the mind comes in and just wants to organize it, and wants to put everything in its place, and it can be so immediate that we can just, because it's actually like a gap, like the insight actually comes in a gap in your thinking. It's not actually a thought is formulations that like surround that, whatever that is.
It's like the relaxation point of the muscle where you can
Right.
finally find it. Is
So
that what you
so
mean?
real
Like,
meditation is almost just to exist in that state perpetually, where the
right.
mind isn't coming, where you can kind of elongate through focus and intention to basically create a space where your information is coming to you in such a way that it's more like fluid. It's not actually that you're compartmentalizing or you're fragmenting the thing in order to quote unquote understand it. So there's a difference there. And
Yeah.
so that's one of the problems, is that like, if even if you're looking at the timeline of like culture and humanity, there's something that we can see evidenced in time, where it's like there's these examples where humanity had just like these bursts of insight that were clearly so profound. The alphabets are one of those things where it's like there's just, and like how did those come to be? Like how did we just recognize? Because like we're talking about math. The Hebrew language it's not that this is exclusive to Hebrew, but it's completely math. It's completely math. And so
I'm glad you said that.
pe
I was
people are
like, yeah.
speaking, we're speaking in math. And like I said earlier, like they didn't have the same relationship to math that they have now. They're in touch with something else. Like Sephiroth means, um, what does it mean? not just accumulation. It's a arithmetic. It's literally numeration. So like
Wow.
the word itself, Sephiroth, means numeration. People think sphere. It doesn't. I don't think that there's actually an etymological true connection between sphere and
Well,
Sephiroth.
that's just how they're drawn in the Middle Ages, right? When that's long after the Zohar, right? I mean,
Right. People would
they're
draw
just
like
drawn
these
as
these
spheres on
circles.
this tree with lines and shit. Yeah, I mean,
Right. But
yeah.
which actually it has some merit if you consider the idea
Well,
that,
it's like an
that they
egg
have
of
these planetary
potential.
correspondences. So you're
Oh, that
like,
too, right?
okay, well, when we look out into space and we see these examples of spheres, it makes sense that we're corresponding these with planetary bodies, therefore they would be spherical. But there is a misconception when people say,
Right.
Sephira is the
Wait,
singular, Sephirot is the plural, but like whatever the case, like when people are
wait.
relating to that term, it means numeration. So you're literally like think about the film Poltergeist. You know in Poltergeist when the father, what was he, Coach Fox in that show, Coach? I forget what his
Yeah. Yeah.
something Nelson maybe.
Okay.
Craig T. Nelson. So when he's with his kids and there's like the lightning outside, there's a scary tree. So you have like this clephotic tree like
Oh,
outside the window,
yeah.
and he's telling his kids to count the light in between the lightning and the thunder so you can know how close the storm is. The tree of life itself is the Shefa directive is communicated traditionally from the Sefer Yetzirah as a lightning flash. So you're like how lightning branches. And the fact that you have this gap, if there's a distance, like that's like time and space at the same time. It's kind of hard to explain that. But like the fact that he's explaining to his children this in the same conversation where he's pointing out the window, even though it's out the window, hey, tetragrammaton. But he's like, that's an old tree. That tree was here before the house. It's been here for so long as to
In the
like,
garden, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
that he's like, but it's like is that the tree of life or is that the tree of death? So
It's
like,
got that
you
big
know,
face. It's coming through the wall at the end.
right.
Like, okay.
Just so you know, also like the like a traditional communication around what the Klipot are, the idea of like another alternate tree of death, or like when there's a lot that gets said in more like relatively new age occultism that doesn't really have so much of a basis in the ancient tradition as far as I can tell. Somebody could correct me on that and come up with more evidence to it that, but there is the argument that they mirror tetragrammaton. So there is that, but there's also the idea that Da'at itself is that is the tree of knowledge. Da'at means knowledge and sex, interestingly enough, at the same time, the same word in Hebrew. But that when we're looking at the supernal triad and the seven lower Sephirot, is the terrestrial world with the intersection with the spiritual world, that there would be this thing that's a wedge that's inserted into the tree. To me, uh, that kind of makes more sense than just like this kind of mirroring tree, the way that that's depicted from what I've seen described. Like, I
Yeah.
know that Kenneth Grant is really
Right.
into that
Right.
and like a lot of those kind of guys, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was
Right.
always the thing with like Frater Achad and why he pissed off Crowley so much is he was like playing with certain things where he put things in reverse and just applying them that way, and it pissed Crowley off. He's like, "What are you doing?" It's just like,
Right.
I'm a little bit with Crowley on that as far as Frater
Yeah.
Achad
It's
goes,
kind of
but
like
yeah.
first rung Satanism is just make it backwards and upside down. It's like, you know what
Right.
I
Like
mean?
I'll talk to people about Crowley and they'll literally give me an indication in their argument that they've conflated Crowley with Anton LaVey. So they'll be
Oh,
like, "Oh, the founder of the Church of Satan," and you think that I'm like,
oh
"Wait, what?"
yeah.
No, no. I mean, Crowley laughed at Satanism,
There's
and
a
didn't
lot
take
of
take
YouTube
it
videos
seriously.
out there that
Yeah.
people watch 5 minutes of and they're like, oh, I know.
A YouTube education. YouTube can have
Right.
some good things on it. I mean,
I
it's
agree.
I
But
don't like
the
genetic
attention
fallacies where
level
yeah.
that people
Yeah.
they don't retain the information because their attention is because they can just click and it's not like
Mhm.
they don't have to find it. It's not
Well,
important.
sometimes the what leads you from one to the other is actually kind of subliminally engineered. So
That's
like people will
true
be like,
too.
I went down a rabbit hole, and you're like, yeah, that
Right.
was actually a directed rabbit hole, just
Yeah,
so you
right.
know. Like people wanted you to go there,
Right.
certain
Shoots and
certain
ladders. It
people.
was like a greased channel. Like, okay, the CIA wants you to watch this, like,
Right.
or whatever.
Yeah,
Not CIA, but black,
totally.
dark government, fucking
Yeah. I
evil
mean, I'm
Satanist.
I'm a total old school conspiracy theorist, relatively as much as I
Oh
can be
yeah,
at close to
same
45.
here.
But like
Right.
almost so much of the old conspiracy stuff, like when I first got started, was so focused on the Jews. So like,
Yeah.
and now I'm at a place where I'm just like I'm watching people like my parents and people like no, my parents are fine as far as that goes, and most
We're
things go.
not gonna.
I
We're not.
actually vibe with my folks, but I'm just
Good.
gonna
Good.
say that like I remember like when my parents would like just laugh at any conspiracy theory I was presenting to them, or if I was talking about Zionists or something, she'd be like, it wasn't until they'd watch it on their program that they were like, David said something
Yeah.
about those that Zionism is different than whatever. I'm
Right.
just like, and I'm like,
Yeah.
no,
Morning Joe brings it up or something. Or
exactly.
fucking
You need
Tucker
it. You
Carlson. Like. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I forget the guy's name. They had their own. At one time they were like
My
into
parents,
Rush
it was
Limbaugh, and
Morning
then
Joe. Yeah, my stepdad is Rush, but the Morning Joe, dude, with Zbigniew Brzezinski's daughter, like, and they're on my TV, like I go walking, like, wow, like my parents
I don't
watching.
remember
Like,
who the guy was. I remember he wore a cowboy hat and he was kind of like a
oh right,
Western.
Dom Imus,
Don Imus,
Don
yeah.
Imus,
So like
yeah.
my mom was like, I was watching Don Imus and he's mentioned this Zionism thing that she talked about. I'm like, oh my God. Thanks for
Oh, dude, that fucking cowboy hat was bigger than him, dude. I can't believe. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, I was there for that too. I'm 45 as well. Like
hmm
we're
Right. And
like the
so yeah,
same
I was just saying like
conspiracies are going
yeah.
into both our heads, and like,
So I feel like
yeah,
I'm like watching a lot of like this sounds judgmental. It is what it is. I'm snooty when it comes to
be
sync, and I'm a
real,
little snooty
dude.
when it comes to conspiracy theory. But I'm just like I see a lot of people just like that feel to me that they're just jumping in the last
Yeah,
few years, like and they're like they're really excitable, like they're reacting to things at the same time, like, and I'm like, am I jaded or do I just have perspective? And I think it's actually a mix. I think I am a little jaded,
it's kind of
but
like when the freshmen get to high school and the seniors looking down, and they're like, all right, like,
yeah,
don't use that water fountain or what, like you got to teach them.
right.
Yeah. But it is a shock to the brain. And I went through a phase, like I was sharing Alex Jones, and now I wouldn't watch Alex Jones if my life depended on it. You know what I mean? I've grown.
Really, I watch
Like,
Alex Jones sometimes just for
well, I
fun,
mean,
but yeah,
when he was comparing martial law to the Magna Carta and saying it's
right.
the same, I was like,
Oh no, if you want to get into examples with him
wow,
where he's just
dude.
off
Oh,
base, yeah,
I just
no.
couldn't. After that, I was like, no
No, what
more.
do you,
But
yeah, do you
still,
think
yeah.
Bill Cooper was right to call him a shell
Oh
before he
yeah,
died? I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
do
yeah,
think
yeah,
so. Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah.
think Bill Cooper was legit, and Bill Cooper can learn and change, and yeah, it's real sad what happened to that dude.
Yeah.
And
I'm even a fan of King Kill 33, even though like it's
right,
ultimate extrapolation. I have my reasons for disagreeing with it. I think it's a profound piece of work that should never have been censored. You
right,
know. I'd say
and
censor the anarchist cookbook personally. Like I know you got your anarchy hat and everything,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
but like I mean I've seen the anarchist cookbook. I've had
It's kind
friends
of
that
a
have it,
joke. It's a
but at the same
teenager
time
thing.
I don't want people around me making bombs when
Right.
they're so misguided. You know what I mean? Like it's
That's
just like
true.
it's
That's
yeah.
true.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm more of a moral anarchist. I don't see anarchy as like, uh, I see it as like I own me and you own
mm.
you, so I don't have the right to tell you, and I can't vote for someone
So
else
you're
to tell
saying my
you.
body, my choice? No,
Yeah,
is that what it
yeah,
is?
oh, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
dude.
I'm down with
And
my body, my choice.
right,
I felt that with COVID
yeah,
hysteria.
5 years
I feel
ago.
like when it comes to the abortion issue, that's a tug of war that neither
Right,
side will ever win completely.
that's
So
true.
compromise is the best thing. Like
I
my mom
know,
is super opposed to abortion, but she's just like because she's Christian and she's like but she's like just no late term abortions. All right, like that would be
dude.
my it's like.
Massachusetts, holy crap! I came from Massachusetts originally. There,
Yeah. I mean,
it's
if there's an
whoa.
emergency, do I have to qualify that? But yeah, like,
Well,
I don't know,
I
man. Yeah.
mean, people do it's whatever. I mean, but really, like murder is going to happen, whether we have a law or not. It's
Right.
really,
Yeah,
and
religiously, if
yeah,
you're like a Bible person, you could make the argument in either direction using the Bible
right.
because you can say that thou shalt not kill applies to the fetus in the womb. That
You'd
is an
think so.
argument
It
that a
has
person
its
can
own
make.
body, like it is
You
a
can
body,
also make the argument that, the Adam breathed in and that was the spirit that was his life. That until
right?
you breathe, it's not your life. Like you could make either argument. I actually like given
But then
contentiousness around the
the
thing. I'm
lightning
just like, hmm.
spark of creation, like the that is where it's,
It's
the
endless is
division.
my point. Like
Yeah,
we could
right.
like if you we were I will not like have this debate on one side of the rope
Right.
or the other
Well, yeah.
because like I'm just like,
Same
hey,
here.
yeah, I'm like
My
I can
my
see both arguments. Yeah.
yeah. My son's mother, I would not make her have another one. Like I would not be like, "Oh,
Mm,
come on, please." Like I saw what she did and it's amazing miracle. And
mm,
she's like, "I'm glad I did, but never again." I'm like, "Okay."
mm,
And she's like, and she told me, she's like, "I would never make another woman do that
mm,
because some law, like it's there,
mm,
and I'm like, yeah, I get that. But she agrees with me that it is its own, the fetus is alive and it has its own body and it shouldn't. But
right. Yeah.
she suffered it, and like I'm not going to cause suffering, like
Mm,
it's weird. There's a lot of, but anyway, yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to bring up that morality might be that the thing that's making us hit the error bars, and then keep us on our track. I
mm.
think that because if we do recognize patterns, then we can see that, if I harm people over and over again, somebody's not going to like it and they're going to do something to me. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like it's a law of nature almost.
You know,
Yeah.
something was explained to me I used to go to like meditation, or you could call them retreats, I guess. It didn't really feel like retreating, but like, I did Vipassana. I'd have like 10 hours a day for 10 days. And I had a place that I went in Shasta, called Shasta Abbey, where I
Nice.
would literally like
Awesome.
sit and in that case just like stare at basically a blank canvas for hours and hours and hours and hours
You
every
didn't
day
look at the mountains? Like,
for like
oh, it's so
it'd be like a
beautiful
couple
up
we
there.
weren't allowed well I mean
We're
in the
allowed to look at the
meditation
mountains? Okay.
not in the meditation like in the
Oh,
meditation
because
you're
you'd
like
be
in a
in bliss
hole and
looking
you're
in
just
beauty. Okay, yeah,
or I
right.
guess whatever it is this is what we were doing but I was just bringing up this place because
Sorry.
I would talk to the monks there about different Buddhist ideas like and karma being one of them. And I was explained karma in a way that I don't think I could completely do justice, but at the time it made so much sense to me where he was basically like, people think of karma in terms of action reaction, that you did bad and bad things happen to you, or you did good and that invites good things happen to you, or like it's like a magnetism thing or a law of attraction or whatever. And he was like, at least in this school of Zen Buddhism that they were all, a part of, they were like, our view of karma is that the everything that's implicit or implied in your motivations and the motivations that are implied in your actions and what your actions say about your assumptions about who you are in this world and in relationship to other people. And that like there's so much in that when you act from a certain place that's extremely selfish or limited, greedy, whatever, at the expense of other people, that those people aren't actually separate from you. Like people are distinct, but they're not separate. Everything is all in this together. And so he's basically like, look, like if that's what is implied and what in your action, then you're actually within this limited paradigm because your assumptions about yourself are so limited and your assumptions about who other people are in relationship to you are so limited. And that is samsara, that is hell, if you will, is that paradigm that has this very limited conception, cosmo conception about what you are in relationship to everything else. So, and he's like, that's now, it's always now. And so the idea of cause and effect ultimately doesn't really play into it because in this
It's the
moment, what
intention.
do you
It's
believe about
always
yourself?
the now
Yeah.
moment. There's
Yeah.
no second moment, right?
Right.
It's always the now
What do you
happening.
believe about yourself and other
Right,
people deep down?
right,
Not on a superficial level, but like on a deep down level because and then if your understanding is deep enough, you will just naturally be acting from that place.
right,
And that's sanity. Is to be recognizing how you're connected to everyone and everything. And that also there's this idea that the natural state is actually ecstatic. And that's like a Wilhelm Reich thought too. Not to say that I have to agree with everything from Wilhelm Reich, but my feeling is like as far as like the basics go, like yeah, he had his term orgone, and he, maybe that is just Kundalini, maybe that's just the nadis. I don't know, like it could, or electricity. I don't know. What are we made of? Like what is running through us and powering
Empty
intelligent
space.
at the same time,
Yeah, right.
Yeah, yeah. But like,
Not what I feel about me, and that's not my. Sorry,
right,
some
right, right,
Freudian
yeah.
stuff.
Well, there's also this idea that there is really only one energy, and that energy gets distributed in different ways in terms of expansion and contraction within our own body and with all the tools that we have for technology, that we're directing that one energy in all these different ways, but
Oh,
really
right.
it's just this one thing. And so like that's always something relating to things in that way. It makes it so that whenever like somebody's talking about like bad energy, oh, that person has bad energy, I'm like, I can't help it. Like I have this reflex of like, I won't always say it out loud, but I'll be like, is that bad energy, or is that literally all the contractions around the energy that's completely universal and pure for, in itself? Like,
Right.
and that's what the is being described in Kabbalah with the Shefa, is that there is this emanated flow that's in all organic life, but over time comes with the fall, it gets further and further restricted. But that's not necessarily a misfortune, because it's actually through that constriction that we develop, and eventually when it reaches a certain breaking point, something explosive will happen physically. So that the idea is that these evolutionary leaps happen like suddenly and they're irreversible. So like the way like Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj would explain that is like the fruit ripens slowly over time, but when it drops to the ground, it's sudden and irreversible. So like that's a very, very Kabbalistic idea as far as like the prophecy goes. I mean, the Zohar is an enormous book, like it set of books, three. So it's, but in the midst of that, there's very, very little that are actually technically prophetic. And then in the midst of that, there's the prophecy and prediction. The prophecy has to do with the organism itself. The prediction has to do with the predictability of human beings and the powers around the world. And so like when it comes to 9/11, like just personally, like my sense of it, everything I've seen, even though I don't agree with all Webster Tarpley has to say today, I think Webster Tarpley was pretty based in his analysis, where he saw it as a group effort between rogue facets of intelligence agencies coming from the United States, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. And so like rogue facets is really important, because even if those rogue facets end up becoming in time, did they become an actual part of the governing body? Probably. But not everybody was privy. When I look at George Bush on 9/11, when he's reading My Pet Goat with the kids, he looks oblivious and terrified.
Right.
Like he looks oblivious, dude.
Right.
Like what did they do?
Right.
What is happening?
Well,
And of course he was kept in the dark.
right. And I mean, they asked his dad, HW, "Oh, do you think your son is a good president?" And he replied with, "He has very good people around him."
There's good people around. Yeah,
So yeah,
totally.
they're
And
the
he
ones
probably
managing.
helped shoot, not that he was a gunman, but he helped
Right.
with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. I
Right.
think there's an extremely strong argument for that. That's one of those conspiracy theories that actually seems to check out, that
Right.
he played some role in Dallas that day. And
He
of
doesn't
course,
remember
the,
where he was at that day.
right, he doesn't remember where he was when
Yeah.
John F. Kennedy was
Yeah.
killed.
Everybody in the
Everyone else in
world
the
knows.
whole,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
Dude. Yeah.
I don't
So
think George W. remembers where he was on 9/11. Just
right.
kidding. I'm
And
sorry.
we all know, right? We all saw him. Yeah, he talked about how like, yeah, before I went into the classroom, I saw on the TV the plane hitting the first tower, and that's not true. No one
Mm.
saw the first tower get hit until the next day. There was some footage, like, and he didn't know before he went in there. Like he's like, anyway, I mean,
Have
he
you
chokes
read
on a
My Pet Goat?
pretzel. I have not actually. I didn't go into that, but
It's a very short read. It's a kid's book.
yeah, I've seen like
Kite hit
people do
steel must or whatever. Plane
breakdown.
hit steel must. Yeah,
That is
yeah, yeah.
that
But
is yeah, it's
well, they're
evidence.
reading the book,
Ritual.
and like it's crazy, because and even that like that interaction that those children are having with the president there in that classroom is like it communicates our development, like how far we've fallen. Like it is so dysfunctional. It is like the worst way to learn to read. It's like military attitude, like when there was this like teacher hitting the ruler and you're just reading this and this rhythm. It made no sense to me why on earth you'd learn to read that way. And then
Because
it's
it's a ritual, right? It's
everything
got to have the
about it is
cadence
just
of the
totally,
song.
it's also retarded, a retarded way
Yeah,
to
right,
learn.
right, right.
Like just
But it's
because they're
public
able
school.
to,
Right,
right,
sorry.
like the point was, it really felt like it was like the means and end not being like, is this how you want them to relate to reading for the rest of their lives? Like this is what
Well,
you're setting up? Like,
you're making them grow up to be illiterate, though. They don't want to read because they don't want to learn to read. It's teaching them to not want to learn. Like,
I get, yeah. I mean,
it's like people when they graduate from high school, they're like afraid of books. They're like,
but
ugh.
isn't that like what happened in that classroom? Isn't that like indicative of just like human processing and how like because it relates to like, looking at 9/11 and what are you looking at? Like my feeling is like the interim between 9/11 and COVID-19 hysteria is like it's kind of everything because it's like to whatever degree you really understood you know the propaganda and everything, the opportunism around the tragedy that happened with 9/11, like to whatever degree you really understood that was the degree to which you were willing to question and be critical of all the COVID insanity.
Right.
Like it's
Yeah.
even every element of it is weird on a synchronistic level. That it's corona and that what that relates to in terms
Oh
of an
yeah.
eclipse of the sun, the rays that surround the crown, you know, and
Right.
the 19 thing that the
And
19th
they're
arcana is the sun
s-
card. Like it's
so
just like
Sol Invictus is their whole, sun god, you know,
it's weird, yeah, but it's like you see the same symbolism almost like between
right.
9/11 and COVID-19, and they just felt they're very similar in their own ways, but COVID-19 is worse because at least with 9/11, you could, even if it was racist, oftentimes you could at least say, here's our enemy, even if it's wrong.
Right.
There was something there. Whereas as soon as I heard Trump say we face an invisible enemy, I was like, oh no. Like, because there was a
Yeah.
moment where I was kind of
That's
like naive before then, where I was like, oh, well, this will put everybody on the same level because everyone could be subject to this, whether you have money or not. We're
that's how
all
they
in this
get
together.
you, dude.
And then I'm
That's how
like,
they get
oh
you.
no,
Yeah.
invisible enemy time.
Don't
Jesus
fall for
Christ.
it, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's you good for you to be awake in this time because you're still alive now. Because, a lot of us and our family members did not listen to us when we said, "Hey, don't take that thing. Don't inject yourself with that stuff."
Mm.
And but so that's another one of those things on the Klepoth tree that we were talking about with Hans. So
Mm.
the way that how you were like you see it more as the da'at as the point instead of it
It's
being
more complicated
stretched
because
out.
it actually
Obviously,
they enter in through Gavora.
okay,
So that's part of the Kabbalistic matrix or whatever, is that the Klipo enter in through Gavora and they actually rule for all intents and purposes, not ultimately, but they temporarily, in the midst of the fall, rule through the 12 diagonal pathways. And so this is
okay.
really loaded. So if you want, I can break down what the Masonic G means for you if you haven't heard that.
Is it Gamel? Is it
Gimel, yeah.
Gimel? Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, the listeners want to hear this, and please, yeah.
Well, you
Uh,
actually were had a thought, and I think I interrupted you.
what I thought. What was my thought? Yeah. So yeah, it's gone now. But
You were talking about
the
Da'at
Klepoth,
as
right? The
yeah.
Da'at. Okay, so if it was expressed as a mirror of with all the paths and
Mm,
the shells instead of circles, right?
mm.
Um, they it's Malkuth is like ruled by Lilith, and then Lilith made like through her fornication with Samael or wherever, like her
Hmm.
making, she made the demons, right? And these demons are ruling the shells, right? So, and further down, so Kether is unity with creation.
It's literally the crown. It's the most medial point in the brain, but it's etheric. So if you can imagine like just the dynamics and the layout of a human brain,
Yeah.
you could like if you could imagine that same print set of principal dynamics as it expresses itself applies on higher and higher levels into the etheric that we're
Right. So
emanating
beyond
from.
up the brain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
It's like transcends through the mortality itself.
Right. Right. So, okay. So but then the opposite of Kether is total separation, complete separating. And there are these black Klepoth magicians that think that they can fully separate and then create their own, be like a Yaldabaoth and create, do their own thing and be like, it's kind of psycho. But
Right, but you could also make the argument that that is technology itself. And so like how close to home is all of this? Because first of all, it's weird when we discuss demonology because we're heavily influenced by a few different people over time, but one of them is actually King James himself, because King James actually published like what was considered for I don't know how long, a long time to be like the authoritative book on demonology. And so a lot of
that
our
was the title,
associations
right?
actually come with that.
Demonology.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. And so
Witchfinder General, right? He was,
totally. So
yeah.
like what are we talking about? Like
Right.
because it gets weird because like the Zohar will communicate this whole thing that the tree of knowledge itself was grain, that we introduced grain improperly and that we had a certain consciousness that, existed a certain way in terms of us being essentially maybe being psychic or something. Like there was like this deeper connection with our own spiritual identity uh, that was extremely direct. And then at a certain point, we introduced um, grain, and that was like the first shift of our consciousness, where now we have an influence. So, like the real explanation of the Klipot is anything that influences our consciousness, that is the Shefa, which is the emanated flow that is life giving, like our connection to source, that gets restrained, but
Right.
ultimately it can't be extinguished because the emanated flow is primary.
Right.
So that's the thing
That's
about the
what
two orders
animates
is
our
that
body.
one,
Right.
right? So like the actual natural order is always the more primary order. That means in the end, it always wins. There is no real fight. It has to, by the nature of what it is, because the other thing is a replication based on it, like as it like a funhouse mirror or something. It's like a distorted representation of it, and we're all relating to that. And so, yeah, there's this idea that like what it is that we're doing with technology. This is kind of insane, but like the first line of Bereshit, when it's like, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth was void and without form. So the four klipot are mentioned in the first lines of Bereshit, following in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and they translate as like formless, void, it was on the darkness, the face of the deep. So those are four descriptions which Kabbalists then attribute to these kind of outside influencing forces, because in Genesis they're communicated as these outside elements. What are they?
Right.
Like, what is that? What is when there was God and there was the surface of the deep, which was
That's
formless?
Typhon, right? And that's what Kenneth Grant is talking about with the mob zone and all
Totally.
that. Right.
Yeah, but Kenneth Grant is on, I don't know what drugs he was on
Something
necessarily,
good,
but
probably. Mescaline.
yeah, something out
Yeah.
there, man. But like I can entertain Kenneth Grant and go along with it, but it doesn't feel ultimately that dissimilar from somebody like Zachariah Sitchin,
Oh,
where it's
yeah.
like, yeah, I can
Right.
entertain this, but with Grant, he fudged his gematria all over the place in order to make it mean
There you
things that he
go.
just wanted them to mean. And it's just
Just
like
like,
that's intellectually lazy and a bit, manipulative
it's kind of like
beyond just like
Crowley putting
omitting
a
something.
K on magic.
Yeah, like
The
like Crowley
11th
might.
letter to make it equal 11. Like, okay.
Sure.
Right.
Right.
And that whole thing, his numbers
Right.
thing. And just go ahead. I'm sorry. You were
No,
talking.
no, that's it. Yeah, you're
Right.
right. Yeah, although you'll find a lot less examples from Crowley literally fudging it, because like the thing that you just described, was very open about, this is
And
what
it
I'm
was
doing and
on
why I'm doing it.
purpose. Right. Right. Yeah.
Whereas with Grant, you'll dig into it and you're like, wait, dude, you don't totally didn't admit that you change the numerology here to make it mean what you wanted. Because I'm the kind of, I'm not
Right.
perfect,
Do you want to
but
look
like
it
when I
up
go to
and
study
see?
something, I tend to like check people's work.
Good.
And so with Grant, I've done that and just been like, what the hell are you doing, dude?
Yeah, dude.
Not all the time, but
You should
sometimes
probably
you'll
do
do.
that with Elvis Levi too, and some of the other ones. Like, there's some,
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Although I kind of like he had a sense of humor
He
too.
was a
I don't know if you
character
find that.
for
Yeah, he was a
sure.
character. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
The sense of humor part is actually kind of important to me, and it's one of the reasons why I'm not like super hard on Kenneth Grant. Like I'll admit
Right.
openly that he totally fudges his gematria, but I'm not like demonizing him. Oh, but that takes me back
No,
to what I was going
but
to
he's
say
got
about like,
some poetry
yeah.
going in his mind to make him think that type of thing. But go ahead. You were,
Right. No,
you had
it's
a
just
thought.
this whole thing about demonology is it's like in the earliest texts that I can find beyond long before King James did what he did, it feels like they're just describing just about anything outside of that emanated flow. So it's like, and anything that's outside of it is going to strain it or direct it in some other way. So when Crowley says that magic is moving nature in accordance with the will, if you're not talking about the higher will of the natural intelligence, and you're saying you're moving nature in accordance with it, isn't that the Kabbalistic explanation of the fall itself, which is ultimately temporary because we have another round of whatever it is that we develop into, We're
Yeah,
not the final word on evolution. It's like a key component of Kabbalah, which is also like a humble position ultimately to not just assert that humanity is the end all be all, even to say that whatever it was that we were as the Adam, which is both male and female, that, it's not necessarily that we're going to return to that, but there's some developmental thing that's to take place for us. My feeling is that the trans ideology, hysteria, all of that shit is just like this aversion to whatever that reality is. Like whatever the reality of what we are in terms of sex and everything, like it's like they're literally asserting a further duality on top of a duality that we were already dealing with. Like it's obsessed with gender roles, it's obsessed with all this stuff while claiming to be beyond it. So when they say no, when somebody says they're
just like race.
non-binary,
Yeah, yeah.
oh dude, I tripped somebody out the other night, dude. I very rarely go to bars anymore. It's super rare for me. But I showed up at a bar and I was talking to this person who he said he identifies as non-binary, and I was like, "Isn't everybody non-binary?" And I could see him totally getting thrown for a loop, and he was like, "What?" And I was like, "Well, don't we exist as a polarity that contains the opposites within itself, despite appearances?" And I was like, I don't know if being non-binary makes anybody special. As far as I can tell, we're all non-binary. And he was just like, ah, it's like his head was going to explode because there's so much identity.
Right.
He's identified with this is something about me that makes me unique in this specific way. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't see how that's unique. Good for you
And
for
being
realizing it, but
different is like what he cherishes, and instead of being one with everyone and like, oh, I'm not you. I'm this
yeah.
weird costume,
This
like,
relates to biblical
yeah.
stuff. You know that that whole thing with like the rainbow family of living light that like founded like the rainbow gatherings. You know
Oh,
those people?
dude, I was gonna bring that up earlier. I was gonna bring because I went twice and like we stumbled into this Jewish camp and they were like singing these songs
It's
and
incredible.
sharing food, and I was
That's
just like,
Jerusalem camp.
wow,
You
dude.
went, you stumbled
Yes,
into Jerusalem camp.
yes, I had
Yeah.
popcorn and I smoked cannabis with them, and we
Right.
for hours hanging
Right.
out. It was
Yeah.
great. I
Yeah.
love these people. Yeah.
Oh, totally. And they don't proselytize. They're not trying to convert
No,
anybody,
they want to
like
sing songs and be
if you
friends.
are Jewish and you tell them you're Jewish, they'll want to take you to Israel. That's for sure. But because
Oh,
that's like
that's the
their
same.
MO.
That's the same as like I've also been to Narconon, and which is run by Scientology. And if you are weak in any way, they'll like bring you to corner and be like, "Here, check out this Dianetics." They were like when intake, I was like, "Yeah, I'm a photographer," and they're like, "L. Ron Hubbard was a photographer." I'm like, "What,
Yeah.
dude?
Right.
No, come on, he's not everything,
Diuretics will
right?" Yeah.
change your life.
Diuretics instead of dying. It's funny. It is, dude. It is what it is. They give you this calcium magnesium drink,
Hmm.
and it makes you have diarrhea.
totally.
Like, and they put you in a sauna and they make you sweat. We don't need to talk about
Right.
that.
I think that, no, I'll talk about anything and everything
Okay,
if we got
great. This is
time. Like,
great. This is great.
I'll go in any direction.
Awesome.
I
That's
don't
great.
care, you know. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm really bad sometimes with staying on topic, but we can work it back around
me
even if it's
too,
long-winded.
actually, but we
But, you
can.
know, like
Yeah.
I had a good friend, I have a good friend who was raised by Scientologists and like hardcore Scientologists, and they incorporated some of the, you know, the exercises that they do when they were
Like
raising
the
him.
niacin and the
I
CalMag and
don't
stuff.
remember all the full degree of exactly everything they did, but it was a
Yeah.
lot. It was a
Yeah.
lot. And so at one point, I kind of like put him on the spot a little bit, and I asked him a few poignant questions. You know, I think it was shortly after I read Ollie's Smile by William S. Burroughs, where he goes off about Scientology. It's like one of the few times that William S. Burroughs wasn't acting like a total, like just complete
Wife
degenerate
murdering
junkie. Like
asshole
he's like, hold
junkie,
on, I'm
right?
gonna.
Yeah.
It's not like cut up method. It's not, you
Yeah.
know, Brian
Yeah.
Geisen shit. It's just like,
Right.
here's what I think about Scientology. But anyway,
Sweet.
I asked him about, like, you know, because a lot of the exercises that I've seen, they actually seem pretty good for you. Like, and they could feasibly be good for somebody.
Even the
My
sauna is good. Like
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
know, yeah.
totally. But they what this requires a lot of qualification for that statement,
Right.
because you know they do these exercises with people. People have breakthroughs that are probably not dissimilar from what people experienced in est. You know, like when people went through the est stuff at Esalen and
Oh, yeah,
elsewhere.
right. Excellent. Right, right.
Yeah, so like people do these very cathartic, intense exercises where they would have these genuine breakthroughs, and I believe that those breakthroughs were genuine for a lot of people, including what's his name, John Denver or whatever. You know, it's like
Oh, right.
people were impacted by this. You know, not just celebrities, obviously, but people.
Right.
And you know, when I look at some of these exercises in Scientology, I was like, you know, it seems to me that the main problem is like attributing it to the organization and L. Ron Flubbered and like all of this stuff. Like it's like after the fact. Now we've taken. I mean, organized religions often do this, where you'll have a genuine breakthrough, something very real and personal and impersonal at the same time happen to somebody. They had an insight, they have whatever, and then it gets claimed by the organization. It's almost like when you
Right.
go to Burning Man, you have this really expansive experience. Then it might feel like when they burn the man that they just took everything that we just built together. They just like they took something from us. Like I've
Right.
had that feeling. Don't know how real it ultimately is, but that's what it feels like, you know? Like
They take your
it's
time. You're
reclaimed it.
busy all year building this thing, and then you just burn it away. I mean, it's
Well,
like
I mean like
just
energy,
like all
like
the deadheads going and like just
the
wasting
energy
their. Yeah, I'm
the
sorry.
energetic of it. I mean, I went to Burning Man 8 years in a row. I built one of the
Oh, I'm
largest
not.
sound
Right.
camps there every year. But I agree with what you just said. It's true. It's just at the same time, you know, like it's a rich mandala for me and you.
Right.
Like as far as my own camp goes, or even and building it up and burning it, breaking it down, like that whole process is like it does involve a lot of letting go and all this stuff. But for some reason, for me, like when the man himself burns, and I've talked to other people who've had this sense of it, it felt like they just took our energy and brought it somewhere else into the grid somehow. I don't
It's
quite
because
know
it's an
how to
actual
explain it.
ritual. That's
Yeah,
because it's a real, and that's why they're doing the same exact same thing that they did in ancient times. You know,
right.
uh,
But the burning of the temple and what that is first of all, I believe that it's
the
one of the few
Jewish temple.
places. No, the temple at Burning Man
Oh, right.
gets
There's
burnt
two,
on
right? The
Sunday.
man and the temple, right?
So
Okay, yeah.
there's the
So,
man and then
right,
there's the temple. And there were two different people who showed up to the same beach that the other guy just like was like, "Oh, you're doing this? Well, I'll do this." And it was a temple to his partner who had died, and he set it on fire to kind of release his, you know, to do some kind of processing with this individual's death. And so
right.
if you go to the Temple of Burning Man, it's just writing two loved ones who have passed is all it is, and people leaving objects for them and everything. And it's the only time in Burning Man when there's technically supposed to be, at least supposed to be silence, or when they burn that temple. And usually somebody talks and somebody else tells them to shut the fuck up, and that's how it goes. But at least the intention is there, you know.
Right.
But you know, I just
Rainbow has
they're
that too on 4th of
right.
July.
They're worlds apart, you know. They're like
Yeah.
well,
I
Burning
love
Man
Rainbow.
and
Yeah.
Rainbow are worlds apart. But I also
Right.
say that the temple at Burning Man and the man are worlds apart. Like there's something else taking place here than is what's taking place over there, and I can feel the qualitative difference. And it's almost like, okay, well, this happened to us on Friday, and then we continue on into Sunday, and now there's another level of processing. We get something back. Like it feels like an answer to that in a way. Like I don't know,
Oh,
it's
okay.
weird,
So the
but what?
temple is after the man is on the Friday and the temple's on
Yeah,
Sunday. I see.
yeah,
So it
that's how it
kind of
goes. Yeah.
heals that
There's
break.
some other level of something that's taking place there, and
Yeah.
the temple to me feel I have my heart's in it, and the
Yeah.
man has nothing. I watched somebody commit suicide in the man
You
my
were
first
there that
year.
year? Oh, wait. I
No, there's been always been suicides and deaths at
because
Burning
I
Man,
knew
just
there
like you
was
would do any city
somebody
that
like
size. But
maybe 1 or 2 years ago jumped in the fire.
yeah,
He
well,
got past the guards and he jumped in and killed
we were
himself.
I think it was the last year that we were allowed to charge it after it dropped. So the man is on fire for quite a while, and then he collapses, and then the first man that year that I'm talking about was actually lit on fire during the full lunar eclipse that happened on Monday night. And then on Friday they rebuilt the man, set him on fire again because there's a whole
Because they
story
got to
there.
do it on the
Actually,
eclipse, right?
that was a renegade move from a guy that was just when he got tackled next to my friend, and my friend told me he was just name dropping like crazy as soon as they tackled him. Like,
Wow.
you don't understand. I'm supposed to do this, And I think he became more of a nutter. I don't think he was so much a nutter at that point, honestly. I think he went crazy following that happening, because they charged him as a serious crime that you lit the man on fire when like people could have
But
gotten
that's
hurt
the
or whatever.
intention of what they did. Well, that's true. They
Right, but
could
yeah,
get
so
hurt.
that same
Right.
year when they lit the man on the second time where it was actually organized, we were charging it. My shoes melted. I got like into the heat of it. And I was like, it was so intense that I watched somebody just like run directly into the fire, and I was like, oh my God, like it just seemed unreal
Did he
initially.
survive?
I don't know
No.
how I possibly could have. He
Wow.
ran directly into the
Wow.
fire. Yeah. So,
I mean, there's so like I've done long series with William Ramsey and Hans Utter about well, we started with Manchurian Candidate, but we went into these documents where G.H. Brooks is talking with FBI and Hoover, and since like the 20s, and it's all talking about how do we hypnotize somebody to go against their instinct of survival, and how
right.
can we turn somebody into a suicide or bomber type guy or a murderer like Dave McGowan's Program to
Hmm.
Kill, and it was all there. It's like, oh, like, and Burning Man is on government land, and it is like,
BLM, yeah.
yeah, and
Bureau of Land Management is so similar to Black Lives Matter.
yeah, but I mean, but it is like a testing ground, and I'm sure they got plenty of spooks in there doing their
Oh yeah, of
stuff and
course.
all
I've
their
seen them.
research chemicals and all
Oh
that.
yeah, Burning
Yeah,
Man's everything all at once though is the thing.
yeah, right.
So like
Yeah,
whatever
there's
you want
innocent
your
people too. Yeah,
experience to be can be yeah, it's
that's right. Yeah,
yeah, it's everything all at once.
yeah.
Rainbow, the what I was going to bring up about Rainbow is that their use of the rainbow symbol is an absolutely all-inclusive symbol. And
Right.
you can hear just in the founders and their relationship to it
Family.
who were
Right.
like largely deadheads, initially,
Sure.
whatever. But the point is that was a universal symbol of unity for everybody. And there was no, this color represents these people and this color represents these people. And so I would argue that the moment that they put an arrow in that bow, because it's literally a rainbow, right? And there's an
Yeah.
arrow that
Yeah.
they
Oh,
inserted
yeah. The
into it. There's
new
a
one.
triangle
Right.
from the
Right.
side. As soon as they put the arrow in that bow, that was the
Swastikas.
point. Oh, I've seen that too. I
Yeah.
love it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
that was the point at which a symbol that was a universal symbol was compartmentalized to be a
Stolen.
select group of people, and
Right.
that symbolism speaks to the hijacking that went beyond symbolism.
Right. So that's kind of like they are believing the simulacra so much and taking it in their identity, and it's restricting their potential of being their full self in such a
Yeah,
way that they're like encapsulating themselves in this crust.
yeah. Do you know that book? I'm forgetting the writer's name, but it's from like 1798, and it's called, the short version is Proofs of a Conspiracy, because titles used to be like a paragraph long or whatever. You ever heard
Oh
of that?
yeah, yeah. No, I
Yeah.
don't. I'm gonna have to get that.
So
Proofs of
that is a book that, like, George Washington responded to it, like, on record. You can see, like,
Oh,
the documentation of him saying that he sees the Illuminati's ambitions as diabolical because they look to separate people from their government. And he said it was indistinguishable from Jacobinism and all of that. And, like,
right.
it's just like, so I'm just bringing it up because, like, the way that what's his name, Weishaupt, the
Yeah.
German guy, the Spartacus, codename Spartacus, tying in with the Kubrick thing.
Right.
That was his code name. But, like, that whole thing, like, the dynamics of that, the way that they infiltrated Freemasonry, which at the time was, relatively speaking, a very dignified organization. And they wanted to take in, their, basically create adherence to their quote unquote inner circle, even though they came from the outside. They presented themselves as, we're the real inner core, and we're the real descendants of the Templars, and we'll give you the real secret information or whatever. And, like, I just want to say that, like, if you read that and you look at all the specifics of how those lodges were infiltrated in Germany, because Washington was like, I don't believe this is spread to the US. And it's just like, how do you know that? Like, maybe this particular thing. But so for me, when people talk about the Illuminati, I'm like, first of all, there was the documented Illuminati that book has on record, where it has their actual letter exchanges and what their ambitions were explicitly. It is proofs of a conspiracy. But, like, when people talk about the Illuminati and they go to, like, oh, whatever that is, I'm like, I feel like that process that book shows of infiltration, where you have an organization that has this association of being so astute and so having such discipline, and then you're hijacking that group, or you're manipulating that group in various ways, and you're like, that process, to me, I'm like, that's the Illuminati. Like, the Illuminati is actually kind of numerous. It's just like, just because of that is the origin of the word. I'm like, I look to examples of that as, like, an example of, like, oh, well, there's the Illuminati right there. Like, whatever, wherever it happens to show up, where there's that vulnerability that comes. Like, look at the Jesuits, for example. Like, the Jesuits, that's
Right.
a monastic order with,
Right.
like, super discipline historically. Like, I mean, that's intense austerity to be a Jesuit. And then you have, like, all these Jesuit schools and all these, like, quote unquote Jesuits that don't seem to be practicing any type of monastic, lifestyle like they traditionally would, to be calling themselves a Jesuit. I mean, look at, what's that, Martin Sheen, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, it's like, you're a Jesuit, bro? Like, really? Like, I have a hard time
Trump went to
believing it.
Jesuit school too, I
Right, but it goes
think.
beyond just, like, being in the school. It's like, it's a religious
Well, right.
sect. And so,
Right.
but what a
Obviously.
gulf of distinction is my
He's
only point.
wow, he's a Jesuit like member. This wow, that's fine. Not Trump.
Martin Sheen, yeah.
Martin Sheen, really, dude?
Yeah.
Wow.
You can find pictures of him, like, with, I guess it's fake blood, but he's, like, holding up a cross and being super
Wow.
emotional, with the group doing their kind of, crucifixion ritual
Wow.
reenactment type thing. Yeah.
Wow.
Super weird. But yeah,
And
there's a big conspiracy theory that goes back about Martin Sheen was chosen to narrate this documentary about the Titanic because there's actually a Jesuit tie-in to the people who were told that it was going to sink,
huh,
and it was all about the Federal Reserve, to ensure that the Federal Reserve would be established, because, like,
right.
all these people who were opposing it all happened to be on that ship, and that was all, like, this big plot. There could be
Right.
something to it. I don't negate it
Probably,
as an
yes. No,
impossibility,
yeah.
but at the same time, like,
And then
it's
you
like, wow,
get
that would be, yeah,
and then you got Charlie Sheen all coked up talking about Vatican assassins, right?
totally. And Tiger Blood, and he was
Yeah.
apparently, like, did what he did to Corey Haim and all this terrible shit. It's just, like, gnarly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
And
don't know, man.
yeah, I mean, it's one big club, and I'm glad I'm not in it.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not in it. That's the other
Yeah.
part. You're like, there's a big
Yeah.
club and you're not in it. I think I'm glad.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
that's actually kind of a lesson of Titanic in a way, honestly, is that,
Yeah.
like, because there's, like, a vampirism that happens with the elite on the boat, in terms of, like, who Leonardo, like, who he represents. You know what I mean? Like she's slumming it. So Kate Winslet's character is totally slumming it with him. You know what I mean? But it's like he has something that they can't have. He's like Charlie Manson prior to everything that went down in a way. It's like when Manson showed up and he was like, the hippest guy and all these people who were trying to be rebellious. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah.
well, you're the fucking thing, and then there's like this weird vampiric thing that surrounds him with all these people who were slumming it. They came from good families. And that was the horror in America, was like this idea that, oh, these good children could be manipulated to do these terrible things. Of course, it's this guy's fault. They didn't do what they wanted. They did what they were told. And so, like it just brings up a lot of intense questions as far as all that
Right.
the social structure goes, like,
Right.
yeah.
And then if you look into Manson and where he came from and how he was in jail more than not in jail, and then you look into those same documents that G.H. Estabrooks and
Mm,
there's other names that but anyway, they are studying on prisoners like they're,
right.
and then you listen to what's his name, Machete guy, the Machete with the Latino actor who played Machete.
Oh, right, right, right. What's
He
the guy's
was
name? Yeah.
he was in jail with Manson, and Manson made him feel like he was high on heroin through hypnosis.
Mm.
And he was explaining it, and I got the clip. We played it on the show, and
Oh, far out.
so like Manson was taught these hypnosis, and he was able to make people high by
Yeah.
talking. So like, what is he doing when he's giving them LSD? You know what I mean? Like, and who
Mm.
taught him these techniques, and
Hmm.
who went to visit him in these jails?
Yeah.
So like it goes very deep, and those
I'm a big
people.
fan of Peter Levenda. I
Oh,
don't
really?
know, like in absolute terms, how much I agree with all of his extrapolations, but I think he's one of the best, most interesting researchers, at least, even more
He
than the
goes to
Chaos book. I
OTO.
have
He's
that
in the
Chaos book. It's
OTO
really
too.
cool, but I feel like Peter Levenda gets even more like, I don't know. He takes it to another level because he's looking at very complex connections, and he's able to present the material in a similar kind of way that I was saying with Scott Onstott, where he doesn't
Right.
necessarily take an ultimate position per se, but he's like, it could be this or it could be this. This is why I lean this way or whatever. He's just presenting
Yeah.
information, and where something's speculative, he generally presents it as speculative, which is the most that I ask for people. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not really
Just be
interested in
honest.
paying attention to any kind of influencer or somebody with a big platform unless if they're able to some degree make that distinction between what
Right.
is speculation and what is, what
Right.
they believe to be factual.
Right. Man, I made a big mistake. I was on tinfoil hat, and I was supposed to be talking about Kubrick, and they got off topic, and I started making these claims that I about actress from Hollywood and how her career and what she does now, and I made this claim that I heard it on this thing,
Hmm.
and I thought, oh yeah, that makes sense, and I didn't like, and then I tried to find it later to like help Sam defend people when he said it on Twitter, and all these people were like, "Oh, you're an
Because he
idiot."
then repeated it. So
He
it was
repeated it, and I'm like,
telephoned.
"Oh,
You
I'm,"
repeated it
and
from
I,
somewhere. He repeated it. Yeah.
dude, and I felt like responsible, and I'm like, "Oh no, I shouldn't." And a person, and also it's like that person, it has a life. Like maybe she could have heard it, and
Mm.
like I shouldn't be talking
Hmm.
like that. Like, but I wasn't watching my mouth, and I look back, and I'm the same way as you, and I have a microphone, and I should be more careful because anybody can listen, and it is anyway. Yeah, but still, it was a mistake, and I thought like I tried to do my best to be honest, because like I was a listener too,
Hmm.
like, and other people are learning as well, and we're all on this
Dude,
process.
it's hard for me to listen to any old podcast of mine because
Yeah.
I disagree with half the shit I say. I'm like, or at least I would fine tune it, and
You're
sometimes
getting better and
to
growing,
extreme levels. Yeah,
right? Yeah, dude, and you're plus you're your own worst critic. That's all artists are. You know what I mean?
right. But also when you're dealing with really complex concepts and
Right.
material, and I'm trying to, like, if the subject of Kabbalah comes up, it's like I'm trying to take extremely like long-winded arguments that I've been exposed to and try and like just bring that down to something that's digestible to a listener. And it's difficult sometimes because, the like what are the things that I pulled out from years of study that I can just drop on somebody, whereas like there was so much groundwork that was laid for me on a personal level before I got there. So like, but yeah, I'd like to share about the Masonic G.
Oh, right. Please. Yes.
Has
Let's do that.
so like, and you called it because you're like, oh, you're talking about Gimel, but it's all like just simply put, if you're looking at the upper part of the Kabbalistic tree as it's depicted, like I said, not in Zohar or Sefer Yetzirah, but in the Middle Ages and beyond, you can see that there's the supernal triad and the seven lower Sephirot. But the supernal triad is essentially, you can get all the clues for this, but the supernal triad being Keter, Chochmah, and Bina, this is the compass. The square is Tiferet, Gevurah, Chesed. So that's the terrestrial and the supernal, and they intersect at the G, which is Gimel, because there's a pathway directly from Keter to Tiferet that is associated with Gimel. One might want to make the argument that that attribution that has Gimel falling in that placement came from the Golden Dawn and was utilized by the OTO, etc., and Thelema. But the fact is, you can find ancient reference before the Ari, because the Ari had his own attributions, and there's other attributions as well. But that specific one, you can find evidence for it in the older mystery school. Uh, what's really crazy is I was transcribing text at one point with my rabbi, and it came to a place where it was describing the pathway between Gevurah and Chesed. Those familiar with, Euro Kabbalah and American Kabbalah, whatever, if you were that pathway would correspond to strength, which in the Rider Waite was like the maiden with the lion, where she's holding its mouth. And for
Putting her
Crowley,
head inside, right?
yeah, and for pretty much, and with Crowley, it's lust.
Right.
So why is it lust for Crowley? It's lust for Crowley because he's showing you, like I was saying earlier, the defect. So he's showing you in the midst of the fall, this is how this archetype expresses itself. Whereas the writer would be showing you like this is an idealized representation of what strength is. What is strength? What is this archetype? And Crowley's like, here, the tree has been taken over by the Klipot during this duration of the fall, so we have to have a substitute for Shekhinah. So Shekhinah is pushed to the base of the tree. It's a stone that the builders rejected. That's how that Bible verse is interpreted Kabbalistically. And then in its placement, you have the Scarlet Woman and the Beast, which in Kabbalistic terms would be Lilith and Samael. So that's what's pictured in the lust card. Why is it lust? Because it's on, it's not Oz. Two Hebrew words for strength. Oz is in Yakin and Boaz, where you say established in strength. That's the name of the pillars themselves. And actually, the left pillar points back at the right. Why? Because established in strength. So if this pillar is in strength, where's the strength? It's where it was established. So it's showing you there's one pillar. They actually meet, right? It's also like what love is the law, love under will is about in later terminology, because we assume that the thing that is under is in less of a position of power. But the joke with love is the law, love under will is that the love is actually in control. So that would be the higher intelligence, even though we think this is our will and we're making choices, there's a deeper thing there.
It's like
So,
the structure that the will is based on. Like it's like a
right,
table that holds the will, it pushes it up. Yeah.
right. So I was transcribing this ancient Kabbalistic text in the Zohar and commentary from Ramak. He's saying if you want to understand the significance of this pathway between Chesed and Gevurah, you have to add up the 12 diagonals and all will be revealed. That was the translation. So I decided, first I added up with my rabbi, I added up the diagonals as they exist in the Ari's attributions. And then later that night, I go home and I applied the Golden Dawn and Thelemic attributions and Eliphas Levi and all of them. I just treated it like that. And so I get 865 when I add them all up. And I'm like, well, I'm looking it up. I'm like, I don't see anything of significance for 865. But then it struck me that if you're if you've ever seen what's described in Sefer Yetzirah of the lightning flash, the way that it connects with the tree, right, as it moves through the tree, in order to get from Bina to Chesed, you have to pretend that the Gimel, which is a vertical pathway, is diagonal because there is no pathway connecting Bina to Chesed. Do you see what I'm saying? So to get from the supernal to the terrestrial in that lightning flash, you have to make believe that this pathway isn't the direct direction that it's actually in. And all of those directions relate to dimensions. So something is being communicated. This is actually three-dimensional, right? It's more than that, four-dimensional, I guess, if you're looking at the supernal triad as transcendent of this three-dimensional experience. And so the point is, how do you get from there to there? You have to pretend that this Gimel is something else. So the Gimel would be associated with the high priestess, right? And it actually intersects with the empress. Those are the two feminine archetypes form a cross from the supernal to the terrestrial, connecting the two together. So at the intersection of the square and this compass, we have this G, but the G is being treated as though it belongs to a dimension that's ruled by the Klipot when it is not, because the Klipot rule through those diagonals. So like if they're not really ruling, they're not in control because this is a vertical pathway. The fact that Gimel is vertical negates that the Klipot have any real power, which is why it's on. So the Hebrew word for on is the word for Heliopolis. So and you'll see that word show up if you look up even on Wikipedia, you look up Jabalon. So it's the Masonic Trinity. So you have Jaws in Tetragrammaton Yud Hey Vav Hey, and then you have Baal, and then you have On. And it's like, what's On? On is the freaking eye of Ra as it relates to Heliopolis. It is said that there was a synagogue in Heliopolis that was dedicated to Egyptian magic. So you had, the people of the mixed multitude, the Jews in ancient Egypt. There was a sect that was actually completely in line with the Egyptian mysticism. And so there's an argument that Kabbalah can go either way, that it can be a version of this Egyptian mysticism that was practiced in Heliopolis, or it could be this other system of the people who liberated themselves from that has these, this deeper insight root. So and like there's, evidence for this stuff because like even the word raw in Hebrew means evil. Literally, like that's like the meaning of the word. You can find examples of that. But what's crazy too is that
So the
on
evil eye is Ra's eye, basically. Is
totally, yeah. But
okay.
why is that? Why is it evil? It's evil in Kabbalistic terms. The reason why the eye of Ra is treated as an evil thing isn't just because those people were superstitious. It's because they didn't reserve their awe. So there's this emphasis in ancient Jewish mysticism that the aspirant, one of the biggest challenges is to not reserve one's awe, meaning you reach a certain level and you compare it to where you were before and you're mesmerized by it. So you're like, I've arrived, and that's hubris. So like all of these old stories, you'll even see like I brought up the Odyssey earlier. It's like so much of these ancient stories deal with the hubris of man, where we're just so arrogant, and then we're brought, it's Babel. We're brought down to, oh, you were so, you thought so much of yourself, but now you've been put in your place. So what's weird is like on that uh God on, for lack of a better word,
Yeah, you're on Jabal on.
lowercase g. I mean Yud Hey Vav Hey, sure, like but going beyond capitals there. But I'm just saying like that on in Hebrew, its gematria happens to be 707. Whereas the gematria of Oz, the Hebrew for strength, is 77. On means strength, but it also means idolatry and lust. So it's a different type of quote unquote strength than Oz. Oz is the integrity of the universe. Like Oz is the strength of nature, that there's a higher order. On is like, here's an alternative that pales in comparison to that, but you can treat it as though it was that. So the thing with Ra is that if you're looking at the sun and you're saying, look, this is emanating energy, look at how profound that is. It's supplying all the life. And like the idea of sun worship is like, actually, there's a light beyond that. Like in the Torah, there's two levels. God says, let there be light. And then you have the creation of the sun and stars follow that. So it's like, well, what is that light? And so, Kabbalistically, we speak to the Ein Sof, that there's this this source of life and light, and it's all kind of the same thing, but it's like it goes deeper than all the things that we're relating to in material existence that we see as the source itself. So it's like it's not the source, it's somewhere in between us and the source. So don't fall short and settle for that as your God.
Right.
That's the idea.
Right. So, and that's like the idea of the trap that there's like they the rulers will put us into an illusion,
Hmm.
and then we like the whole like Plato's cave idea kind of, and then we believe, and then we give our awe to government or whatever,
Sure.
who like, okay, now we are your gods, and then they become to rule this world
Right,
from
but they're
that.
in samsara too because they didn't reserve their awe.
Right, right. Well, yeah, I mean, and if from the Christian point of view, they get bound in their,
Have you noticed
you
how
know,
like truly unhappy so many people who are supposed to have it all, how they actually
right.
are?
Yeah,
And when you're a public figure and everything that comes with that, it's a freaking nightmare. And so
probably.
like you're like, oh, I got it all, but then that's gain the world, lose your soul, whatever. So that's why what just touching on that, that's why I have difficulty sometimes these days trying to really like communicate the Zohar prophecy to people because the level of discourse that I'm seeing for the most part on social media and the world, I'm just like, oh my God, you're not ready for what I actually would want to share with you. Like it's like
Seems
it's
it seems
yeah.
like they've like we had the Tea Party, and then we had the Q, and then we had the Trump, and it's like we're fully like going it's like further down the hole of ignorance, and it's not we're not getting any better. It seems like we were smarter a few years
Hmm.
ago. I don't know if it's the social media or what the hell, the drugs. I mean,
Hmm.
all the meds everybody's on, but it seems like people are getting dumber,
Hmm.
the, general public, it, anyway, it is kind of sad, but I mean, that is how they rule. It's how it's done. You know what I mean? But
Right.
really the genie's out of the bottle. Like you and I can talk like this on the internet, and we can share it with strangers, and so really they can't. They can try to stop the internet, but then their cybernetics is all fucked up. They need to have their control, so they need this. We're using their tool, and it's it. I guess it is like a like the manufactured thing. Like so. Okay. So anyway, so uh, the Zohar prophecy, you mentioned
Hmm.
that, and you're like,
Hmm.
you're not ready for that. Do you think maybe
Yeah.
we could be ready, our listeners? Or what, I mean, is that, can you like, what is
Well, I've
that?
spoken to it a bit already in the
Just the
conversation, just
reunite, just
to some,
like
some degree.
the
But
idea of like how we're all gonna reconnect at the end, like just like how Jesus was like, not even like,
so this is
yeah.
so insane, but it's actually the end of 2010, the year we make contact, is
Oh,
actually, there's other examples too. Actually, at Star Wars: A New Hope, the interaction between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader, when he's like, if you destroy me, I'll become more powerful than you could ever imagine. If you strike me down, and then he
right.
strikes him down, you got a red lightsaber and a blue lightsaber. It's Chesed and Gevurah having like a showdown. The same thing happens at the end of 2010, the year we make contact, when Hal essentially commits suicide into Jupiter because Jupiter corresponds to Chesed. Hal is Mars. So he's Gevurah,
Oh,
he's
right.
judgment. And so he actually has to submit and allow himself to go to Jupiter. That is like the ultimate prophecy of the Zohar, speaks to a developmental shift. And then it's also describing the way that the rulers of the world will surround this event and ritualize a sacrifice in the midst of that in order to take what they can from the previous eon. And so like the task is that, for everybody in the world is to basically not fall for the sleight of hand that is a template for, because the communication is, this isn't just one event. This is a strict, like a move that's been pulled on the public throughout time all over the world. And so they're like the what's communicated as far as Israel goes is that the Jewish people had a certain integrity of maintaining their tradition that didn't participate in this. So the criticism from the second portion, because the first portion reads like propaganda, and that's probably the one that the Wachowskis were shown, and all those people who are like being like, oh, like showing 9/11 in their media and all that stuff, because it's spoken in a much different way, even though the commentary itself can be kind of critical from Ramak from the 16th century. But the second section basically has this idea that, you know, for Israel, the real criticism is that we just end up being like these other nations. So nations around the world are participating in something in a certain way, and you know, people look the other way or they criticize whatever. But when Israel does the same, everybody loses their mind because Israel is supposed to be held to such a high standard. So basically, people are looking to Israel to basically be like Jesus. Like it's supposed to be this messianic thing, and they're like, "Oh, but you're debased." And so what the Zohar is communicating is that with every erection of the temple, it's further degraded. And what 9/11 is like the most degraded version, like representation of that temple is the third temple in a sense, but not really. So there's two parts to that. They're like the real temple will be built. It won't be built by human hands, which is an interesting statement. But that this temple is essentially a temple to Mammon. So that and it being a trade center makes total sense. It was presenting itself in the as the two pillars. You see even the difference from one tower to the other speaks to the way that those pillars are shown in every Masonic hall, because one is supposed to be slightly taller than the other. Why? Because it's closer to the source. It's not that the right pillar is the source. It's just it's closer because things come into formation through a spiral. So it starts in the center and then it spirals out, just like you can look at your head and see the way your hair forms, and there's kind of this like spiraling thing that's
Yeah,
going.
like
Saying
a
like cell division like expresses
yeah,
itself like that. So they're
the
looking at
1.618, right? The
right,
phi or
right,
whatever. Yeah.
totally. And then our systems are replicating that. And so the illusion is we see this thing happen, and it's surrounding an event that was known since ancient times. Not like it's just that day, it's a transition. But they're like, here's like a significant point in that transition that is inevitable. This isn't something we have to do. This is something that we have to be receptive to allow, but if we resist it, it'll happen anyway. Like that there's a developmental shift that's to happen with humanity. That's going to happen no matter what. The powers that be are relating to things of the old order, and they try to manipulate the situation to get what they can while they can. And so
Right.
the actual allegory from this prophecy, and this isn't the prediction part, this is the prophetic part, is speaking to the archetypes involved, is that Gavora, our collective left hemisphere of humanity, has this arrogant embedded assumption that it can conquer the right hemisphere, that our left brain thinks it can defeat the right brain, and that this whole of human history is like a building up towards this final battle where the left collective brain actually makes a move following this event, which corresponds like, so they're like, from this point in which these structures, these strongholds collapse, that they also say the leader was killed on that day, but then Ramak clarifies that it's not a physical leader, it's literally Samael died and the whole world saw it, but they only know that they saw it on their right side of their brain. So our right brain knows what it saw. It saw that essentially the king of the demons died on that day. And then our left brain is like, wait, what just happened? And it has to make sense of it. And that the timeline that it takes for the left brain to basically come to terms with what the right brain already saw corresponds from the moment of that event towards the establishment of a one world government. And
Wow.
and it says basically that as the closer that we get to this one world government, that there's a shift that's happening within ourselves where we're literally, it describes it as like a teeter-totter. It's like there's a plank and there's a peg in the center. And that as our collective brain goes to the other side to try and conquer the right brain, because it's relating to a projection of the other side. It doesn't understand the right hemisphere. but it thinks it does because it's arrogant and it compartmentalizes and it thinks that's what knowledge is. So it has this skewed perception of what knowledge is, and as it moves, it describes it as a fish. So it's like this fish that thinks it's a big fish is going to swallow this small fish that it sees across the way. And then as it moves closer, it reaches the center point, and that there's a tipping that happens, and gravity takes over. And so the thing that thought it was going to like conquer the other side itself is getting like pulled towards the other side. And as this fish approaches the other fish it thinks it's going to swallow, it realizes that the fish it's moving toward is much larger than itself because it's closer to the source at the center. So it's like, so then that left side, our left side gets swallowed up by our right side. And then the whole thing basically coagulates, and it's essentially like childbirth, and we push out the next species. And then it even communicates that like this is the fulfillment of what started in the garden. So in that allegory of the garden, when Eve leaves, she has to, this is the curse, is she has to experience pain with childbirth. And so the Zohar is arguing that that communication basically is like childbirth doesn't have to be painful. Us pushing out the next species doesn't have to be painful, but it's probably going to be because this is our orientation. So the prophecy is that this will happen no matter what. The prediction is that it's probably going to be a painful process because the nations are greedy and that they won't stay true to what the original message was. And so even Israel is the criticism, is that Israel had this knowledge at one time of what our mission was or is, and this is the standard that we're held to, and the rest of the world subliminally knows that that's what we're held to, and they're expecting it from us. But they'll scapegoat the Jewish people too simultaneously because they're acting like the other nations of the world, and they're like, how dare you? Pretty crazy.
Wow. Yeah, pretty crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's amazing to think about how the way that you described it with the left brain and the right
Mm-hmm.
brain, and that makes total sense. And that, I mean, that is the basis of mind control, is to split them and not let them understand each other, and to keep them working against each other. It's really interesting. And this new species, what do you think it's going to be? How do you, is it AI, or is it going to be this something?
AI belongs to the secondary order,
Right.
and so
It's Orga.
it's going to be shed, but it's also going to be integrated in some way because the
Right.
klipot are actually nullified. So when we
Right.
say that they're destroyed, they're transmuted. So just like with the schools of alchemy, where they say you turn base metal into gold, that
Right.
applies to the klipot. That's why Hadorowski was like, "You are excrement, but I can make you gold." Because
Oh yeah.
that's the communication, is that, and that has to do with what like sorry, but like what Eckhart Tolle would call like the pain body. It's like where when somebody insults you and you're identified with a thought form and your body contracts, that's the pain body, is what you could call that. Where there's that thing that gets agitated. Like if you've ever felt like when somebody's pointing something out to you that you don't want to look at, and you get really intense and you feel like you're crawling out of your skin and you want to like run away or whatever. The argument is that what that energy is, and what's happening is like your body wants to have your being wants to have this release, but you're simultaneously resisting it. So, and then that tension feels very uncomfortable. But the
Huh.
idea is that whatever that pain body is, that is technically presence. Like that is presence. We're just relating to it in a dysfunctional way, not an ideal way. Not like we're hitting the mark. We're missing the mark, and then we're defending a limited conception, and in
Right.
doing so we experience it as something painful when really it could just be ecstatic. So like when
Wow.
somebody insults you, you actually, every time that happens, or anything that challenges your beliefs, you have the potential of having an ecstatic experience, but we tend to experience it as a really painful contraction.
Huh.
And so that's the reason why I say, like, when I'm looking at Scientology and I'm like, oh, they put these people sitting across from each other trying to insult and trigger each other or whatever, I'm like, that actually has a lot of potential. I'm not totally opposed to that, just like I'm not opposed to a lot of the cathartic things that they were doing in Est. It's just like when the organization then wants to co-opt that or hijack that or
Right.
take whatever, because that's a precious thing. To have a breakthrough is a precious thing. To have an insight into something is a tremendously valuable in your lifetime. You know, like that's
Right.
just you can change your life with one experience, you know,
Right.
if it hits you deeply enough. And so for people to want to encourage that, but then at the same time manipulate you after the fact or take something from you after the fact, like, you know, that's a corruption of something that could, in some ideal world, be like a pure system, you know?
Right. Yeah, they did the same thing with LSD and all the hallucinogens and stuff too.
Oh yeah. When I think of LSD and MK Ultra, the word that comes to my mind is you know, backfire.
Right. Yeah.
Like they had their ideas around what their ambitions were, and it looks like most of them backfired. You
Right.
know, like
Yeah.
they're just like,
The
uh-oh, we
torture
thought,
worked. The
yeah.
torture works real good.
Well,
The mind
they
control.
thought that they gave it to those soldiers, and they're like climbing trees and shit, and they're like, get the public on this. They'll just be distracted. We can do whatever we want. And then I'm of the opinion that on some relative level that who's the guy who wrote Steal This Book and all of that who surrounded the Pentagon with
Oh,
when
right.
they were going to levitate the Pentagon. Ken Kesey? No, not Ken Kesey. The other guy. Oh, Abby Hoffman, not Albert
Okay.
Hoffman, not the
Right.
inventor of LSD, but Abby Hoffman, the revolutionary guy.
Right.
I think he was genuine because there's so much bullshit revolutionary people all over the place when you go and dig into them, and you're like, wait, you're not all I thought you were. But like, I'm sure there's dirt on him for sure, probably. But at the same time, I'm like, I think that like they were genuinely afraid of him, like the powers that be, like the
Yeah.
CIA and all of them, because I don't think that they were predicting that somebody would but I thought that they probably thought that these people that they gave LSD to would just be off in their own world
Right.
doing their own thing and whatever. And they're like, oh shit, they've done what? They've surrounded the Pentagon. They want to levitate it. I don't think they were afraid that the Pentagon would levitate. I think they were afraid that they don't know what to do with humor. You know,
Right.
that
And,
level of humor.
I saw a documentary, Dirty Pictures, it's called. It's about Shulgin, the guy
Mm.
who invented MDMA.
I talk shit to that guy in person, dude.
Oh, sweet. Well, real quick, there were some cops like visiting, and they were like coming onto his property, and the his wife was Shulgin's wife, I forget her name, was telling the cops about, or they were asking about the cactus, and she's like, "Oh yeah, they're San Pedro or some, some kind of hallucinogenic
Mm.
mescaline cactus." And the cops actually they had guns and they jumped back. They're like, "Oh, like
Like
this
it's gonna get
cactus
him.
is gonna
It's gonna
like
get you.
yeah,
That
dude."
shows the programming freaking
Oh
works. My
man.
God, dude.
Wow, dude, it was holy crap. But yeah, I mean, you've got some stories, man. This is really truly
He was speaking at
delightful.
Entheon Village in Burning Man years ago.
Oh,
Him
right.
and his wife.
Of course he was
And
there.
they were up on the stage, and there's like huge room full of people. And there was this guy who was kind of dressed like a leather daddy, but he was very well spoken. And he stood up to ask a question. He just answered, Shogun answered these questions. What is his name again?
Alexander Shulgin.
Shulgin. Yeah, thank you. So
Shulgin.
Shogun. Shulgin.
Shulgun, I
Yeah,
think. Yeah.
this guy like just like asked him about serotonin, and it was totally presented in a respectful way. Not like he was just like, I'm just curious. I've heard this and I've heard this. I just wonder, like, what do you have anything to say about the spine and serotonin depletion or anything when it comes to MDMA? And Shulgin was just like, I didn't hear the question. And the guy goes to repeat it, and he like stop. He's like, I didn't hear the question. Next, next.
Wow.
And I was just like, I was just sitting there and I was like, I saw that happen. And then the guy's like looking around. He's like, I have to hand the microphone to somebody else. Like, you don't just want me to repeat it or something? Like, what is
Wow.
this? And so like I stood up and I shouted, not like in a, you know, like a super angry way, but more in like a comical kind of way. I was like, I don't remember exactly what I said, but basically I said that this is bullshit. You heard him. You can't answer a simple question. I was like, I'm curious, you know, whatever. I don't know. I was talking shit as I stood up and I walked out, and no one was saying anything while I was doing it. So it's like this whole thing. I was just like in this room with like probably 400 or 500 people or something in this giant fucking circus tent. And I was like, fuck this, dude. And I walked out.
You're the only real dude there. It's like,
There's no, I was surprised. I was like, is anyone gonna fucking
yeah,
point out that this guy is just like, oh
yeah.
my God.
Wow. Yeah. I mean,
Like it was reasonable. It's not that
it
I mean,
definitely
you
harms
then
people's
the least you
brains.
could do is just fucking lie. Like lying would be better.
Right.
So, oh yeah, no, there's nothing proven there. There's something. It's just like, oh, you just don't want to address it at all. You're just gonna.
Right.
That's lying by omission, you know.
Right.
Or
And it goes against his worldview and this thing is good and I'm a hero because I
yeah.
made a good thing and
Why can't people like fucking like if something's like doesn't mean that there's no like it's like cost risk analysis or something. It's like just because like there's something negative you can say about something, what is this baby with the bathwater? It's like Solomon's baby with the bathwater. It's like
yeah, MDMA is still great, even though like I mean not didn't I'm
right.
not officially condoning the
Right, right.
actually I am actually, but whatever. But still MDMA, the drug is great, but these people that are connected to like they a lot of them and like a lot of them are rotten, and
Hmm.
what they were how they were like even the Leary was telling the government, yes, you should make it illegal. Like, I
Mm.
mean, and then the whole Nixon thing and all they were going after all the long hairs that smelled like weed and the war on drugs and that. So, as Bill Hicks said, it's a war on us. You know what I mean?
Mm.
In so many words.
I'm not familiar with Leary saying that
Timothy
necessarily, but it
Leary,
wouldn't surprise me at all. I do know dirt on Timothy Leary, but I don't know that he specifically said that they should
he
make it
was
illegal.
he was in front of Congress. They were asking him straight up.
Oh, right, because they told him that if he didn't or something, that they would fucking have his
Uh,
balls in a sling or whatever. I
I
don't know.
don't know if they
Doesn't
said,
excuse it.
but
Doesn't
he did
excuse it, but
say a
yeah.
thing, and it was
Yeah.
recorded in the official documentation.
Oh
That
God.
he
Yeah,
said
because
that it
some
should be
Thelamite he
illegal.
makes so much for you know, love is the law, love
Yeah,
under law,
right.
like what
Yeah,
happened to,
Mammon
yeah.
is the god, is what, like he's getting paid, dude. They let him out of jail. I mean, come on, like
He was something else, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I know somebody who was good friends with him and Albert Hoffman.
Wow.
Um and he'd communicate things about how mystical Albert was later in life, like that he didn't actually believe that he discovered anything. He felt
He read it
the
out of a
inventor
book. It's like,
he
yeah, go ahead.
well, no, he believed that LSD was actually the inventor of LSD believed that LSD was actually a direct energetic response to humanity's ability to split the atom.
Oh,
So Albert Hoffman believed that
nice.
when we split the atom, that basically that nature organized itself with a response, and that response is LSD.
Wow.
Pretty crazy.
I can feel the peace and love when every time.
Well,
It's really for real.
they're both mutation, and there's even the argument when it comes to radiation that we don't really know. There's no substitute for a time trial. So you could apply the same thing with vaccines, but you don't, or any medication in general. You don't know really what something will ultimately do
Right.
until you have a time trial. And so when it comes to radiation, it could be part of a reorganizing of our beings that, like, because that's the thing with like alchemy is that you
Like
separate, you
Godzilla.
coagulate, and then
Right.
you reunite.
Yes.
So is radiation like this massive coagulation that has this higher function? I mean, I can entertain that. It certainly makes me feel better than just being terrified of radiation. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, the
you know,
pyramids were built to, I mean, I guess the inner chamber, like the king's chamber, has like a radiation effect. The granite, has like a certain level of radiation on it.
yeah. And the Great Pyramid itself was apparently covered with slick gold, and that was mined to pay for Cairo to be built.
Wow.
Um, and the shaft that goes into the King's Chamber that allows light in, that like
Yeah.
tourists have like gone, like it's like certain point in the day, and then there's the argument that like that sarcophagus that's in the Great Pyramid, like there has never been a mummy found in a Great Pyramid,
Right.
in any pyramid in Egypt.
Yeah.
All the mummies were in the Valley of the Kings, right? So it's
Right.
like,
Maybe they
what
removed.
is that?
Yeah. Right.
Maybe
Right.
there's the art. It's actually, I think with that one, it might be impossible. And
Really?
yeah, because with the sarcophagus that exists in the Great Pyramid specifically, that was sealed when we found it. And so we blew open the pyramid with dynamite was this at the time following Napoleon, right? So it's like
Right.
Napoleon's army conquered Egypt, whatever, and then
They were trying to get
the
the
guys
gold out
they
of
busted in there with like explosives to get
it.
inside because they couldn't find an entrance. And so when they
Right.
got in there, it was the record says that it was sealed,
Hmm.
and the explanation for there being nothing in it was that grave robbers must have come and stolen it. But how did the grave robbers move the top, which weighs tons, like
Right.
literally tons,
Right.
and put it back afterwards? Like the whole thing doesn't really make sense, but it is
If it was the
possible.
same people that built it, that moved it in the first place, could have moved it again. You know what I mean?
For sure,
So,
anything's
and they
possible,
could have had a
but
door that they
we
know.
do
Well,
have the
yeah,
Valley of the Kings where we find the
exactly.
pharaohs and all
Right.
of this stuff. So, I
Or
mean,
at least those
what
are the ones that weren't, sniffed as dust, like
right.
by the rich people in Europe. They were buying mummy dust, and
Right. I mean,
you know,
I entertain just about anything from Graham Hancock. Not that I consider him the ultimate authority, but I
oh,
do
Graham
actually consider
Hancock.
I do consider him a better authority than like half the archaeologists for doing stuff in Egypt, because they have their own kind of thing going on where
Right.
they
It's a
want to maintain
hierarchy.
total
Yeah.
hierarchy, a lot of
Yeah.
ego, a lot of like, oh, they're attached to their thing, and if it gets debunked, then they're no
Right.
longer in their book. Yeah.
Yeah.
But but there is that idea of like an initiation function to
Right.
ancient Egypt, that there's these different mystery schools and people would go from one to the other and get, I mean, I think Drunvalo
Pythagoras.
Melchizedek was like obsessed with that, idea of
Pythagoras was initiated supposedly in the
supposedly,
canon.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
the thing. Pythagoras. And wasn't it Plato claimed to have had this interaction with Egyptian priests that had been
Oh.
there for so long? He like visited Egypt, and they're the ones who told him about what is it, Atlantis or whatever? It's like, he had a
Oh,
whole trip, yeah.
he learned Atlantis from some. There was
Egyptian priests
yeah,
underground or something. I forget. I want to be careful because it could just be like a Manly P. Hall unsubstantiated thing, or it could be a Manly P.
yeah,
Hall substantiated thing. I remember that book, that what is it? The Secret Destiny of America, or
right,
that.
right. The
Yeah,
secret destiny of America, and
yeah,
the eagle is the phoenix, and right.
yeah,
But then,
totally.
like, oh, what is the phoenix? And it's Phoenicia, and it's Venice, and it's Britain, and it's like all the
Hmm.
same freaking world power of baby
Hmm.
burning Canaanites. you know,
Right.
it's
So you ever seen Einstein's like diary entries at all?
no,
Like there's like he always kept a diary and like just like a journal where he's just like
wow,
keeping track of things, and like it's crazy to read it before the bomb was dropped and after the bomb was dropped, and what his rationalization for it was when beforehand, and then after he's like horrified about it. But sure, I think it was shortly after the bomb dropped he gave his views about a one world government in his diary, and it's a heavy hitter because I think it's impossible to argue with, actually, because he's basically like, look, like, am I opposed to the idea of a one world government? Absolutely. And he's like, and at the same time, I can't help but feel if we don't have a one world government, we're doomed to collapse. Why? Because nation will continue to attack nation, and it'll just be further and further chaos basically into the future. And he was like, until we wipe ourselves out because of our abilities. And then he was like, but so he's like, I believe that in order for there to be peace, we have to have a one world government. I don't see another way. And at the same time, what I'm seeing is that one world government, in all likelihood, will be the collaboration of multiple nations or even one nation dominating the rest of the world through their military strength. And he's
yes,
like, and that's another horrific reality. So it's just like, I'm just like, wow, that's it's like a legit argument of like, he's like, well, if you go this way, you're screwed. If you go that way, you're screwed. But but it's actually in all of his logic, he was like, well, it's better that we have it, but it actually be done in a better
right.
way than it's going to be in all
There's
likelihood. So
always this imaginary better way. Oh, there was never a real socialism. Oh, we got to do communism a different way.
that's right.
Yeah.
I don't think that we can try real capitalism or real communism, whatever that might mean, as we exist currently.
Right,
Like
right.
we have there is a specific type of defect where just the level at which
What's
we've
the
been existing isn't.
totalitarianness of all of them are like, you got to give your authority. There's this authority thing that you just gotta, worship, or else it'll. murder you in a firing squad and erase you from the
Right.
newspapers.
Right.
You
Well,
know,
we're compulsively addicted to a type of dualistic lens, or at least in,
yeah,
amplifying that in all these different ways. And so as long as, we're bound to this corruption by a state of misperception.
right,
So like we just can't perceive things as directly as we should ideally be able to perceive things as
right,
a species.
right. Like
So it's just,
it's like we need they everybody believes they need government. Oh, we gotta have. It's like he's saying like we can either have total all government or we can have uh multiple governments fighting each other. And and I'm here with my hat thinking, well, we could have no government.
no government.
you know
Right.
like I rule myself and you rule yourself, and I know that I don't want to do harm, like, and so but there's this assumption that, well, we got to have a strong man to fight off all the strong men, or like we
Right.
gotta vote. Well, they're both evil. Well, this one's less evil. You gotta do. I got in an argument with, I'm sorry, it's kind of totally off topic, but I got in a conversation with the guy at the store, and he gave me a hypothetical. He's like, okay, there's one person tied up on the train tracks on this track, and there's three people tied up on the train tracks on this track, and you got the switch. And I'm
Right.
like, well, why are you trying to make me a murderer, bro? Like, what the hell?
Right,
Why
right,
am
right.
I in charge?
You have one choice and you don't have a third choice. What's
Right.
it gonna be?
Oh, dude. And I was like, well, prove to me that me pulling the switch changes anything. I really threw him for a loop. He's like, oh.
Right.
But really, like, I mean, if we can imagine, like, really, that we do live in anarchy now. Like, there really is no rulers. It's people giving illusions and everybody believing those to be true. And then, okay, I'll be your slave because,
Right. Well,
I'm
this is where the golden bough comes in. You
right.
hip to the golden bough. So
Please talk about
from
this one,
Fraser, it's from
Fraser.
Cambridge, and it was an anthropological staple before Margaret Mead anthropology. And so it's basically looking at ancient cultures, and it's seeing like basically a repeated archetype that occurred in different places around the world. The Golden Bough itself, the book has been further refined over time. So there's like people have kind of scrutinized certain parts of it, but I mean, the book is written very based. So he traveled to these places around the world, from my understanding, or at least was in communication with people who did. So there's a basis for a lot of these practices, ancient rites. But the main thing that the book is ultimately focused on is this one ritual that reoccurred around the planet, having to do with the ritualistic killing of the king. And so in the exogamic age, when succession did not come through the king, but rather the king's daughter, everything ultimately centered around the princess. You had basically a willed sacrifice that was honored by rulers in intervals every so often. So there's an argument too that this is where the Jubilee comes from. So ultimately, Jubilee is supposed to be the forgiving of all debt and the releasing of all slaves. And so you'd have this ritual that would be enacted, um, where it started, or at least what's postulated as where it started, was at this lake called Nemi, which literally translates as Diana's mirror. And this person who had to be a complete outsider, he's apparently where we get, or at least what was attached to him, was this archetype of the fool or the spring man, the green man. And so this individual had to meet certain qualifications. First of all, he'd have to be an escaped criminal from a completely outside land. He couldn't be of that kingdom. So he comes in, and the wandering fool, and he pulls a limb from a sacred tree, an oak tree. And the limb is symbolic of both the king's daughter and the king's phallus at the same time. Why? Because by him pulling this limb off this sacred tree, he's telling the king that you're being challenged. So it's more than just like I challenge you to a duel, because what it actually means when he pulls that is that at that moment, the king's kingdom is actually through his rulership of the kingdom is over. And so in certain cases, you'd have the king would actually commit suicide, which is where we get the symbolism of the suicide king. In the Golden Bough, it's described one place where he would just literally stab himself to death in front of a crowd of people. And that was like how the king offed himself. They could put him in a wicker man. So in the film
Right.
Wicker Man, they put the outsider in the Wicker Man. It's a the film Wicker Man is actually a statement on Bohemian Grove, as far as I can tell,
Hmm.
because the cremation of care ceremony of the first night of Bohemian Grove is essentially a reenactment of this Golden Bough ritual, but everything's in reverse. So they're celebrating killing the outsider fool that would challenge the king and and his kingdom, and they're setting fire to an effigy while they're making it while Walter Cronkite actually is
Right.
making it very clear that this is that archetype if you listen closely to the language that's used and all the other accompanying symbolism along with the lake with the reflection and it's like Nemi, it's like it's got this whole thing going on.
Right.
And it's theatrical. But and it's we don't know what goes on the full 3 weeks or whatever it is that happens, but that first night we've have a little window in it from Alex Jones working with John Ronson on the 1 year anniversary of the release date of Eyes Wide Shut,
Oh,
which was Kubrick's final request was
right.
supposedly was July it being July 16th, which is the Apollo 11 launch date, etc. There's a lot. And it's also the same day and year that Eyes Wide Shut came out, JFK Jr. died, which is kind of
Oh,
crazy.
right.
Yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, so
Wow.
basically what we're dealing with when we talk about rulers and stuff is basically this hubris where instead of them allowing this ancient ritual to take place, which is basically pruning the tree, like you got to
Right.
cut it back and you got to reset. You got to let the last be first. You got to let the first be last. Like this is something that we're supposed to go through every so often. And if we don't, and we just want endless growth, then we see the repercussions of that. And so there's this what the Golden Bough is essentially communicating is that this is if you're going to have a governing body, this is the requirement, and it's supposed to be our way of aligning ourselves with what we witness in nature, the intelligence of nature that we're supposed to be mirroring. So they see the way that nature works. If you want a tree to flourish, you have to cut it back. And then you let it blossom, and
Right.
you'll have two branches emerge from one. It's like in
Or you
order,
can feed it the blood of tyrants, like the Liberty Tree,
right.
like with
Well, this
Jefferson.
isn't what's interesting about this is that it's not just like, oh, some entity needs this blood.
Right.
What it
No,
is
but I
that in
mean, but
order for
yeah.
these people to thrive as a community, they can't have endless succession of power within a bloodline.
Right.
So
Look at the Habsburgs.
the
Jesus.
outsider doesn't just kill the king and mean the end of the king.
Right.
He is going to marry the king's daughter.
Right.
And so
Take that, the family tree, like the new
from the
line.
princess's perspective, she almost welcomes her father's death. Why? Because she gets to get laid. She's a woman coming into her womanhood, she's a girl coming into her womanhood.
Good for her.
And this outsider is going to marry her and they're going to rule together because
Right.
it's fortifying. They have to have a child together.
Right.
And so it's new blood. Later on we see examples of like, obviously like this is where did marriage really start as far as I can tell, but
Hmm.
like uh what is Marie Antoinette,
Oh, yeah.
you had to connect Austria and France, so they needed prodigy. And so that became the basis for like, why is it so important that they get married? Well, they're uniting the kingdoms. So ancient families, even beyond just royalty, they would want to unite. So we see this in business too, where you want to unite two empires, even if they're a financial
Yeah.
empire, not necessarily like, a governing
Or
body. They still
militaries, like with Jewish
totally.
military, Jewish, and the fucking
Yeah,
U.S.
yeah,
military. Yeah. I'm sorry.
sure.
Yeah, the way that the so the Bohemian Grove is killing the fool so
Yeah.
that they can maintain being king forever,
They're
even though
celebrating
they're
another
corrupt.
year in power, which is why they're like midsummer sets us free.
Wow.
So it's like we have until next year, we got this.
Wow.
And it's just extending it further and further and further and just refusing to have the humility and grace to allow for some sacrifice to occur from themselves.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's probably my favorite fiction book, Jitterbug Perfume by
Oh yeah.
Tom Robbins, that
Uh-huh.
he was the king, Alabar, the main character, and he decided he didn't want to die. He was supposed to die. That's the way it's
Right.
supposed to be. And like, why am I afraid to die? What the heck? And then he
Yeah.
went and then had his adventure. But he was like from an ancient tribe where they would kill and the king if he showed gray hair,
Mm.
and he plucked the hair and he's like, what is this, am I afraid? And he like um people should read that book, it's a lot of fun. But that really,
Definitely.
it reminds me of this, what you're talking about, the golden bough. And that
I feel like I read that when I was like 19 or 20 or something. It was good. I
right.
liked it. I also read Still Life with Woodpecker, which felt
Oh
kind of like
yeah,
like he was stoned, but I liked it.
dude, try
Robbins, is that
Hope,
his name?
Tom Robbins,
Tom
yeah.
Robbins, yeah.
And Fierce Invalids Home from Hot Climates. Dude, that one's crazy.
Never heard of that one. That sounds
There's
interesting.
it's a CIA agent who's in love with his underage niece.
Mm,
And like he goes and he brings a parrot, an aging parrot, to the South American to Brazil to
mm,
set it free, and he's got it in a pyramid cage, and they think that it's mystical because there's a shaman that has a pyramid shaped head and like teaches him the secrets of life in the universe, and he doesn't remember. And but the penance he has to pay is he's not allowed to touch his feet on the ground anymore.
right. That's right. Right. So you know where that's from the Golden Bough.
Right.
So Jim Morrison had a song on Waiting for the Sun called Not to Touch the Earth, Not to See the Sun.
Oh,
Those two lines, Not to Touch the Earth, Not to See the Sun, are the names of two chapters, one after the other, in the Golden Bough. And so
right.
when he says in the song, when he's like, dead president's corpse in the driver's car, the engine runs on glue and tar, come along, not going very far, to the east to meet the czar. The czar comes from Caesar etymologically.
Right.
He's literally saying, we're not far from the ancient world. And the dead president corpse in the driver's car is us playing out this ritual. So, the story with Kubrick and the Golden Bough, are you hip to that? So
Please talk about it. Yes.
so that is communicated by Michael Herr, who was one of the producers of Full Metal Jacket. He did a Vanity Fair interview many years ago, and there's really fascinating things throughout that whole interview. I highly recommend it. But one
But
of the
there was
things
an
that he's,
audio tape, right? Was there an audio tape of this interview? I think I've heard this one.
oh, I haven't heard the audio tape. If there is an audio tape, I'd love to hear it.
Well,
But
this one I might be
yeah,
wrong. It might be a different one, but please
it's
continue.
possible.
Okay.
But what's in there when he's talking about, so he's explaining this story where he's like, Kubrick sent, I'm working on a comic book right now, or Thomas is working on a comic book right now. We're working on it together of Kubrick and the Golden Bough.
We love
So
Thomas.
yeah,
Everybody knows Paranoid American. That's great.
yeah,
All of our listeners, we've seen him
yeah.
before here, and that's great. I'm glad you're working with him, and
It's in a
he's
later
very
stage
talented,
right now.
and
Oh
that's great.
yeah, he's hired really cool artists to kind of work out what we fleshed out together.
Awesome.
But the oh, where's I going with that? Got a little spacey
We
all
were
of a sudden.
talking about the Kubrick and the
Oh yeah, so
killing.
Kubrick sent the head of Warner Brothers in the 1970s an unabridged set of the Golden Bough.
Oh,
Like
right. I heard this. Yes, yes.
like a unabridged set is huge. It's like, if you were to stack it up, it's pretty goddamn tall. So it's just like you're like, this guy must have just gotten boxes in the mail of like, what is this giant set of books? And Kubrick bugged him every week for a year about reading it. And eventually, the record executive was like, said to Kubrick, he goes, look, I got a studio to run. I don't have time for mythology. And Kubrick's response was, this isn't mythology. This is your life. And so when I'm over here talking about the Golden Bough and as it relates to Bohemian Grove, which, by the way, was infiltrated a year to the release of Eyes Wide Shut, which was the closest film depiction of an infiltration of an elite ritual party. It was a year to the day that because the cremation of care extends into midnight, so that makes it July 16th at that point. So it's basically, you and also freaking John Ronson, who was the one directing Alex Jones, because you can see it because they both made documentaries of it. And so if you can watch both, And I think if you watch either, but especially with John Ronson's, you can see that when Alex has a question, he's asking John. Like John is the man. He's not the one with the balls to infiltrate it, or maybe it's not a matter of that. Whatever it is, Alex goes in there. He's the one who's hip to the info. So that guy went on to produce, John Ronson went on to produce Kubrick's Boxes in 2010. And at the time
Oh,
of that production, he was the only person that we know of in the world with complete access to all of Kubrick's archives, which are the same archives that I looked through in the database, and they brought out the boxes to me in at Elephant and Castle. And so, like, point being, there's like already like a direct connection between John Ronson and Stanley Kubrick. And so the whole thing with like what the cremation of care ceremony seems to be representing as it relates to this thing that Kubrick was clearly obsessed with, and Jim Morrison among others, it's just like it really, these are things that if you dig into them, they kind of communicate it all directly. Like in other words, like if you accumulate enough data on certain topics, they'll spell it out for you. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's certain things that,
right.
like, I, as a podcaster, when I was first approached by who is now my housemate who used to live in Chicago to do a podcast, my first podcast, always record, I was like, dude, the only way I'm ever going to agree to do a podcast, which I'm open to, which I did, but I was like, the only way is if we don't do that thing that I see a lot of podcasters doing, and not like it's exclusive to them,
They
but
put their
that
face on the icon thumbnail
no, I don't
every
mind
time.
that.
Yeah, okay.
I don't mind that. And Andreas will put my face on there, but it'll be like some weird fucked up AI version
Right.
of my face. I'm just
Oh,
like,
even
whatever.
worse, man.
But no,
Okay,
what
go
they
ahead.
do is that they so often start with a conclusion, or they have this conclusion, and then they're spending their time trying to back that up. I just watched that with Candace and Andrew Wilson. Like it's just like, dude, you guys are set with your conclusion. Like that's not the way to approach any issue, let alone a complex issue. You want to let the data pile up, pile up, pile up, and then you can start to entertain different possibilities. But if you're starting with a conclusion, the data that you do accumulate will be manipulated by that objective,
Right.
because it's going to be like bad faith in one direction or another. And cognitive dissonance, or confirmation bias, works in both directions. Like you can have confirmation bias over here, they can have confirmation bias over there, and the truth isn't even directly in the center. It's somewhere else. It's like it's hard to navigate shit like that.
Right.
But the golden bough stuff as it relates to today, if you know that, and then you also know like what happened with Trump, like why is Trump in there? Like why do we have Donald Trump as
Dude,
president like in 2016, let alone now? As far as I can tell,
because it's
I'm
the
not
16th Trump, the
right.
tower.
Totally.
Dude, this is
Yeah.
Trump Tower,
It's the Trump Tower. It's like pay,
16
which is his
Trump.
mouth.
Dude, well, yeah.
Pay is means mouth from its Phoenician roots. So
Oh, right.
the letter that corresponds to the tower, and then in the Sunny
Pet,
Star
right?
issue, it's paired next to. So when you move out the star and put her across from the Empress, so now the Empress, who should be looking at the Emperor, if you were to line them up,
Right.
she's now looking at the star, which is in this case Lilith in this arrangement, because Crowley's showing you the defect. The
Right.
line that she's pouring, if you arrange the Vesica Piscis, actually connects to the line of, if you know that spiral that shows up in the death card. The
Right.
death card used to be the only unnamed arcana in Marseille Tarot, but the Rider-Waite called it death, and then so did Crowley. But
Right.
they connect. So she's pouring out the Shefa, and then you have it connecting with Samael as death.
And he's
So like
spinning like
in
these
a diagonal,
webs.
like
Right.
you'd have to
Yeah.
lay them out to see
And
it,
that
but it's
creates another diagonal that you can add.
right.
Like,
And
okay.
so, and the glyphs are everything, the letters are everything. You have to treat the arcana
Right.
just for the Hebrew letters, ignore the Roman numerals. You can extrapolate things from why the Roman numerals are arranged they are, and there's not much difference, but there's some little tweaks.
Right.
And so, but the thing is, if you do that arrangement, you're taking Sadi, which means a fish hook from its Phoenician or Chaldean roots, and you're putting that next to Pe, the Trump Tower, which is a mouth. So you got a fish hook and a mouth, and death is
Wow.
Nun, which means fish.
Wow.
So like, and yeah, and mem is water, and like, and all of this is basic arithmetic. If you add these up, like you've ever seen in Pi when he does mother,
Right.
father, child, like you
Yes.
can do that with all of this and get the equations work, they follow. So you can see that it's just like, and it goes
It's
beyond sync.
amazing.
You're like, it's totally amazing.
Yeah.
And so, but you know, the Saudi star issue doesn't ultimately mean Saudi is not the star. It just means that what we're relating to, this manifold projection, which is clephotic in this projection, Saudi is the star. Saudi is not the star. The emperor is removed from the empress, and the two archetypes are separated because the Shekinah is in exile. So, which is the feminine aspect of God, the daughter of God,
So
which
there can't
also
be a
relates to the
balance
golden bough.
anymore. There can't be that balance anymore because
Right.
of the
Tiferet
Shekinah.
is a masculine counterpart to Malkut. And
Huh.
so and Tiferet is Ze'er Ping. Malkut is Shekhinah. So which is the dwelling place of God. So it's the feminine aspect. So Yud Hey Vav Hey is actually a family, you know. So Yud is the father, the second Hey is the mother, the Vav is the son, and the final Hey is the daughter. And so the
Wow.
daughter, her placement should be at that intersection of Chesed and Gevurah. But since she's not there, we need a replicant. And so that replicant, that clephotic replicant, is lust. That's what Crowley's showing you. He's saying
Huh.
it's not strength. Like it's strength and ultimately in nature,
And
but
lust
not with
is
what
like,
we're building.
so lust is the opposite of strength because it's the loss of willpower as you fall into the
It's
lust.
lust, and it relates to lust of result. And if you're acting from a place of lust of result, you will have your reward, as Jesus said. So that's kind of the Sermon on the Mount point is that, you know, it relates too to this idea of like render unto Caesar's what's Caesar's. It's like the people who are relating to the world in this way, they will get something, they'll have their reward, but it's limited by the framework of their projection. So like they think they've arrived, they think they've made it, but is it true fulfillment?
Right.
And so that's kind of the communication there. And so, and
Right.
then all of this, it's crazy. All of this relates to the Golden Bough. That was one of Crowley's big contributions to tarot as it relates to Kabbalah, was specifically how the Golden Bough fits in with all this. Because for Crowley, he said like the equivalent of that outsider fool that we see in antiquity in the as communicated in the Golden Bough, he's like in our times, this is the gangster boss. So it's
Okay.
so because why? Because just like the temple gets more degraded over time with every erection of the temple,
Right.
so is culture producing the outsider fool archetype in a degraded form. So Donald Trump fits the bill to the T
It's pretty
as that
degraded.
degraded outsider fool because
Oh yeah, he
what
wasn't
kind of
even
outsider is it?
he
Yeah.
was considered not in the secret societies. He was a, outsider and the man of the people at the time, and they're all like rallying.
Right. And the whole world is charted, so you can't you it would have to be an Alf otherwise.
Right.
Alf, just so you know, this is Alf is an insider Jewish joke, just so you know. I don't know if you
Is
know
it
this.
Aleph?
Alf from yeah, it's Olive.
But
So
okay. But
Alf,
Alf
the
the
alien,
yeah, alien life form.
yeah, alien life form,
The
Alf
fuzzy
is a
okay.
play on what I'm talking about. So like
Wow.
the
Oh,
whole
they made a
joke,
TV show? The whole TV. Okay, wait.
the
Okay.
whole joke of what Alf is as it relates to the Golden Bough is that the outsider has to be a true outsider. We've charted the whole planet.
Oh, like an alien.
Where's the
Oh,
outsider going to come
I
from? He's going to
see.
come from outer space. And when he shows up, he's the one who should be turning the whole kingdom on his head. The last should be first. A fucking alien showed up. This should be a really big deal. But what
Oh,
happens? They have to hide him in the garage
right.
because if the government finds him, they're going to take him and experiment on him and kill
Right.
him.
Right.
So they have to hide
And it's
the Olive.
compassion that keeps him.
Olive is the fool. The fool is Olive. So
Wow.
and what is he? He's the fool. He's a comedian. He and so it's messed up because you're like, dude, this should change everything,
Right.
but it's changing nothing. Why? Because we're going to refuse to allow this ritual to play out. So Alf has to be hit away.
Right. And
So
then he
when the
just eats
outsider fool
cats.
shows up, you don't want him to go out there because he'll end up like John Lennon. Not to say that John Lennon is, you know, the ideal, but neither is Trump or neither is any of these outsiders. They're not. Then so it's a degraded form of the principle. So if you're looking at what the principle was in the ancient world, it's a very esteemed, high order thing to be doing. Like you're like this, everyone's aware, like they're like looking at nature and they're so like, worried about the seasons because it affects them in ways it doesn't us today. I was like saying like their
Right.
relationship to the stars, they're right there. Who knows what it
Yeah.
was like with psychedelics with them, and
And no
who
light
knows what
pollution.
fucking
Like,
yeah, exactly. And who the fuck knows what fucking Greek theater was? That's the value of Nietzsche's first book, The Birth of Tragedy. It's just like, what was that? What were they doing in there? Like, it's crazy. Like Greek tragedy, like they have like 10 plays that they just repeat over and over again that everyone has memorized. They got like a satyr chorus. There's three sections in between the stage itself and the audience where whatever the play is being drowned out by the music of these people dressed as satyrs. And their whole thing is that they're expressing the inner dialogue of what's happening in these productions that everyone has memorized. So like it's literally a sync film, but in real life. Like it's just crazy. That's and apparently according to
wow.
Nietzsche, that's like what Greek tragedy was. Like the people are just and who knows what that's a Dionysian thing like Bacchus. It's like what were these people taking? What was their
Right.
experience and coming together as a group to just like watch this performance and then with this whole musical element that's speaking to the inner thoughts and dialogues and they're like, what the hell?
Right.
Yeah.
And they probably had like something infused into the wine, the priests and stuff. You drink the wine and
Yeah,
you
who
have the
knows? I mean,
sacrament.
I know in this is jumping all over the place, but I know
Sure.
in like in First Kings when it gives the ingredients for the temple incense, it's like, dude, acacia is in the mix. There's like a bunch of them that of the elements of that spices or whatever they are. We do not know what they are.
Acacia
We can
has
look at those
DMT,
words.
huge
We can't.
DMT in acacia.
Acacia, Eastern Acacia, DMT,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
And that was early Freemasonry that they were taking ayahuasca. Did you ever seen there's like a I don't know if it was a reality sandwich, old reality sandwich when it was
Oh,
cool,
really?
article from them or something. Yeah,
Okay.
there's like old Freemasonic ritual where they incorporated the Amazonian brew that they say is what they had at the temple with the temple incense. They're like, this is what they took in the temple, and then they
Yeah.
give it to him. It's like, dude, this is prior like the official narrative of what happened with ayahuasca in the United States. Like this document, like if that Amazonian brew is ayahuasca, it pretty much debunks that and it suggests that the first people in America doing ayahuasca were like elite Freemasons, dude. It's weird.
Makes sense. If you look at if you Ammon Hillman's book about drugs through through history, he's a philologist, and he would look at these, Galen's recipes and stuff, and theriac and what, um, and uh, there was a lot of drugs going. They were, and
Yeah.
they were using
It
it
was
in
hot box, dude. Like
way right. He talked about how they,
that temple was hot
yeah, it was
boxed with
cannabis.
like DMT.
Oh, that
I didn't
too.
see any mention of cannabis in there.
Okay. Well, he would talk about how the Greeks would bathe themselves in cannabis every morning, and I
Oh, that I
remember,
believe the Greeks for sure.
yeah, and like there would be, he was talking about a bunch of different stuff, but yeah, he eventually started was talking about Medea and snake medicine and how she
Mm,
was using her body and the snakes to create uh medicines. That's like
right.
they would treat children with snake bites so that they would grow differently, and then they could milk them, and that milk would be a medicine. It's crazy. Like
Does that relate to Ophiuchus?
probably, yes, the
Because
snake handler.
Ophiuchus, which does land on the ecliptic, so there is that argument that it's
Right.
a
It's the 13th and
13th.
it's hidden,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fool that's
which would
hidden.
actually fall in between Scorpio and
Scorpio.
Sagittarius.
Right.
But I'm an Ophiuchus. But
Oh,
the thing with Ophiuchus is it's supposed to be the one zodiac sign that's technically based on an actual person that lived at one time. So
Medea.
that had to do
Right.
with medicinal snake use. Yeah.
Right. And that's why Theriac had snake flesh, was like part of the Theriac that Galen was treating, um, Caesar,
Which
whoever,
is so
I
funny because
forget.
people have the when people say snake venom, Like, or snake oil. Oh, is it a snake oil salesman? That's a
Right.
way
It's the
of
original
saying that they're
medicine.
coming with bullshit. Yeah, and you're like,
Right.
that's really ironic if true.
Right.
And so, have you ever seen that episode of Trackdown from the 1950s where the guy is named Trump and he like shows up in the town and he takes
Wow.
everybody for he sells them paracels and says if they don't get these paracels, they're going to be killed by these asteroids because he knew that that there would be a meteor shower
Right.
and he
Right.
was like the meteors will come and kill you, but I'm going to protect you. I'm going to build you a wall that will protect you. Have you
Oh,
seen this
build a
before?
wall,
And
dude.
his name is
Wow.
Trump, and then the guy
Wow.
goes to the sheriff to try and do something about, or the sheriff goes to the law to try and to the judge to ask him about it. And he's like, well, I would, but Trump hasn't given us a thing to go on. He was like, surely, in order to arrest somebody, he has to commit some kind of crime, and Trump hasn't given us a damn thing. You're like, it's just like, what the fuck? It's
Wow.
unreal to watch, and it
This is
feels like
1980 what? 19
this
when
is
was it?
1950 something.
50. Okay.
This is a Western
1950s
show from the 50s.
track
If
down.
yeah, the episode is actually called "The End of the World."
Awesome. The end of
Yeah,
the world.
but yeah, the thing is that they refer to him as like a snake oil salesman, and
Dude,
that one always
Trump
strikes me
is
when I
the
think
is
about
gonna
him.
bring about the end of the world. I mean, that is the end, the tower,
As we know it. But yeah,
the
yeah,
falling of the tower, like the
totally.
destruction of the old world. Like I talked about this, like this is one of the things I raved about on Facebook when nobody was listening. You probably scrolled past it. I was like, oh, it's the 16th truck because like I was driving a truck and bringing bundles of newspaper to grocery stores every morning,
Hmm.
and I could see that Boston Globe, New York Times, Washington Post, all the big ones, Herald, they all had a burning tower on
Mm.
January 1, 2016.
Mm.
And I guess there was this tower in Dubai where everybody was waiting for a firework, like a magic
Mm.
working display. And all of a sudden, this tower, it was supposed to be fireworks shooting, and then this tower lights on fire and it burns. And it was like,
Mm.
why do they have this on American newspapers? Because in the honor boxes everywhere in the cities would be the newspaper of the day and like displayed. You get off the train, you see the all the newspapers put in these call them honor boxes, but like you put a quarter
Mm.
in and you take one. So it's like a way of signaling to the others, So they use their occult tarot symbolism, and only those in the know would get it. And it's like, hey, we're gonna
Oh, well,
pick
there's
Trump.
that. Was
It
that
was
The
like,
Economist? The Economist that had that it so the Trump cards? Do you know what I'm talking about? Was that The Economist?
oh, they met on the cover, right?
On the
They
cover where they had
right,
the cards arranged?
right.
Dude, there's like that cover, like if we brought it up and look and analyzed it, I've gone off on it before on sync mode, but
I can if you like. I can find it,
it is totally
dude. Okay,
the Saudi Star issue in a nutshell, actually.
that this everybody should see. This is your page on. I'm just gonna say this before. Keep that in mind.
Sure.
The Trump cards on the, but this everybody should know of the syncbook.com, and this always record you mentioned earlier at 42 minutes. These are your friends, and this is a collaborative work with you and your friends, and
Hmm.
you do some really awesome stuff. It's very interesting, all of you. And we have here is your page, syncbook.com/network media research,
Yeah, if you type in the
sync media
syncbook.com
research,
slash sync media research, it'll take you
sync
here.
media
Also, if you
research.
click on videos on the top, you'll see Alice with like a single beam going through her head, turning into the rainbow. Or not Alice, Dorothy.
That
So yeah,
yes.
so if you click on that one
That's
there,
great. I love
that's
that.
like yeah. So I also I post stuff on Twitter. There's some stuff on Twitter that isn't here, and there's more stuff here that isn't on Twitter. But yeah, this is
Right.
yeah, this is since I
And
was in junior high, a collection of my anomalous examples of synchronicity occurring with albums and films.
right. And so there's so many, and I loved your Eyes Wide Shut with Leonard Cohen. That was really
Yeah, you want it darker.
eye-opening.
And so
Yeah.
that pairing actually came because of one of the rabbis that was giving a speech on Kubrick at the exhibit. And he was saying that he was like, this album from Leonard Cohen, You Want It Darker, which was Leonard Cohen's last album. He was like, this is about the exact same thing as Eyes Wide Shut, and let me tell you
Wow.
why. And so I went home after that. I was like, the whole time he was talking, I was like, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna
Yeah, yeah,
do.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that's great. So I mean, it really, it does fit. Like she grabs a drink when he's talking about drinking, and like
Mhm.
I noticed many sinks, and but so yeah, this is what you work with, and what you, and the big one is like 6 hours of 9/11 sinks that, and I don't know how you chose where they're going to land and when you start and stop. Like
Mhm.
it's like a magic where you, for you to choose what, when, um, but anyway, so like this, Hollywood, Holy Mountain, I made a comment. I want to hear, Holy Mountain with Sleep's Holy Mountain. And I
Oh,
was see
right.
that movie, Holy Mountain and Holy Mountain. It was like, see,
That makes total sense
yeah,
anyway.
great,
In
right?
fact, that is so that album is so cinematic, if you will, that I
Yeah.
couldn't energetically like I couldn't see it not working. See, that's the thing. That's the thing about sync is that like everything will sync with everything to some degree. There's just the way things work. I don't know if it's an organizing principle in nature or just our own apophenia, but that will happen. I'm interested in examples when it crosses a definite line
Right.
where you're like, no, really though. And so throughout these, I mean, these I'm sharing like I'm not sharing half of what I've put together as much as this is because this has been like one of my most like common activities since I was in junior high and I'm nearly 45. So it's just like this is a long time spent, but but throughout these 200 plus sync films that are on this website, there's probably like maybe 50 that I'm like I really can't it's really hard for me to accept that some person involved wasn't aware of this in the first place
Right.
because certain times it just becomes just too much. But
Do
yeah,
you think maybe, I'm sorry, we'll get to the cover, but do you think maybe it's because of the timeline and the numbers of the timeline, and it is
is
another
there a
set of
formula
information?
that's true for both? Are you saying that there's like a
Like,
template
I mean,
formula
is
that's yeah?
that like if somebody is trying to describe this type of emotion, they're gonna have it land on this part of the timeline because this number has this type of significance, especially when you are applying the numbers to the numerology and you know what I'm
Well,
saying?
keep in mind synchronicity isn't a causal principle.
Right.
So
Okay.
and
We
it's
we don't
and
have control.
that's
Right.
one of the mysteries of the thing that kind of defies normal logic. So like, and if you're talking about a genuine synchronicity, so like, or if you're talking about something that
But you
was
were
kind of
saying like,
manufactured in some
but
way,
you were
but they could be
saying
both.
how could they, there had to have been somebody knowing something, but maybe that's because they're both relating to the same timeline. That's the one thing that
Right.
all of these, everything has that in common, because like you push play and there's these numbers going on the
Hmm.
digital at least. And or like if you push play, like I went to see Roger Waters live and he did Dark Side of the Moon, and it said on the ticket 8 p.m. sharp. Like
Mm.
that's when he's starting, like
Hmm.
because of the clock and how, and
Hmm.
people are dosing and this happens 45 minutes and this, so like, it's, I'm wondering if people are tuned in to the timing, and that's why, like, at this many minutes and seconds, it's going to be this. Like I've seen, like I watched a Tool concert where certain uh songs would be on like thelemic numbers. Like they
Mm.
would they would like put the
Oh yeah,
emphasis.
because of Danny Carey. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And
Yeah,
Danny, of
his
course, is smart
website
enough.
once upon a time was only Crowley first editions that he
It's
had.
still
It was his
it's
Crowley collection. Yeah.
right. He's got shirts now too, but I mean, he
Yeah.
still sells the books. He's got the books there with Blake, his Anyway, so like they both have their books on there, and but
No,
anyway,
I mean that they have the ones that they own that they're showing them off.
yeah, they
Yeah.
you can click and look and like
Still.
it's
Okay, good.
yeah, and but anyway, the uh and you can his drum set is set up and you can click and hear the sound and play the drum. It's like,
Oh, nice.
it's craziest
Yeah.
website. Anyway, Danny, I think is one of the best magicians alive and the best drummer ever. Like I can't find an immoral thing. Like I think he's just doing his job and he's really good at it. Like he's like a Mozart type, you know.
Word.
Right. So okay, we're getting back to this. So like you have done some fantastic things here, and I just there's so much I've not seen them all, but it's great to like put on like the Eyes Wide Shut one. I put that on, and it forced me to watch the movie without the dialogue,
Mm.
and I know all the dialogue in my head.
Right.
I see it and I hear them talking,
Yep.
but I also hear Leonard Cohen, and I'm like,
That's the best ones is if you have a film that you know really well, usually that's the best experience. And if you know the album well too, then so much the
right,
better.
right,
Lyrics are really important. So
yeah,
not everybody is like lyrical oriented. So like some people don't focus on lyrics, like they don't like but a
mm-hmm.
lot of this is like that's a central aspect of it.
Right,
It's to catch double, triple meanings or something. And you're like, is that, yeah.
right. Man, you're gonna be very happy to see this Fidelio stuff I got. I'm gonna share the file. I'm gonna send them straight to you. You don't have to click on the internet. You'll have them to look. So anyway, so what were we were gonna look at the
Oh, something.
Economist and Trump
Oh yeah.
cards.
Yeah.
Okay, just to finish that, so that the
Yeah.
listeners aren't like, well, what about that thing? Okay, will senators play?
Images, probably. No, this isn't.
Okay,
This isn't.
images. Yeah, here we'll go.
Yeah, yeah. If you
Trump
put
card.
if you
Look at
put
that shit. What the?
If you put Trump card, you might want to put that one where it says Judgment down there. That one's from the cover.
Judgment.
But
Oh,
keep
this.
scrolling down.
Yeah.
Usually,
Okay.
it's the fact that you put in Trump card is just perceiving it as. I guess that is Trump. So he shows up
Judgment.
as
Right.
Judgment, but Judgment is the
I
emperor. But we
might
want the
find the whole.
oh
Oh no, this is
no
not.
oh there it
Oh, there
is.
we go. There. Wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool, perfect. And so notice the thing is that Judgment, which would be the emperor, which is what switched. When you say Saudi is not the star, Crowley attributes the Hey of Saudi to the emperor. But in this case, he's positioned as the emperor. You can see he's even holding both the things that the emperor holds, Trump,
Yeah.
but as the Judgment card. Notice
Huh.
all the other cards are as they are in tarot, but not that one. And see that it's tilted diagonally. Like this is the thing.
Oh,
It's hard to
because the
explain.
diagonal forms diagonal you were
The
talking about.
Klippo rule through the diagonals.
Wow.
There's 12 diagonals plus Gimel, which is the 13th, right? So look at so it's if you say Saudi is not the star, so you have the star over here, and it's the only other one that's tilted. And
Right.
these are the cards that are switched for Crowley. But now
Oh,
it's not the Emperor, it's Judgment. Why? Because they've been switched. You see that? It's
right.
insane.
And so what is the emperor is the true king, and he's the fool in the place. Like he's I mean, right?
Right. Like Jim Morrison said, when the true king's murderers are allowed to roam free, 1,000 magicians arise in the land. Like that's literally what I see when I'm looking at this.
I think I might make this the thumbnail. This is great, dude.
Right.
Holy crap, man.
Right. And so if you know the Saudi Star issue and you've applied it to politics today, if when I saw this, it was immediate. I was
Right.
just like, even that they're tilted and the diagonals and the clipo, I'm just like, oh my God, they're showing you like who the fuck did this? Like that's like that's
Thank you
nuts.
for sharing this, bro. This is the peak Wake the Dead right here. This is so cool, man.
Right?
Thank you. Because why, like, I would not recognize this tilt and why they, and they're tilted in opposite directions.
Mm-hmm.
It's creates like the polarities of them, you know.
Right, because Crowley argued that that by him doing this switch, it allowed for an astrological symmetry to occur that wasn't as balanced before. Because if you look at the cards, you can see they have their corresponding opposites, literally opposite to them. So like you're like the hero's journey, as it's been called, where you lay out the 22 arcana as like
Right.
a Vesica
From the
Pisces, so to
fool
speak.
to
Yeah,
the
yeah, where
right.
you have and it's flanked on both sides by in one arrangement, in the traditional arrangement, you would have Aleph on one side, obviously, because it's the first, and
Hey.
then you'd have Lamed on the other as justice. But if you look at the way that Crowley arranges the Roman numerals, and you it's hard to explain this. You switch these cards, but then you're also like adjusting the whole thing to make up for the switch. Like if you take I need to make like another video because I showed one aspect of this in a video once where I like laid out the cards and I showed the Vesica and how they relate to one another, pointing at their astrological correspondences. But if there's a twist that you can do with what Crowley did in the Saudi Star issue and beyond because he changed the cards in two ways. But you can do a thing where you end up with Aleph on. How does it go? No. Hold on. Let me think for a second. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you have Aleph on one side, Lamed on the other normally. And then he made it so that you put, uh, oh, yeah, it would be the sun on the left would be flanking it, opposite lust, which happens to be Leo. And so it creates this, you're like, oh, wow, you have this crazy astrological symmetry expressed with the two cards flanking it. But instead of it being Aleph and Lamed, which would be Elohim, so like Elohim abbreviated is an Aleph and a Lamed. Means ox from its Phoenician roots. Lamed means ox goad, so the tool that you use to steer the ox to till the field. And so they work together in the language as like this is a communication of Adonai. It's an abbreviation. This communicates something. It has to do with us having to till the field following the fall and our
Right.
relationship to Torah. But anyway, when you do this switch of Crowley's, it can make this formation, and a bunch of crazy shit happens between the cards. Like it's hard to explain just off the cuff to do it justice. Also, that I haven't looked at this in a few years, but yeah, basically the sun thing. Like Crowley called himself the Beast, and so
Right.
like in court, he was asked about that, and he said, "Oh, it just means sunshine. It
Right.
just means the sun. You can just call me Little Sunshine." And so, because of the Babylonian sun square, as if you add up all the rows and total them together, it equals 666 with rows of 111, which is the gematria of Aleph spelled out. Which is why Crowley would say in the Book of the Law, like, my prophet is a fool with his 111, because Aleph is zero, or in actual Kabbalah, it's one. There's an equation of 1 = 0, but whatever, then if you spell out Aleph Lamed Pei, which is Alf, by the way, you
Right.
end up with 111. So yeah,
Wow.
yeah, pretty crazy.
Dude, this is great. I'm gonna have to listen to this one again. Like, I mean, I'm a member of the conversation. I'm like here with it, but I mean, geez, dude, there's so
Yeah, they
much.
even put the emperor as judgment tilted against the tower, which is the Trump Tower.
Right, right. And look at we got the hammer and sickle on one side and the Christian on the others, and we got the thing that hammered to the
Yeah, it's as though the
what's
tower
his
is like a middle pillar.
right,
Yeah.
and the lightning strike, right? And then of course what happened to like we had during Trump's time, we had the mass death, right? And the magician is blind. What the hell is that over his eyes? It's like
It's Oculus.
Oculus Rift. Oh
He's in
man.
VR.
Oh
The magician is in
man.
VR. So
Dude.
everything about this
Oh
screams the Klippo and the actual order of the Klippo.
my God. Dude, Hans has to hear this episode. This is great.
It's like we were literally like The Economist just like literally just gave us a tarot reading as a nation
Dude,
and how we relate to the world.
right.
Like if you
And
were to give America a reading at this time, this is exactly what it would look like, and the cards would even be tilted as such to indicate what they do.
and the Economist, who is the Economist? That's the Trilateral Commission, right? I mean, that's the people who run this magazine.
Yeah.
It is the people who ran 9/11, like the people who
Right. I
ran the
mean, that's the
Beatles.
thing
Like,
though. It's like as a conspiracy theorist, it's like, dude, some things right now, like if you want to know like what the agenda was of like COVID and the Great Reset,
right,
Klaus Schwab wrote the book. Like
right,
you can read it. Like it's and it's not so subtle. Like it's like what the
yeah,
actual what his part of the agenda was with the World Economic Forum, you know. It's just it's very explicit, I guess is all I'm saying, you know.
yeah.
And the
They
thing that yeah, it
go ahead.
annoys me about the way that the Klepo are often treated when people dabble in this stuff because it's acting like it's some obscure out there kind of thing. And it's like, no, the Klepo, if described, if you entertain that, it's as in your face as you could possibly get because it's literally the screen in your perceptual lens separating you from the supernal that's in front of you, that is within you.
Right. So yeah, the
So that screen is like, dude, you're like, and then we're manufacturing screens to look at, like a scrolling table, like John Dee's like Obsidian, and
yeah,
then and we're all like fucking with the thing, but then
scrying
we're
mirror.
replicating with that invention, with a cell phone, with a monolith, like we're
Right,
replicating with that
right,
invention something that we're already doing. Do you know what I mean? Like we're
right.
externalizing it. That's the Zohar too. The Zohar explains this whole thing about basically that we're externalizing. There's a communication that happens in the Zohar prophecy that is really kind of incredible about how when it feels like everything's just going to complete hell in a handbasket for we're like, oh shit, something this is really bad. Like we're on a doomed course. There's three main variables that stand to shift this that we can't account for in our rational minds. One of those variables is younger people, the younger generation moving faster than the adults can keep up with. And that just accelerates and accelerates and accelerates. So they can't keep up with what they're doing with whatever it is that we've built. That's one. Another is the piercing of so the idea of character armor as expressed in psychoanalysis, I'm pretty certain that that actually came from Zohar and that Freud wanted to differentiate his school as, you know, kind of more of a scientific thing and not something that relates at all to Jewish mysticism. But his description of repression and sublimation, specifically that, not his crazy coked out tangents, based on that. But just that core principle, which by the way is drawn upon by every other psychoanalyst to follow, including James Hillman and obviously Jung and all these
Yep.
contemporaries and successors. So that main idea of repression and sublimation and character armor, that we have a internal armor to protect the vulnerable parts of ourselves and that mechanism, that neuroses. And so, like, that's universal. Everybody has it to some degree over something or another, if not the same stuff. But the point is that the Zohar communicates that this is one of the variables that we can't predict is the piercing of the internal armor of the soldiers. So basically, that the soldiers are at war and that they get penetrated, their internal armor gets penetrated, something that's past anything external. But there's also, this is attached to the premise that everything that we're building in the external world is a reflection of what's actually happening with our consciousness. So, or at least our
Wow.
interpretation of what's happening with our consciousness. So that's the reason why all of our systems require being presented as this duality, because we're literally projecting what's going on in our inner world and manufacturing that in an external way, which would
Wow.
suggest all technology is following that same premise. And so the idea that soldiers could get penetrated in their hearts and be brought to, you know, like another reality, like that's a factor is because we're assuming that because like you know like in World War One, so many soldiers were like shooting either over people's heads or away. And it wasn't, and then World War Two happened, and they got better and better. It goes beyond what Bernays was doing in advertising. It's the same principles in large part, But it's these means that we were like, how do we get these soldiers to take their energy that they would be putting into getting laid and having sex and replace it with war? So
It's
the
Full
four
Metal
Klippo,
Jacket, like
yeah,
that whole
Full Metal
movie.
Jacket, Full Metal
Yeah.
Jacket's about the Klippo because the Klippo in
Wow.
marrying Tetragrammaton, they correspond to the four death penalties in ancient Jewish practice.
Wow, we
So the
gotta have
Klippo
an episode about that someday, dude. Wow, I
Oh,
want to hear
oh, Full
about
Metal
that.
Jacket. The whole premise is connecting Jung with the idea of the Klippo because the we have seen the enemy and it is us. You don't see the enemy until the very end when they're standing over the sniper who turns out to be a woman. And there's
Right.
some kind of like symbolic gangbang or something that happens because the point is that
Like
they've
no more boom
substituted.
boom for this mama son,
Right,
right? They yeah,
exactly.
right.
Exactly. And so they substituted the pursuit of getting laid into the pursuit of getting a kill. And to get a kill is replacing having
This
sex.
is my
That
rifle, this is my gun.
right. That's what Catcher in the Rye is about too, subliminally. So Catcher in the Rye is an old song that had to do with having sex in the rye where no one could see you when you're young. If you're young and you want to have sex, you could just go out into the rye. And so that's that, and it's revealed in the sequel to Catcher in the Rye, which is called The Last and Best of the Peter Pans, where Holden Caulfield's family, one of his brothers receives a draft paper in the mail, and the mother hides it from him. And when he confronts his mom with the draft paper, she says, "I was just protecting the children from running off of a cliff." And so that symbolism of the child running off the cliff, if you know, it's what Mark David Chapman read in court. The only time he spoke in court as his explanation for killing John Lennon was this paragraph from Catcher in the Rye that was Holden Caulfield's dream about the children running through the rye and off of a cliff. And so the last and best of the Peter Pans reveals the meaning of that, which is that it's protecting from going to war. In other words, you could go to war and die for some greed and some bullshit, or you could stay home and put those energies into rolling around in the rye, which is
Right.
much more creative rather than
Wow.
destructive, right? And so,
Yeah.
yeah, because J.D. Salinger had kind of a shrouded military past, and there's like this whole argument that he was like, articulating this whole deeper communication and evidenced in the sequel. But the thing that's kind of crazy too is that the first scene where Wendy shows up in The Shining, she's sitting there reading Catcher in the Rye.
Right.
Wendy, the name Wendy, as she makes clear when Scatman Crothers asks her, "Are you a Winnie or a whatever?" She says what her name is. That name did not exist before Peter Pan. Her
Gwendolyn.
Wendy as a
Oh,
name for a
Wendy. Right.
woman,
Oh, right.
Wendy, did not exist as a woman's name
Wow.
until Peter Pan. And so in The Shining, before they go up the stairs, and he's like, "Give me the bat, Wendy," or whatever, drop the bat, or
Right.
whatever. He says, "Wendy, darling, light of my life, I don't want to hurt you. I just want to bash your fucking brains in."
Right.
That Wendy, darling, in Peter Pan, her name is Wendy Darling. That's her name.
Oh,
So he's him saying Wendy Darling, like
wow.
that to me, that's totally intentional. But yeah,
Wow.
yeah, kind of crazy.
And Peter Pan, that's like performed, kids perform that just
Peter
like they
Pan
do
is
Nutcracker, isn't it?
yes. Can we stay up late and watch Nutcracker? But with
Right. Right.
Helena, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Thinking
what's
about the
crazy?
ballet, Peter Pan is ballet too, right? Isn't that
Yes. Oh,
okay?
for sure. And also, Peter Pan is a horrifying story from its
Yeah.
roots, like
Right,
where it
right, right,
actually
right.
came from and what it really was. Because the Lost Boys but they get killed. They don't stay young forever, like they don't age. They get killed at a
They
certain
don't
age,
get
and
old.
if they escape,
Right,
they become pirates. So
right.
all the pirates in Peter Pan's world of Never Never Land are Lost Boys who have escaped him, and then they're against him because of that, and they form their group. And so
Wow.
like it's and then he's made to look like Hermes with his fleet feet and all of that, but he
Right.
plays the pan pipe. So because Hermes
And
is the
he's
father
Pan.
of Pan. Right.
Well, Pan is the Green Man, is this Cernunnos that you were talking about earlier.
Right. Pan is the nature god. He's everything. That's
Right.
why that movie Pan's Labyrinth, which was originally called the Faun's Labyrinth, you can know that it is in fact Pan because when he's asked who he is, he's like, "I'm the wind, I'm the dirt, I'm the
Right.
everything." Like he's describing
Right.
Pan.
And it's
Yeah.
that's the force of creation, right? I
Hmm.
mean, and Crowley would make poems to him and all that.
Oh yeah, that was Jack Parsons did the hymn to Pan every time
Right.
there was an Apollo launch. Yeah,
Right. And so,
or not Apollo, but
but Pan is the creation, while the other one, the Klepots, are going towards the death is what they worship.
Right. Everything is of Ein Sof. So even the Klipot. And so
Right.
you find places where that's communicated. Like I was mentioning the 216 letter name earlier with the parting of the Red Sea. Those 72, that 72 triplet, 72 is the gematria of Chesed, which is mercy, which is Jupiter. Opposite Gevora, which is judgment. It's not like people say severity for Gevora, but that's only because of our orientation. Because you can get sweet judgments or bitter judgments depending on how you are. That's where the left-hand path comes from. So like when people sometimes do this thing, oh, I'm left-hand path or whatever to be edgy, left-hand path is actually the status quo. So like people being oriented that way, that's just the common directive that people find themselves. Like the Klepo, you're more often to go towards the Klepo just
Wow.
because of our inclinations and our, what you'd call in Sanskrit like samskaras, it's
Because
our
we're all
latent tendencies.
sinners or whatever, right?
It's our latent
Yeah,
tendency,
right,
and
right,
it has a lot to do with coping strategies and survival instincts and all sorts of stuff. But,
right. And
so yeah.
yeah, and trying to control and fear and right. I mean, which are
Right. So certain films show directly why because Gavor is actually feminine. So you'd think that that would be somehow gentle. Why are we calling feminine the severity and equating it with Mars? Why is that? Well, actually, there's like a couple films. One of them is Lars von Trier's film with Nicole Kidman, Dogville. I don't know if you've ever seen
Dogville. I've never
Dogville.
seen that one. Is
Another
that the
one
one
that
where
does
she
the
pees on the dude?
I don't remember that part maybe. Uh,
Dogville. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Dogville actually communicates almost perfectly why Gavora is female and why Chesed is male. The other one that does it almost the exact same way is Darren Aronofsky's film Mother.
Oh man. Whoa.
Because it's the woman at the end who sets the house on fire, so it's really easy to
Right.
communicate this point about it because this is what nature does when it reaches its limits.
Right.
So like if you push it so far, you'll get these results. So it's like you'll get severe judgments
Like a
when your
Kali.
orientation is severe. So
Okay.
yeah, and that's why her husband in it is just like they're like the poet said it's okay. The poet said it's okay because he represents mercy. He's chesed. So is he the good guy? Well, the people in the house are doing whatever they want. That's all even if you take like this is crazy. Like if you take the first 42 letters of the script of Mother, you'll end up on what is it, the S of the word outside. So like the outside one, Sitra Achra, is what you get when you get to the 42nd letter of Bereshit. So when you're like in the beginning, God created, you get to the 42nd letter, that's the first mention of the four klipot.
Huh.
So in the film Mother, the script does the same thing because
Wow.
it's showing you the Bible. Have you seen Mother? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
And
so
I recognized
yeah,
by the time like halfway through, I was like, okay,
yeah,
this is
yeah.
she's like the sacred feminine and he's like
Right. And the Adam
God.
shows up as
Right.
Ed Harris and
Right.
that
And they're
actor.
just
Yeah.
moving in and they're just like,
Yeah.
okay,
So that's the whole thing is he loses his rib and then she shows up. It's like
right.
when he's in the toilet, like there's like that. So and then the character writes two books. It's funny, he's like a super like free Palestine guy now, the guy who's the actor in Mother, I forget his name, Javier
Oh,
something.
Bardem. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's written two books. Those that's the Old and the New Testament. So it's
Oh,
showing
right.
you the timeline of humanity, and we're all
Right.
the ones in the house that are, bringing
Just
everything,
destroying the
destroying it.
house.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
dude.
And then eventually, Gavora does what Gavora does,
Right.
and don't mess with that woman. She's like ayahuasca.
Right.
She's
And
heavy.
that's like the magna mater that the dark occult is worshiping is that mystery Babylon that rides the beast. And it's like she's got the cup of abominations,
Hmm.
you know. I guess that doesn't relate to what the but it does in a way because she's that strength where you're talking about like the Inanna Ishtar is accompanied by cat beasts, and you see that in Eyes Wide Shut with the
Hmm.
stuffed tiger and you see it in 2001 with the cat beast that eats the ape, and the first
Hmm.
predator that we see. So like that, um, that seems to be what all like I mean, in Eyes Wide Shut, they've got the Ishtar star everywhere at the party,
Oh yeah, the
and
eight-pointed star. Yeah, and actually
right,
Nicole Kidman throughout her career has a history of that with that eight-pointed star. I think like there's something weird with The Ninth Gate
right,
and Eyes Wide Shut. They're both 1999 movies,
yes,
and
same film,
they
same
have
house.
so much
Mentmore
correspondences between the two.
Towers was both
Mm.
in both of them. The Rothschild house was in both. The
It's the same
facade,
house? I thought it was a different.
yes, Metmore Towers. The
Huh.
facade of the outs of the external of Eyes Wide Shut party house
Oh, I
is
see what you're
the same
saying. Okay.
house as
Yeah.
the house that they did the filming because it was sold like a couple of years before. It was sold like a year before. It was like 96 or seven, like a 97 or
I mean,
some.
they knew each other, like Kubrick saw Fearless Vampire Killers at Polanski's home, when it before
Oh,
it came out, like
nice.
he
Yeah.
screened it to him. I feel sometimes like Polanski's Tess and Barry Lyndon feel like it's a one's playing off the other because they're both period pieces. One
Right.
follows this woman's life, the other one follows this man's life, and they're both like horrible tragedies that end
Huh.
kind of similarly. Like
Right.
it's just they share this really strong resonance, and I'm like, did they do that? Like, is that
Yeah.
coordinated? Rosemary's Baby and 2001: A Space Odyssey, they're like the
Right.
same length. If you start Rosemary's Baby on the Dawn of Man, they'll be like directed by Polanski at the same time as it's like written and directed by
Wow.
Stanley Kubrick. Like
But it's
it's weird.
depicting the birth of at the end there's a satanic baby and there's a satanic baby dude, like
Why is satanic? Because
well no, I'm just saying like
on
it's
2001 it's the Mashiach. So you
okay,
have
well I
yeah,
don't see like
you have the Antichrist and you have the Christ.
okay,
Like
okay,
yeah.
well
And also yeah.
I don't know that your interpretation. I see it as like at the end you got the baby, at the end you got a baby, and this
Mm.
one's satanic, and it's like, so what? This one equal the same movie, right? But um, I I saw the when I see the Dawn of Man,
Mm.
that's like I see it as in the biblical sense, and then you got the first murder and
Right. It shows you Cain and Abel, and it shows
right,
you the tree, yeah,
right,
which is the
and
monolith.
but then you think about like he takes the bone and he casts it out, and then all of a sudden there's the spaceship
That's
separated
actually
from the
a
Earth,
nuclear satellite.
right?
Yeah, I
But
think
so
Russian maybe.
they took the nukes off
They're
it or
showing you
something,
here's a weapon. Here's the
right?
ultimate what that ult weapon ultimately becomes,
I
and it's
thought it
our
was. I
technology.
thought there was people in it, like a spaceship.
Hal himself, even if there is, the point is that this is the end of this is where
Right, the
this
extension of that
technology.
tool. Right,
Right, that we use that tool, and now here's the ultimate extension
right,
of that tool in at this time that
and
it's
it's
jumping into.
right.
And so there's like, and then Hal himself becomes the equivalent of what that leopard is. So the leopard that
Yes,
comes out and attacks them, and they're all like huddled together, they're trying to protect
yes,
themselves from the leopard. Once they have the weapon, they can defeat the leopard. Hal is the predator for the astronauts on the ship in the same way that that leopard was the predator of the apes.
yes.
And
And
so,
really,
yeah,
it's just the crystallization of the satanic, like transmission that came through the monolith to those original apes, and it just expressed itself into this species, so that all of us are have that same spark of
you know,
evil.
I think I actually really appreciate your take because I've never heard it before,
Really,
and and I actually like I don't know, it's kind of refreshing in a
it
way
is.
to
It
hear
did
it
come from my
because
head.
I don't like look, there's lots of things with 2001: A Space Odyssey where I'm like, dude, like, did you know, like, if you add up the English gematria of all the titles for 2001, where it says, The Dawn of Man, Jupiter Mission 18 months later,
Right.
and Jupiter and Beyond the Infinite, if you add up the simple English gematria of that, you get 777.
Wow.
So, and then as you move through the movie, you're actually moving along the pathway of the lightning flash, the 777 lightning flash, in order. So, like, you're
Wow.
going from the Earth to the moon, and then you're
Right.
going through space. And in the book, it's
Wow.
basically Saturn and Beyond the Infinite. And in the
Right. But he
movie,
changes it to
it's
Jupiter.
Jupiter. And he changed it for symbolic purposes. And it's actually almost provable that he did it for symbolic purposes if you look at the special effects guy who was in charge of doing that planet Jupiter, because Kubrick's explanation was we couldn't figure out how to get the rings. Well, that
Right.
guy, with a fraction of the budget, did silent running and did a perfect Saturn, as if to say
Right.
that's not really what happened.
Right.
And what is the significance of Saturn to Jupiter Kabbalistically, if we're talking about ascending up the Kabbalistic tree, is that would make it Chesed, which would be the last planetary body in correspondence to the Sephiroth before the Da'at. So beyond the infinite is going into the supernal, right? So you
Right.
and that yeah,
That's what that trends that when he's like
because it belongs
shaking
to
and
another
going through
dimension,
the
which is
lights.
why it goes through the monolith through the center,
Right.
is because we're talking about that middle pillar.
Right.
And the way that we're
This
polarized, we
is
think it has to
Gimel
be
path.
this
Right.
or that. It just goes direct. And so
Wow.
that's how it's transcendent through the knowledge,
Right.
because it's not that, knowledge has to be put aside for the faith, like I was saying earlier. It's actually recognizing the thing for what it is and what its actual limitations are, which
Hmm.
is what shutting down Hal is essentially symbolic of. That we're
Right.
basically, this is all of our character armor and all of our, protective fear that we have to, like, this mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it. It's like we have to shed that. Like, the
Life is more
discovery is the
important.
body. You can see that it's a body, like the ship itself, but it's technology. So we need to, like, transcend the
Right.
thing. It's like it's really deep in that way. So I see it
And
as like,
and he took apart its
yeah,
brain too. And he's
yeah,
like, it hurts, please, and he's like appealing to morality and
it's
to
hysterical.
conscience. Yeah, right, right.
It's a comedy, and so
Yeah.
is much of the Torah, hysterical comedy. Moses smashing whatever it was that he got on Sinai that came from the hand of God because the people were worshiping the calf, and he's super pissed off and marches back up Sinai and writes something down that's apparently rules to bring
Yeah.
back to the people because they weren't ready for whatever the fuck that was. We don't know what it was because the Torah never tells us. Like,
Right.
that is beyond Mel Brooks level of humor right there.
Dude, yeah.
Seriously,
History of the
like the
world.
story in the first
Yeah,
place
dude.
is already hysterical.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
it's meant to be. And I think that just like we used to have a much different relationship to math, I think we had a different relationship to humor. And that, like, if you've ever eaten mushrooms and had a laughing fit, I feel like some
Yeah.
natural version of that is what ancient people had, like certain ancient people with certain practices when
Wow.
we were existing in such a pure state,
That's
physically.
fantastic. Man. And that's such bliss and define and like and it's also the feeling of like I discovered something too because it's like this
Yeah.
funny thing that yeah, dude. I felt
Yeah.
the last time I felt that I was on LSD with nitrous oxide at the same time, and I was laughing for must have been 45 minutes straight. It was so, like, and I was laughing at myself too.
Yeah.
And I was like thinking of myself in the future being a bum picking up a cigarette off the ground. But it was anyway, I don't need to get into
You're like, don't show me those things, man. Not right now, man.
that. It was so hilarious, dude. But it was really me. I could see myself. But
Hope you don't have deja vu one day. You're like,
yeah.
holy shit, I
Dude,
saw
this
this.
is the cigarette. And I was like, and I was rolling like really long joints so that I would drop them around myself so that I would find them again. And then it would like
Right.
remind me like it. Anyway, yeah, I would hopefully in the future, the what I pick up off the ground is a good joint. It's not
Right.
tobacco anymore. I'm trying to get past the tobacco.
Yeah.
But
So, yeah.
yeah, this has been like an amazing time that you spent with us here. And I hope that this is the first of many because, wow, man, I mean, there's just so much. And if we like aim the discussion at Kubrick, I'm sure that the listeners would delight in that because I've been discussing Kubrick on this show for since the beginning, and I've been doing for like 6 years now, and people I do have a fresh perspective sometimes every now and again. I'm
Hmm.
glad that you were happy to hear one, and maybe you can join us and we can talk together and we can maybe discover and sort through, like, because I do not have the perspective of Kabbalism. You, when just in this few couple hours, you've like, it's like,
Oh,
wow.
I didn't finish an important thought when I was talking about the Masonic G. So
Oh, right.
I would
Yeah.
be remiss if I didn't finish that.
Thank you.
So just if I may. So the thing is, so it was like if you add up these 12 diagonals, they will be revealed. So I add them up, I get 865. I'm like, that's not anything significant. But if you look at it and you add the Gimel, it gives you 868 because the Gimel is treated, that pathway is treated as though a diagonal when it's not. So if you say, well, let's entertain, what if it were a diagonal? And you do that, it gives you 868. 868 only equals one word in all of biblical Hebrew. And it just so happens that that word is nativot, which is the word for the Kabbalistic pathways of the tree itself. The name of the mystical pathways is nativot, which is the value of the 12 diagonals plus Gimel if you use the Golden Dawn system.
Wow.
It's
So, like,
crazy.
it's supposed to be that way.
So what it is that we're actually looking at what is the basis of culture and society is literally the stone that the builders rejected. We're seeing the makeshift way in which the thing had to structure itself in order for the logic to seem reasonable. So
Wow.
like, and so that is the basis of governments. That's the basis of of organized religion. That's the basis of every place where you see this phenomenon happen, where there's some type of need for an intermediary, whether it be whatever, to connect the mind of man, of humanity, to the mind of God. It's telling you this is a vertical dimension. We are directly connected. But in order for the sustaining order of the empire to operate as it does, they have to convince the public that this is actually a different dimension that connects us to the top. So, and it's knowledge based because it's
Wow.
not actually ultimately knowledge that if you redefine
That's the
knowledge, it could maybe
illusion.
work. But yeah, because the idea is
Because
with
the left
knowledge.
brain wants the, I'm sorry. Go.
Right, because in order to, if I give you a new piece of information and you want to incorporate it into your knowledge matrix, you draw upon everything else that you already know to some degree in order to incorporate the new thing. So it gives you the appearance, the illusion of an expansion when really it's just a thing dividing itself. And so that is one order, is that compartmentalization. The other order to the Sephiroth is basically cell division and everything else that we see in organic life, where it's dividing itself in order to stand out in space, which is
Wow.
itself an illusion in a way, but at least it has a physical basis beyond that. It's actually coming from a higher intelligence
Into
because it's
form.
natural, whereas what we're manufacturing is limited in these ways. And so that's the big warning for Kabbalists, is to not be in awe of anything that's manufactured, whether by the hands or by the mind. Like
Right.
reserve that, like that, that being mesmerized. And you see this in like the book of Revelation when it's describing, oh, great Babylon, and it so looks, so all powerful. Like,
Yeah.
okay, well, it's not, that tower is a speck at the pinky toe of God.
Right.
It's
And it
just
gets,
like
and,
perspective.
the lightning bolt strikes it down.
Right,
And those people, they grasp for nature, they grasp for, like in the Rider Waite deck, at least they're falling out of the tower and they're
right.
grabbing at plants because they're like, help,
Yeah.
because this thing that they've
Shakina.
constructed is gone now, right? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're basically talking about space because Shakina is space. And so, in order for people to actually be truly receptive, which is the thing about the Emperor in its proper placement, if you don't do the Saudi Star switch, is that the Emperor is embodying, hey, that's the feminine aspect of God. So he's integrating the window for the Empress who's looking at him, he's looking at her, for her to see to the Hierophant that's on his other side. But if you do that switch and you look at Crowley's deck, you got the star card where she's got her back turned the other way and she's pouring the
Oh,
vessel and it's going directly into Samael's
into
death, actually.
death. Right.
Yeah. So, but you got like the Empress is like looking over there for her partner, but what she's got is
Wow.
this other woman with her back turned. So it's like it's crazy. Like
Dumping
it's
out all the emotion
the
and
Shefa. So it's
care. Right.
redirecting the Shefa.
Right.
So it's directing nature in accordance with the will, but it's not God's will. Like it ultimately everything's God will, and that's a paradox. But it's in Forrest Gump when he's like at the grave site of Lieutenant Dan, and he's like, Mom always said everything happens for a reason, and he's just like, but Lieutenant Dan said we're all a bunch of like balloons floating around with no rhyme or reason or nothing. And then he's like, I think maybe it's both. I think maybe both are happening at the same time. That's kind of everything. Yeah.
What a
But
perfect.
anyway, thank you. I
This is
realized I
perfect.
was like, I'm sure there's other places where like I was on one, and then I'm like, oh, that's
No,
actually kind of an
hey,
important piece because I was like, the way I left it I was like 865, but that's nothing. Oh, the Masonic G, I like not explaining like the significance of like, dude, there's only one word in the entire Hebrew language that equals 868, and this is what it happens to be.
and that is the word for the structure itself.
The mystical pathways themselves that make up the Kabbalistic
Wow.
tree of life. Yeah.
So that actually proves to you that this is right, because like then if it works out that the math works that way,
Right.
and this
This
is
is
there,
yeah.
like it's
Yeah.
proof almost, because like
Yeah,
we're
that's Ramach's commentary, by the way. So what I'm referencing is not a direct, like, it's not like that's in the Zohar. It's from commentary from Ramach in the 16th century. Um, or it could be in the late 15th century because he lived through both, even wrote through both. But he's arguing that basically if you do this, you will understand this pathway, which is a horizontal pathway, which is he's talking about between chesed and gevura, like strength. And so he's like, to understand that, do this, and it will be the meaning will be revealed. And what's crazy is that it gives me the meaning of the pathway that's intersecting with it, but you need that to understand the strength. What is the strength? Because we're basically relating to a false version of strength, humanity at large, and
right,
that's the mass psychology formation or mass formation psychosis,
right,
or like just this fucking whatever dream we're collectively existing within,
right,
which has its own dynamics, which is why it's so persuasive. Because if it didn't mimic tetragrammaton so well, we wouldn't be mesmerized by it. Like it
right,
requires this structure for us to relate to it as though this is the natural order,
right.
to
And
give it that authority.
that's why they keep it in that polarized left right, mom dad, like
Yeah.
masculine female, because like then we can fight and kill each other and fight and never get, like never have
Right.
that
Yeah.
synchronicity, or the
Yeah.
syncretic of togetherness of the both.
Totally. Deep, deep down, there's an inclination that has led to trans ideology that's not actually like in and of itself isn't bad.
Are you talking
It
like the
is,
rebus and the how the unity of the one being was split by God into two?
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
The Adam itself is a unified view of male and female, which
right,
is this continuum, and that mystical acknowledgement is like part of like every ancient tradition,
right,
like that doesn't stop at any one religion. We see that all over the place. Like even the Ramayana with Ram and Sita and them being separated, and with Ravana holding Sita captive until Ram can come and save her with the help of Hanuman. Like that whole archetypal story is like essentially communicating the same thing about this internal divide that we're experiencing that has to do with receptivity. Like the
right,
the ruler is supposed to incorporate this receptivity in order to be a good ruler, but there's a switch that happened, and so that we keep perpetuating. And so like, and if you know that switch, you can predict the way that this will play out. If you
Wow.
knew it well enough, you could predict 9/11 to the day.
Right.
Like because we can recognize that, oh, well, this is what how we'll organize around this because
Wow.
this is our inclination. And then at the same time, there's a deeper reality taking place that that whole thing is trying to distract us from in a way, like just in the nature of what it is a distraction. So, you know, like, and then this thing is playing out despite whatever they do. Like their efforts are ultimately futile. They may get some, you know, short-lived pleasure, but it's followed by death and ultimate annihilation as far as whatever it is that they're storing up and wanting to relate to things as, you know, who do you want to be in if you're a character in Titanic? You know, do you want to be one of these uppity people who are basically living in like a miserable existence, just being petty and full of shit? Or would you like to be, you know, Leo's character where he's like, you know, drawing, you know, cool prostitutes in France or whatever, you know?
Dancing all night and getting
Yeah,
drunk and
yeah. And so all
fucking,
the
yeah,
rich
yeah,
people want what he has, and he basically
yeah,
has nothing, you know? It's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. This is fantastic. Holy crap. Thank you so much for,
Sure thing, man.
and everybody check out David Charles Plate on X. And that's just at David Charles Plate. Is that,
It's
or
at
MK
MK
Ultrasound, right? Please.
723. So it's
Okay.
at MK Ultrasound 723.
Okay. And I will put the link. And is there anything that you want to promote or do you want to say to the viewers before we go?
I don't know, man. I mean, at some point here, I have a show coming out with this guy, Ryan Page. We've been working on it for over a year now. Promotion. I mean, watch Think Tank. We're
Yeah,
Thomas and I are working on this Golden Bow Kubrick comic, and it'll be
really
really cool. Yeah.
awesome.
So yeah, I don't. There's probably something else if I thought about it. My art, maybe. I don't know.
Yes,
But yeah.
yeah. Can we
So for
find your
sale on the
art?
website. If you look at the beginning paragraph of my website where you see where it says art, if you click on that, it'll take you to a page. You can contact me if you're interested in prints, but I do like really create. I've done really crazy collage art with involving
Yeah,
media, and you know, I do work in a print shop. That's my job. So I'm a framer and a printer.
awesome.
So I've been doing that for like about 15 years. But
Wow,
yeah, yeah, I don't know.
you're lucky, dude. That's
Yeah.
actually good. That's a great job to have because I mean, then you get to see the work and you're like part of it too. You know, I've
Hmm.
I've as a photographer, creating and printing is the same. Like I printed in a black room. I did color,
Mm.
and it was like amazing part of my life. And
Yeah.
now it doesn't exist anymore. It's digital everything.
Totally. Well, that what's funny is that people, when I used to show my art every so often, people would be critical of it because they'd be like, "Oh, this is digital. It's digital collage," and
You
I'd be like, "Well,
can't do it
yeah."
any other way.
But that's the joke is that now it's like, "Oh shit, it's not AI. Oh wow, you really did that." I'm
Right,
like,
right.
"Yeah,
That
this
yeah,
one here that's like 6 feet tall. I spent 1,200 hours on this guy. Like this
right.
is not, you know, it's like yeah,
Exactly.
yeah."
1,200 hours, dude.
Mhm.
So that is okay. That just goes to show what kind of focus and care you have as an artist. And everybody should see your work. And, you know, I will share your links and definitely watch those syncs, like these films and the Cassandra 9/11. Sorry, Cassandra 9/11 predicted everything.
Oh, you're that's close. Yeah, no, it's sorry, Cassandra. I misunderstood. Everything predicts 9/11. So
That's
that
it.
was
Yeah.
friends with Joe who did the Back to the Future predicts 9/11. So there's a whole
Yeah.
story there. So he played basketball in Santa Cruz so that we could produce a film together. That was his rationalization for choosing to play in Santa Cruz because he used to play for the Chicago Bulls and they offered him like
Wow.
all these places to play around the world at a certain point. He had like a knee injury and then he you know did you know restorative stuff and then when he was
Good.
playing again they were like you can play here, you can play here. I think Russia again, he used to play in Russia. He's from China originally.
Wow.
They're like, or you can play non-professionally in Santa Cruz. And so he was a sync head. So he recognized the name from where I
Wow.
live. So he contacted me. He's like, "Look, if I come to Santa Cruz, can we produce a sync film together?" And I said, "Of course." And
Wow.
when he came here, he invited me to games. I didn't really go to the games, but he'd come over and watch sync films at my place sometimes. And during that period, he ended up producing Back to the Future Predicts 9/11. And so he sat in on sessions with me and my rabbi and all kinds of stuff.
Wow.
But then after that came out, he was basically kind of encouraging me to do the sequel to it. And my computer was like going to shit at that time. And he's like, he bought me a computer to produce the sequel. And
Wow.
so he was like, "Oh, dude, I could have retired before." Whatever. He was just like, It's fine." So he sponsored me. So every sync film, for the most part, that I have on the website, it says Apophenia Productions and the SyncBook Press because I'm sponsored by them. SyncBook Press provides the website for me
Right.
to share my videos, and Joe Alexander provided me the computer which I made most of those videos on.
Wow.
And so that's why I have both, because I basically got sponsored. And so it was
Wow.
with that computer that I made a 7.5 hour long sequel to his like 11-minute YouTube video. So that's what, and the basis of Sorry Cassandra, I Misunderstood Everything Predicts 9/11. It was inspired by the tagline for 2001: A Space Odyssey that was said the ultimate trip. And like I had this thing happen where I like went to a theater to watch The Shining, and I ate like a bunch of mushrooms first, and then there was
Nice.
like they couldn't get it going like for
Oh, and
real,
then
and
you're
they ended up
stuck
coming out.
tripping and it's
And then
not
yeah,
happening.
and then they were
Oh
like,
no.
we can give you tickets to see Paranormal Activity 2, or you can get your money back. So I got my money back, and I was like wandering around the streets just like high as
Nice.
hell. And it struck me that night. I was like, somebody needs to make a movie that's actually the length of a trip so that you could dose and like go through
Nice.
the whole thing and just be chill, because I was like, that would be, because I was like, even if they had showed the film, I would still be high when I leave the theater.
Oh
Wouldn't it be
yeah.
nice that, like, so I had this whole idea.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm gonna make it. So it's a collage film, but I
Dude,
was like, I'm
man.
gonna make a film that has the same, like the same way a movie would have its climax and have everything develop, and sort of have everything kind of come together at the end. I was like, I'm going to do that, but crazy elongated. So the only people who would really recognize what this actually is are people who actually watched the whole thing and really paid attention. Because if you don't, like, and I'm like, who's going to do that? I was like, I don't know,
It's
because
like
yeah.
it's like you're hurting us. Like, why?
Well, it's because
You deserve this.
it's a Kubrick quote where he
Oh
said if you
man.
really want to communicate something, the least enjoyable and least effective way is directly. He
Right.
was like, if you can get people to the point where they have to stop and figure out what it is that you're getting at and figure it out for themselves, then the thrill of discovery cuts right through to the heart.
That's a
And so
true
I was like,
genius.
I'm going to
Yeah.
make a collage type film where everything is communicated, but nothing is narrated. So it's not just feeding it to you or explaining it to you like I
Right.
love to do and have these conversations. It's just like, I'm just going to assume the most intelligence out of the viewership,
Good.
just assume that they're like the ultimate viewer and just make that. And so like, because, and people talk about films being pretentious. It's like one of those words, like as soon as somebody learns the word pretentious and they want to be a film critic, it's just like the go-to for every
Yeah.
Lars von Trier film or whatever it is. Like, it's pretentious. And it's like, but at the same time, like I kind of like some degree of pretentiousness if it's actually dignifying to the audience, if it's assuming that they're capable of
You're smart
processing
enough.
what's in
Right.
front of them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah,
Yeah.
assuming the best of them.
Man, it really is a work of art. And I mean, I so and the way that you choose when do you play, when does it start? Like you got 7 hours to go. When is this gonna? I mean, I know ABBA is gonna repeat, and like
Well,
so
there's an
that's
ABBA
kind of
portion in the middle of it with the
right, right.
visitor, but yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
right, right. And so I don't want to ruin it for everybody.
yeah. Hmm.
So, but anyway, this is what you do, and everybody should check it out. And it takes a an agile mind to you're a real renaissance man, and it's great to have you on the show, and thank you so much for being here.
Sure thing, man. Thank you. That was fun.
Awesome. And thank you listeners for joining us, and check out the links below, and we will see you next time on Wake the Dead. Cheers.